about it. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
And RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3-2, we'll do it again. Swinging a bouncing ball to the right side. Carter's breaking home. The throw by Holiday. The tag is in time, and they get Carter diving to the back part of the base. Sanchez received the throw. He twisted and tagged, and Carter is cut down as the potential go-ahead run. The Rangers are considering a review. Here's the call.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. The runner is sick.
There you go. Chad Fairchild telling the fans at Oriole Park.
That is Jared Sandler with the call on the game you heard right here. We are the home of Texas Rangers Baseball 105, the fan of RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden in the back, and it is the Sean and RJ show. Sean is back next week. He is on vacation. That could have been a gut-wrenching loss.
Oh, I was not looking forward to 920 today.
Ooh, good call.
When Chris Martin gave up that third home run in the seventh inning, and they went down 5-4, I was like, Brett Boone is going to cancel with us, not just tomorrow, but forever, because he's not going to want to do these hits anymore after games like this. But they rallied.
$100 on his podcast this week, Bobby.
Wow. Look at that. And you'll hear Brett Boone every Wednesday, Rangers hitting coach, every Wednesday at 9:20. Yeah, this was yesterday. There was so much good to take out of this and so much bad to take out of this. Jacob Latz was incredible.
Phenomenal.
You called it yesterday. You said you thought he was going to give you 5 really solid innings yesterday. He gave you more than that. He gave you 6. And then obviously he just started breaking a little bit there at the end. But I mean, 6 no-hit innings.
Yeah, I mean, you extend a guy who's not used to being extended, and you get him into the.
Yeah, it's a reliever throwing 6 no-hit innings. I'm not going to complain if he walked and gave up a hit in the 7th.
Yeah.
But he was fantastic. And then you see them battling back and showing real grit. Sam Haggerty, my gosh, he gets on base. He then steals second. He steals third, gets in position for the sacrifice fly to tie it up in the 8th inning. And then obviously they score there in the 10th, and they come in and they shut the door. And Garcia, with that runner on third and 1 out, getting that strikeout was huge. So there's some disappointment there. You blowing a lead, you're up 4-0, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's 5-4. Great.
Yeah. Well, and then, after when you blow that lead, those were all 2-strike pitches. Now there was somewhere. The first one was 0-2. That was a bad. He missed to Sanchez really bad. He missed by half the plate.
Yeah, those 2 cutters he hung.
The other 2 it was like 2-2. But to have 3 home runs on back-to-back-to-back, all of them with 2 strikes of the hitter, that's not something you see a ton. But I mean, he missed his spot, and that would have been like, man, that was just one of the gut punches of the day, because I mean, you had complete control of this game. Your starter had complete control of this game. Your opener, really. And then all of a sudden, you're like, oh gosh, we've got 6 outs left.
Yeah.
We had this thing in the bag, and now we have 6 outs left to get a run. And they did. To credit to them.
Dude, the hero of this team, though, that we need to start talking a little bit more about, the unsung hero over the last couple weeks, and I've heard Chio talking about him a little bit. It's Sam Haggerty. Oh my gosh. Like the way Haggerty basically putting it on his shoulders there in the 8th inning, and then coming home to score, or getting the fielder's choice there, and then Carter coming home to score. It was that was such a gritty victory from them that we're not used to seeing.
I know.
Hagee had the stat yesterday. I heard him. He said that when they are tied or trailing after 8, I think, or after 7 this year, their record, do you know what it is?
Tied or trailing after 7?
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you.
3-32 or something.
Not good.
I mean, brutal.
Yeah.
And last night you were trailing after 7 and you tie the ball game. You come up with the run in the 10th, and then you get out of that jam, the natural jam that occurs with the ghost runner. But then getting them over to third with 1 out, you strike him out, and then you get Jackson Holiday to pop it up. That was just a gritty win.
It really was. And I thought, the cynic, because you see this team just not score so often. When they stranded Seager at second in the 9th, I was like, this is it. I mean, you got a guy on second base. He steals first. He gets on, then he steals a base. It's like, all right, he's in scoring position. You got a guy who can handle the bat. Simeon's up. Old school baseball drops a bunt down.
Yep.
Just get that guy. You're just at that point. And the 9th inning, you're playing for 1 run, but that's not the sport anymore. I get it. But yeah, I mean, I was like, oh God, they're gonna want to blow in this thing. They had it.
Yeah.
But they win.
Yeah.
By the way, do you call it a ghost runner or a zombie runner? Because Raymond calls it a zombie runner.
I call it ghost runner.
I call it a ghost runner too.
Yeah, because I mean, it essentially is.
It's a ghost.
That's what it is. Yeah. How have you felt about that rule? By the way, I hate it. I know everybody else generally likes it. I hate it.
I'm fine with that. I don't want to see 20 innings. My kids were asking me yesterday. We were coming back from baseball, and they go, "What's the longest game ever played?" I'm like, "Dude, it's like 20 something innings, man." I'm like, it took forever.
Was it the Harvey Haddix game?
Probably. I don't know. I think.
Do you know that
Wade
reference?
Boggs said he played in it.
No.
You don't know do you know the Harvey Haddix game?
No.
He was the Pirates pitcher in the 1950s who threw 12 perfect innings and then lost in the 13th.
Dude, that's like the Warren Spahn, Juan Marichal game. They both threw 16 shutout innings, and then Mays hit a home run in the 17th.
I think Pedro was
something like that.
I think Pedro was perfect into the 10th with the Expos one time and lost that. But man, this is a game where I don't know about you if this is something you like to see, but the fact that we're 4 games now in a row without a home run. Not that you like to see necessarily no home run, but you're 4 games now in a row without a home run. I think you've got 2 extra base hits in the last 4 games.
Yeah, you got to get it. That's the thing. Like I like to see them be able to find ways to score.
That's what I'm saying. Are you happy to see at least like they put up 6 runs last night with just a single extra base hit?
Yeah, I like that they could score and manufacture runs, but that's just a very difficult way to live.
Right, it is. But if you can show you can do that, like it gives you a shot on the nights where you're off.
It does.
And they haven't gotten a lot of that.
No, they haven't.
And it does tell you that, like, all right, if you can become that team that can score 6 runs when you get just a double and that's it, you can be the team that scores 12 to 13 when you're hitting the ball out.
You can. Yeah, because like that's obviously when you hit the ball out, or get extra base hits, you're getting that much closer to scoring. So the Rangers get the victory over Baltimore, and now they set up a little bit of a rubber match today at Camden Yards. So we will have that game for you. 5:35 first pitch, 5 o'clock pregame.
Yeah, why are these 5:35 starts?
6:35 in Baltimore.
I know, but like, why are Baltimore games starting 6:35 locally? When I was a kid, Baltimore games would start at 6 or 6:30 here locally because it was East Coast. But why are they starting 6:30 in Baltimore? Nobody else does
do
that.
The same thing. They did that last week as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams now start at like just 7 local time, but I guess certain teams start at 6:30 local time.
What a lazy city that sounds like. Like, oh, we gotta go to bed.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of softies. That's what it sounds like.
I think it actually is trying to get people into the stadium.
This actually makes sense, though.
You're out of there by 9 o'clock. It's Baltimore.
It makes sense that they're a little bit like, how much work do we want to put in? Because, I mean, Sean did come from there, and then he took that, like, what was it, 5 months of paternity leave.
Yeah.
A year later.
Right.
So it makes sense. That's where he got it from.
Absolutely.
All praise to Allah.
Could make a good bit of sense, but it'll be DeGrom on the hill today, 5:35 right here on the Fan.
By the way, shout out really quickly, because I've thrown dirt on his name enough. I should be nice. Luke Jackson was very good last night.
He was.
So I'm just going to give him credit for that.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Personal growth, Chop.
It is Cooper Flagg Day. NBA draft. I can't believe they're making this a 2-night event.
Dude, they can't. Like, I don't know. The NFL, when they went to all right, we're doing first round, then we're doing day 2 with second and third, and then we're doing 4th through 7th. Because Peyton, I don't know if you young whippersnapper remember, there was a time
2-day event.
Draft was 2 days. You got the first, second, and third round all in the same day. And it
can be done. They just drag it out.
Yeah, they do this on purpose. And it used to be, the draft used to be Saturday and Sunday. And Saturday, so you'd have the first round in the morning, and then they would go until evening.
God, I'm old enough to remember when they had 15 minutes for the first pick.
Gosh, it was brutal. Yeah, and 15 minutes still wasn't enough for the Vikings.
Yeah, or the Raiders always took the 15.
The Vikings ran out of time, and then that was when there was that rush to run the pick up there, and Dallas ran up there that, they were taking Roy Williams. I think it was that draft. Or the Terrence Newman draft. I can't remember what it was, but it caused this rush of like 3 teams running up trying to turn in their cards. But yeah, it's a 2-night event for the NBA. Why don't you worry about just consistently getting people engaged in the games before you just say, let's drag this out for 2 days?
Yeah, because even in the second round, what is the drop off in first and second round of the NFL draft in terms of a viewership? I mean, your diehards the only one sticking around for day 2.
Yeah,
it is. It's like day 2 is like, you know what? Just tell me who they picked. I'll be fine.
Honestly, it's not a lot of people. Or day 3, especially. Day two, there's still probably some intrigue because you're like, how did that guy fall?
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see how much more ratings were boosted by Shador hanging around till day 3.
I bet you they were.
But all that said, nobody's waiting around to see who the second round picks are in the NBA.
No, and it is Cooper Flagg Day, and they will take him number 1. And then you'll be sitting around waiting to see, hey, are they going to do anything else? Are they going to maybe move back in? Probably not. But what else? What else happens? What other storylines? Like the net? Don't the Nets have like 8 picks today? They got
they're stacked.
They have a ton of picks today. What's going to happen around the rest of the sport? The teams that the Mavs are always working with, competing against. So, look, it's a fun day. The intrigue is sapped because we know who they're going to take. That is the one thing.
All the intrigue is sapped because not only do we know who they're going to take, we also know what the contract situation is for one of their biggest stars now. So we literally have nothing to wait around for.
Which is
Kyrie Irving is back. He opted out of his deal. Did you see the tweet last night, or how did you find this news? Did it just pop into your timeline and you saw it from Shams? Or did you hear it from somewhere?
I heard it. It was either a text, somebody texted me or what?
Man, when I saw this news, I thought for a second there he was announcing that he was gone. Like there was a little bit of like some sort of panic level that was in there because Schaub said, breaking, Dallas Mavericks 9-time NBA All-Star Kyrie Irving has declined his $43 million player option and intends to sign a 3-year. And then I was like, intends to sign? Like typically, like when he's reporting it, I feel like he's saying and is signing a whatever deal, like he's reset. But I was like, intends to sign? Well, that's because free agency hasn't started yet. So he intends to sign a 3-year deal when free agency opens with somebody. And they had this picture of Kyrie just looking like disheveled. And I was like, oh my gosh, they actually blew this. And then they said, no, he's sticking around. But it's basically a 2-year deal because he does have a player option for 27-28, which is the same year AD has a 2-year option.
Right.
As Spieth Island pointed out, that's a 2-year window then for Nico.
So here it is. AD and Kyrie are locked. The contract expires at 28. Klay Thompson's deal expires at 27. Gafford's expires in 29. PJ in 26. And Lively in 27.
Yep.
I mean, it is as windowy as it gets.
But you know what?
Look, I don't hate that they did it. I'm not against it. I kind of like it.
You don't hate the Kyrie move specifically or the structure here?
Either one.
I don't hate the Kyrie move at all.
I don't hate the Kyrie move. I mean, look, if they had said, thanks, but no thanks, you're going to decline your whatever, I'd have been okay with that.
If Kyrie left, I don't know that the Cooper Flagg thing is a nice salvage piece for them anymore. I think if Kyrie left, fans would be furious at them. I think they'd be furious at them all over again. Peyton, where are you?
I don't care. Kyrie is like I don't have like a Luka love.
No, it's not a Luka level, but it's like that's. I mean that's his hermano. Remember that? Like if Kyrie were to leave, I don't know. Let us know on the fan text 877-881-1053. If Kyrie would have left, would that have just destroyed any goodwill of the Cooper Flagg pick? What do you think, Peyton?
It would have destroyed everything because I think there's a lot of hype, obviously, around Cooper Flagg. But yes, that would have killed a lot of momentum, I think, going into the draft. And kind of as we're slowly trying to get over the Luka, problem that he is gone officially. I think there would have been a bigger deal. Like, yeah, if you compare the two, AD and Kyrie, like if AD left, I don't think a lot of fans would have cared as much. But Kyrie, they loved Kyrie. He finally got over his hump and, having bad media and, New York and Boston and everything like that. So he was a good player for us. And I think a lot of people wanted him back.
Well, he is back, and he'll be back through 2028.
And his deal, the way that it's structured, the Mavericks apparently are going to save about $6 million on his number this year. And so if that's the case, that's basically enough money to go get whoever is replacing him until he's healthy.
Yeah, probably.
And so whoever that would be, I know, and we'll probably get into some names later on, but I mean, there were some names floating around yesterday from Shams and different people like, oh, could they look at Chris Paul, which I know you would love.
I would not love
a Chris
that.
Paul edition. Chris Paul, could they look at D'Angelo Russell, just some other names floating out there.
I like Russell. All right, it is Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. Aaron Rodgers speaks, and a friend of the show says this NFC East team needs to ditch their quarterback. We go around the NFL next on The Fan.
to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Happy Capture the Flag Day. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif is out, as he's known to be from time to time. I'm Bobby Belt.
Time to time.
He's RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell on the board, Aiden Butler running things on the fan cam. And our 20-year national nightmare is almost mercifully over. RJ Choppy, Aaron Rodgers is about to hang it up.
Well, that would be the indication that he gave yesterday on the PMS show, the Pat McAfee show.
Usually he's about indica and not indications.
That's a good one. It's a really good one.
He puts the indica in indication.
Yes, he does. So this is Aaron Rodgers, who is a new member of the Steelers. I don't know if you heard about this.
I've heard it.
Yes, he is a new member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And he was asked about his future in a very Eric Chiafalo-like question, about 40 seconds. Cut that out. But he was asked about his future.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. That's why we just did a 1-year deal. Steelers didn't need to, put any extra years on that or anything. So, this was really about finishing with a lot of love and fun and peace for the career that I've had. I mean, I played 20 freaking years. It's been a long run, and I've enjoyed it. And what better place to finish than in one of the cornerstone franchises of the NFL with Mike Tomlin and a great group of leadership and great guys in the city that expects you to win.
But whether or not he actually does retire, it certainly feels like this is his final year. He's shown an ability to change his mind.
Yeah, he's a little finicky.
Yeah,
you might say.
Or fickle. That's a Packer thing, right? Favre was the same way. But he's also earned the right to change his mind. I think honestly, it all depends on how he does. If he goes out there and he wins in his final year, he quits. I think he retires like Elway and Manning. I think he just rides off. If he is terrible, like awful, I think he's done. I think he just quits. If he's like a top 10 quarterback, and they make the AFC Championship game and they lose, I could see him coming back.
You just said something which I'm going to dovetail off of a little. You mentioned that it's a Packer thing because Favre did it. Do you think that's more just a
competitor?
The greats, like that they had this problem letting go, because I think you've got examples of it in the other two sports. So Favre is the guy in the NFL who retired, nope, I'm coming back, retired, nope, I'm coming back. Around that same time, we had Roger Clemens doing the same thing, where every single year it was like, I'm retired, nope, I'm just going to sit out half the year, and then I'm going to come back. I
just want to skip spring training.
Yeah, and it was like, it became this thing where it's like, is he going to play or not? What's he doing? And then Jordan was that way. Jordan retired, came back, retired, came back. And so is there just something about some of these guys who are greats? It's like they just don't know when to say stop.
I think a lot of people just can't quit it. Look how many people in our industry quit their radio job. They retire. They have podcasts.
Oh, dude,
you're 75 years old. You do just enjoy retirement.
It's been called by radio people have referred to the desire to be in this industry. We'll refer to this as the bug. I got the bug. Because it's like, you want to get away. Like, what am I doing here? I'm not even, a lot of people who are just like, I'm not even making money here anymore. But for some reason, I'm going to go get a weekend board op job, even though I've been out of radio for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
You want to be around the industry. It's probably a similar thing. It's just we're not making millions to do it.
Right. It's very similar. And listen,
Sean is, but not us.
It's it's your whole identity. For these athletes, it's all they've done. And the thing is, like with athletics compared to anything else, you can't quit and then 3 years later go back at that age.
It's so weird with Rodgers though, because Favre, it was football. That's what he had. Jordan was basketball was his thing. Like he was obsessive with it. Clemens was obsessive with the game. Rodgers feels like a guy who he doesn't need it. Like he does all of his off-season stuff, and he wants to go on trips and stuff. He seems like he's got so many other varied interests. I'm surprised he keeps coming back. I would have thought he would have retired 3 years ago, so he could just go off and do.
It's probably ego.
The thing he wanted.
Look, that's going to happen to all of us. We're going to retire one day and then 2 years later we're going to wake up. You know what? Let's do a podcast.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. It happens to everybody. And Doesn't matter what sport it is. I mean, I'm sure you get now. There are some guys who could just retire and never think. I bet you Barry Sanders doesn't even think about football.
Probably not.
He retired.
There's a lot of guys who
hear a
don't.
word from him.
Yeah, a lot of guys don't even follow it anymore once they retire, and so that sort of thing happens. I'm ready for it to be done.
Well, he wasn't done.
Oh God,
he was not done. So one of the stories that has kind of controlled the Rodgers offseason since he signed with Pittsburgh has been, is he or is he not married? His wedding to Britney. That's all we know about her, Britney. It's like Cher. Britney, Madonna. Just Britney, right?
I hear Britney, I think of the Chipmunks.
I think of Britney Spears.
Oh, yeah, that's probably more reasonable.
Maybe one more
Brittany
time.
Mahomes is who I think of.
You think of Brittany Mahomes over Britney Spears?
Remember,
huh?
he has a weird obsession with Brittany Mahomes. He thinks she's like super hot.
Kind of bad.
No.
If she's super hot, what was Brittany?
I mean, Brittany to me, not to get too far down the tracks, but Brittany to me was, I've always said, 99 to like 02. Brittany is arguably
she might have been like 15.
No, she was 18.
Okay, cool. Never mind.
And I was younger than that. I was younger than that.
That's true.
99 to like 02. Brittany was arguably the most attractive woman that's ever lived.
I'm not arguing that.
I think it's at least a conversation.
It's 100% in the conversation.
It's like when Sean's here and we're doing NFL overreactions. He's like, I don't know that I agree with it, but not an overreaction. What
not
I said,
an overreaction.
It's not an overreaction.
Not an
that's for
overreaction.
sure. Yeah.
Absolutely, positively in the discussion, in the running for the most attractive person that ever lived.
Yeah.
That era of Britney Spears.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, he did not hold back on his hatred for the paparazzi and how they have questioned his relationship.
It's a sick society, isn't it? It's a sick society. I lived in the public eye for 20 years. I had public relationship. How did that work out? You know, I had people leaking my home information and making up stories that we bought a house together. I had people calling the paparazzi. I had people, posting personal life on the internet. And now, didn't want any of that. Didn't like any of that. And now I'm with somebody who's private, who doesn't want to be in the public eye, didn't sign up to be, a celebrity, doesn't want to be a part of it. And because I do things in private, because I want my personal life to be private, now I'm somehow I'm weird, and now the paparazzi is stalking me on the beach, trying to get a picture of her, stalking me at the workout. What is the entitlement to information that we're living in society these days, where that's like a norm? It's a norm to like be able to have athletes' addresses. They posted something that about a house I bought in Pittsburgh, and here's the inside of it, and here's where it is. What happened to common decency about security and a personal life that we now have to dive into your details of where you live and what you're doing and who you're with and who your wife is, and if you even have a wife, and if you're doing some sort of attention-grabbing thing?
Look, this is again speaks to the idea of why are you here still then? If he were to retire and he were to be out of it, I don't think the paparazzi, A, they probably don't ever find out he got married. B, even if they find out, I don't know that they're hounding him.
Oh yeah, because they found out by the ring on his when he was at a press conference, right?
Yeah, he was standing there like, is that a wedding ring? He's like, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So if you really want out of this, if you want to get away from this, then do so.
Yeah, I will say there is an element to what he is saying that is 100% true.
Yeah. Oh no, he is right.
He's right.
He's right.
Why is where you live public record?
Right. I mean, I don't know.
Why is your home address available to the public? That makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm sorry, but where I live is 100% private. It's private to the only people who should know where I live or where you live is you and the police, and that's it. Or maybe the government, whatever, right? But you get what I'm saying?
I mean,
I should not be able to go online and find out Corey Major's address.
Not in this,
unless he wants me to know where I live.
Not in this day and age. You probably shouldn't, because it's only going to be used for nefarious means. But 1950s, like, it was
in the phone book.
It was useful to have a phone book that had people's addresses and stuff like it was just a different world, and it's probably just we haven't totally adjusted to what that reality means today.
What happened? Did we play the Bieber thing last week? Yeah, we did. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What happened with Bieber on the beach? Like, why are you waiting for him at his car? You're just a loser.
Yeah.
The paparazzi. I thought we got rid of the paparazzi. We should have. We should have with Diana. We should have gotten rid of the paparazzi then. But why are you waiting for Aaron Rodgers outside the beach?
Well, I mean, yeah, if you are able to get a picture of it, I mean, it's it's money. It's
Yeah, I get
financial
that.
driven because you will get whatever amount comes with that. Have you ever seen Nightcrawler with Jake Gyllenhaal?
I don't think so, no.
It's about this. It's not paparazzi like, but it's about these people who they go and get footage or whatever else, and then they go into newsrooms and they sell it, and they're able to get a bunch of money for it. So I mean, like it's that kind of a motivation. Obviously, is to be able to get whatever reaction from Justin Bieber or get whatever photo from Aaron Rodgers or whatever else. It's just, to me, it's like you could avoid this, dude. You could avoid it if you would just. You could walk away. Like, I mean, I get it. If he loves it, he loves it. But he acts like he doesn't love it very much anymore. And he talks and does all these different things like he doesn't seem to love it or like he loves other things more. So why drag this out? And why go to Pittsburgh for one more year, rehabbing the Achilles, everything else, to just welcome this? I don't understand.
I think he wants to have. I think he views his time with the Jets because of the injury as a missed opportunity, and he wants to show that he could succeed outside of Green Bay. And I think he said, "I'm going to give it 1 year after the injury to see how it is, and then if it fails, it fails." That's my guess.
I get it. I mean, I just don't know. I also don't understand something else from yesterday, Chop. Did you see what Deontay Johnson said about Kenny Pickett?
No.
This is another former Pittsburgh Steeler. Two of them, actually. Kenny Pickett and Deontay Johnson, guys who were teammates in Pittsburgh. They're now both on the Cleveland Browns, and they've got a bit of a quarterback competition there in Cleveland. Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, they're all out there. Deontay Johnson says he already knows who it is. He was on the Sports and Suits podcast, and he said, I think they're going to roll with Kenny Pickett for right now. He said, I've been seeing Kenny going like right now with the ones, then Joe will come in. I think they're probably going to roll with him just to see, like, he's coming off a season in Philly and having a Super Bowl. So I think they're going to stick with him through the preseason. Then they can live with Joe and what he brings to the table. It's like, why are you talking about an open quarterback competition at all? This is probably one of the reasons why Pittsburgh wanted to get rid of Deontay Johnson, is that, could you imagine there's an open quarterback? Imagine during the Romo and Dak thing, right? We're in the middle of the season, and Des Bryant were to go, like weigh in at all and say who it should be. None of the players
said a word.
Because you can't identify it, because whoever the team ends up picking, if they pick somebody else, you've created a massive amount of tension.
Yeah, you can't do that.
This is just I think this is a double, and I get it. They're boys from Pittsburgh, probably. They played there. They were close. But to me, I think this is ridiculous for him to say anything like that.
I agree. I don't think you can say a word. You're not supposed to.
Even if Pickett is the favorite, just don't say it. Just don't bring it up. There's a certain code.
That's a log jam, though.
I mean, but what's the old line about if you have four quarterbacks, you have none?
Yeah.
That's what Cleveland's looking at. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. It is Cooper Flagg Day. We got more on that in the 7 o'clock hour. Do we all owe an apology to Oklahoma City? And why the hell was Brian Broaddus saying this yesterday?
Crapping in your pants is not a bad thing.
Nope. That's not AI Broaddus. That's real Brian Broaddus. And we're going to get the entire context next on 105.3 The
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
1 hour from now, we chop it up here on 105 to the Fan during the commercial-free expressway. It is the 6 a.m. club, though, right now. On Sean and RJ on 105 to the Fan, I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden. And before we get into the parade, if you want to call it that, in Oklahoma City, we're like a, very small gathering. Very small gathering, if you want to call it that, too. At Oklahoma City, we teased some Brian brought us audio. And Bobby wants to get to that right now.
Yeah, this is quite something. I heard this during Crosstalk yesterday. So there's a deleted post now on the Tampa Reddit forum that had blown up. And it's been screenshotted and shared again on Reddit all over the place. And it was kind of blown up yesterday. And Eric and Zach were talking about it during Crosstalk, which it's about old Ric Flair. So The title of the post was, does Ric Flair keep coming to your restaurant and S-ing himself? It says, this man has S'd himself like 6 times this year, drunk as F, at bars and other restaurants. He gets thrown out of Water Street places all the time. Anybody in the service industry having to deal with this S too? And apparently there were just a bunch of people go like, oh, Ric Flair is apparently just drunk and crapping himself all over Tampa.
Do you believe
in the
that?
last few months? Yes. Oh. Yeah. Do you?
No.
Man.
That like maybe once I buy. Going around just being a serial pooper?
He's 75. Like, who knows how much control he even has anymore? If he's then throwing alcohol on top of it, who knows?
I don't know. I mean, my dad was 75. He was pooping himself.
Well, one guy who was coming to his defense, Ric Flair's defense, was Brian Broaddus during this discussion. I heard them going back and forth.
He's the closest one.
And Broaddus goes, you know what? I'm not going to stand for this crusty slander.
Oh, no.
I'm defending this man like I would defend my own father.
You know, it happens. My dad let one rip in church the other day. And like
Dropped his pants?
He might have. I don't know. I mean, he's 86 years old, and like all of a sudden it's a quiet portion of church.
But I don't think that's why this is happening.
Everybody's standing up, and it gets a, you know, and everybody's kind of like, I'm just looking straight ahead, and it's the first time it's happened in a lot of years, and you know, I'm sitting there, and everybody in church is old too, and they're kind of like, hey, at least it wasn't me.
Yeah.
You know, my dad acted like nothing happened. You know,
Except he didn't want to sit down again after that.
Yeah, he did. He sat down, but you know, it's the thing about it. You get to a certain point in time, and crapping in your pants is not a bad thing.
You just soil yourself.
You're so old, you don't.
Good thing.
Well, you don't.
Bad
yeah, if you're your age right now and you crap in your pants, Eric's age. It's a really bad plan.
He could have just said.
Is he just trying to say the plumbing's still working? I don't know how it's ever.
It's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing. Better out than in. Better out than in.
I guess. Yeah, that little Broaddus blowing his tongue.
I looked behind me when Broaddus did that.
That's why I love sitting next to babies and old people on airplanes.
You'll just blame it on them.
Because you have free reign. You can just bury your butt in that seat. Just let them rip the entire flight.
Do you bury or do you not raise up?
If I'm on an airplane, I'm not raising. I'm burying. I bury it, okay?
Oh, I got to raise.
I know, ideally, but there's no room in the plane, right? There's not a lot of room. And then if you raise, you give yourself away. If you bury, you blame it on the old guy next to you or the baby.
No, you got to do like the twist and turn method where you like kind of, you're stretching
my back.
You're stretching and then you do whoop. You know.
I also feel like, you get more sound if you lift. If you just bury, there's no sound.
Depending on what the kind of chair is. If it's a cloth chair, sure. But if it's one of those, if it's one of those vinyl looking ones that like sometimes Southwest has, that's going to create a surface to reverberate on.
Man, the ones in school were the tough ones. The wooden ones, like it would really flap against that. That was a tough one.
Either way, Broaddus apparently thinks once you reach a certain, when you get your AARP card, you are also now, it's not a bad thing if you S yourself, which Eric, by the way, Eric has talked about before. That's why he talked about Eric there. Eric has said this has happened to him several times, and that it happened to him recently. That while he was outside playing with his girls, he had this situation, and he had to just run inside. He's like, guys, playtime's over. I got to go inside and got to change. So Eric has this happen himself. Not cool when you're that age, but I guess Broaddus thinks as long as you're Ric Flair's age, you can do that freely as much as you want.
Yeah, well, maybe. All right, it is Sean and Roger here on 105 through the Fan. This is the Oklahoma City mayor. Now, Oklahoma City had their parade yesterday. They had their NBA championship parade through the streets of Bricktown.
It was an intimate parade, an intimate gathering.
It was an intimate gathering.
It was like an MTV Unplugged set.
Yes, it was a very intimate gathering. This is the mayor making a very strong statement.
The greatest player to ever put on the uniform, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Nope.
The greatest player to put on the uniform?
Nope.
So...
Yeah, because Russell Westbrook played for them.
I get why you would say that. Shut up. I get why you would say that. Why he would make that statement and nobody in that crowd is going to push back against it, but just objectively outside, we have to look at that and say, call him BS.
Yeah, like Durant's the GOAT.
Yeah, Durant's the best player of all time. Like not of all time like that, but of all Oklahoma City time.
Right. Like let's be, and even if Durant played there 1 year, like whoever put on the uniform.
Yeah.
Corey Seager's the only Rangers shortstop to win a World Series. If you're being real, like A-Rod was better.
Oh yeah, that's not a slight to Corey Seager. A-Rod,
no, it's not a slight at all.
Outside of everybody's distaste for him as a fraudulent personality, or whatever else, A-Rod objectively is like one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
Absolutely.
You get if you talk about greatest shortstops and greatest third baseman of all time, you're not getting deep into either list before you're saying A-Rod.
If you say that A-Rod is not only the best shortstop, if you say he's the best Ranger player ever, I'm not going to argue with you. I mean, he's not the most beloved.
No, but yeah, the numbers he put up when he was here were absurd.
But what he did, he was like just tremendous. So it's not a slight to say that. It would not be a slight to say KD is the greatest Oklahoma City Thunder. He may not be the most meaningful or the most beloved, but the greatest to put on the uniform in Oklahoma City was clearly Kevin Durant.
3 years here in Texas for A-Rod. How many games do you think he missed in 3 years?
6.
1.
Oh.
What do you think his batting average was while he was in Texas?
308.
305. His on-base percentage was 395.
That's solid.
His OPS was 1,011.
Oh, God.
And my gosh, he averaged.
He had to have in those 3 years 128 homers.
No. He averaged 52 home runs a year while he was here. He had 156 in 3 years. That's the greatest Rangers player of all time.
That's
It doesn't mean he's the greatest Ranger of all time. He is the greatest player to put on a Rangers uniform, though.
Right. Yes. And that's the key.
That's how I would say.
So,
unless you want to count Ted Williams as the manager. I mean, he technically put one on. He just wasn't playing when he did it. But no, yeah. Now Shea. Are we discounting Shea a little too much?
I mean,
we had that stat earlier this year. He is the only player in NBA history, aside from Michael Jordan, to have 3 straight seasons of 30 points and 5 assists. Again.
He eventually, I think, will be. Because he's going to be there for a long time. But right now, you just can't say that. I don't believe.
By the way, we made the AARP joke earlier about Broadus.
Yeah.
Fantex says AARP stands for always assume repetitive pooping.
There we go. Now, speaking of the finals, where does the Oklahoma City Thunder come from? Well, they were in Seattle. And nobody respects Petty like we do. What do we make of how the Seattle TV station on Fox 13 Seattle covered, in air quotes, the NBA Finals?
Finally tonight, unfortunately, the Indiana Pacers lose Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Big game for the Sounders tomorrow. We will see out at Lumen Field.
Man, that is some North Korea soccer Olympic stuff right there.
I love it.
They scored a goal in the 56th minute, but they don't announce the final score.
That's just solid tongue in cheek.
Yeah,
I think that's good.
This is straight out of the. I love it. Nobody wants to hear about OKC if you live in Seattle. Anyway, hell yeah. Does
anybody want to even hear about OKC and OKC? Because we didn't even. You mentioned the mayor yesterday. I'm stunned there was anybody even there to hear what the mayor said. Now, obviously, in the actual wherever they ended up, the final, like, it was packed with people. There were a lot of people there. You could see in the pictures. But there were definitely some videos yesterday of them on this parade route where it's like, it looks like dozens. Like, that's just...
Considering what the Rangers had at the ballpark, they had 700,000 people.
Oh, yeah, this parade was not nearly as big as the Rangers parade.
Oh, it was not even close.
Why do they have these things on a Tuesday during the week? Why can't we just push everything to like the Friday?
I felt like this was too fast as well.
And the Rangers was a Friday, right?
Well, but they clinched on a Wednesday, I think. They usually have it like 2 or 3 days after.
Yeah.
Like the
Is it that
Celtics
quick?
were the same thing last year.
But ours was like 2 o'clock on a Friday, I think. The Rangers parade.
I was there, yeah, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
Oh.
No, it was
was it earlier maybe? I don't know.
We had to leave early to get there because we had to leave like with 30 minutes left in the show, or I did, and then you got there. I think it started before noon.
I got there right at 11, I think, because I left right after the show.
I want to say it started like 11:30 or noon or something like that. But either way, that felt like I thought that was a quick turnaround. Like we barely had time to digest.
Right.
It happened, and then there they were. Maybe it's not though. I always felt like parades were usually like 4 days after.
Well, the Thunder already had their buses. Remember the video that was going viral?
Yeah.
Rick Carlisle wasn't happy about it. They already had the buses, everything planned out.
They did. They had it all planned out. Let's put a bow on the Stanley Cup Finals. So we talked about the TV ratings for the NBA Finals the other day. We're at 16 million for the final game. How about this? This is a report. So TNT had the games for the Stanley Cup Final. What percentage of homes, Peyton, in the Miami-Fort Lauderdale TV market watched the clinching game of the Stanley Cup Final between Florida and Edmonton?
I would hope 40%.
40%. It's 3.
Oh, no.
97% of homes did not watch the Stanley Cup Final in Miami.
Josh Hamilton would say that's not a hockey town.
That is not a hockey town. That's embarrassing. Meanwhile, you had, according to the report, that the Buffalo Bandits, which are an NLL team, on the CW had higher local TV ratings than what the Stanley Cup Final had in Miami. That ought to tell you all you need to know. That is not a hockey town. And you want to go to Atlanta, Gary Bettman?
Yeah.
Credito to the Panthers, because Biz Nasty on the Spit and Chicklets pod said they racked up a $500,000 bill at a Miami nightclub like the next night after they won the cup.
Good for them. Party
$500,000.
Party it up. Do what you got to do.
When the Mavs went down to Miami and they won the title, I mean, they were at all these nightclubs.
You guys, I know you guys went to Miami for something. Were you there on the clinch though?
Yeah.
Okay,
we were at every game,
and they were.
Dude, it was. We didn't follow them because we had to wake up the next morning and do a show.
Soft. Y'all were younger then. You could have done it. You would have been 32. You would have been like.
Oh, I was. I was ready. We were ready to go. We would have done it, but like we couldn't follow. We don't know where they were. By the time we got out of there, it was just midnight. But man, they were going all night long. It was fun. It was fun. So I loved it. But there you go. Nobody watched in South Florida. How the Cowboys find themselves in unfamiliar territory. 7 o'clock hour. Next on 105 to the Fan after we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. This is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside the commercial-free expressway and Diamond Cabs coming up at 7:20. But let's get into a little NFL. We are the home of the Dallas Cowboys. We will be in Oxnard, California about a month from now, getting you set with the best Cowboys coverage that there is. So why not talk about the Cowboys being in a little bit of unfamiliar territory right now, Bobby, which is they're old.
They're older. They are older. We talked about this yesterday. The idea that the Cowboys core has a little bit of an expiration date, potentially.
Yeah.
And in large part, that's driven by your quarterback and where he's at with his age. Yeah, move on. But we have a list. Because I say everybody loves lists.
Everybody loves lists.
We've got a new list of the 25 players under 25 that are 25 and under, not even just under 25, 25 and under. Now, I need to give you this caveat, Chop. The list was made by Cody Benjamin.
Is he the Tim Tebow's not on the list?
He's our CBS sports buddy who comes up with awful lists.
Yeah.
I don't think he's necessarily wrong about this fact, though, and we'll get into it here in a sec. Just does this say anything concerning potentially about the Dallas Cowboys?
Okay.
So he goes through the list. These are his top 25. You got guys at the back end of the list like Garrett Wilson, the receiver from the Jets, Drake London from the Falcons. Then you see Bijan Robinson sneak in there. I do feel like, man, this is really low for the receivers, though. Garrett Wilson, 25. Drake London, 24. Malik Neighbors, 21. That just sounds like a guy who doesn't like receivers very much.
Yeah, that's kind of low. Those are impact player positions.
Some of the others on here, 16, Brock Bowers, which is roughly where I think he finished on the athletic list of the top 25 players in college football over the last 25 years. CJ Stroud comes in at 15, Brock Purdy at 14, which, again, I would say is too low.
That's too low. I don't know how he's that low.
Getting into the top 10, you see number 8, Aiden Hutchinson, number 7, Sauce Gardner. Jameer Gibbs is number 6, Amon-Ra St. Brown at 5. This is basically just the Detroit Lions roster we're reading off.
Man, that's the scary thing. Like, they're young. Detroit's really young. Now they've got like one more year in this window, I think.
The money's going to start catching up.
This is it. Like this is they got to kind of figure it out this year.
Number 4 is Patrick Surtain, and then I'm going to give you the top 3. I just want you to guess how they were stacked. The top 3 are Jaden Daniels, Jamar Chase, and Penei Sewell. What order do you think they were put in?
Well, considering he hates receivers, it seems, I'll put Chase 3rd.
Chase 3rd, and then who's number 1? Daniels or Sewell?
Man, it's hard. I mean, you could make an argument that Penei Sewell is the best at what he does in the league.
Penei Sewell probably is the reason why the NFL has come out with this offensive lineman award that they're going to give out every year. Because there were people trying to say he should be an MVP candidate last year.
He was tremendous. I think he was probably number 1, should be. But they're not going to give it to an O-lineman. They'll give it to Jaden.
You have the list completely wrong.
Oh, no.
You misplaced everybody in the top 3.
Awesome.
Number 3, Penei Sewell. It says playmakers get shine in Motown, but everything starts up front, where Sewell has used his mammoth size and top-end quickness to pave the way for one of the NFL's most explosive offenses. Number 2 is Jaden Daniels. Is 1 year enough to call Daniels one of the game's elite quarterbacks? It is for now. The dynamic dual threat didn't just elevate the Commanders' talent in an efficient and explosive rookie season. He also proved unfazed by the magnitude of the stage, dragging Washington all the way to the doorstep of a Super Bowl appearance. And then number 1, and I don't necessarily fault him for putting this guy number 1. It's Jamar Chase. And Chase was absolutely fantastic last year. Players who aged out of the list. So players who were ranked last year who aged out. There are a couple Cowboys. Micah has aged out of this list now.
Mm-hmm.
CeeDee Lamb has aged out of this list now. And in terms of the list of also considered, they give us, looks like about 22 other names. And there's only 1 Cowboy that even appears in those 22 names as considered, but didn't make the top 25. Would you like to guess who that was? Offense.
Tyler Smith.
Tyler Smith. Got it. Who's 24 years old, did not make the list here. But this is what's a little bothersome. I'm not advocating for any Cowboys to be on the list because I don't know that any of them deserve to. I think probably Tyler Smith should be. I would think that he's one of the 25 best under 25. But I guess if I went down and broke it down, I might be able to come up with...
Wasn't he an All-Pro?
He's an All-Pro, but I mean, if we're talking about really... He was a second-team All-Pro. If we're talking about really great young players...
Yeah, I get you.
There are plenty of them to look at and say, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of dynamos that have burst on the scene that are going to year 3 that are going to be around 24, 25 that are really, really good. But it is odd to look at one of these lists. It's the first time in a long time that I think you've looked at one of these lists and you have not seen one of the Cowboys players on there.
It is one of the first times because, like, if you go down throughout history, we are usually all over this list.
Because they've drafted so well.
They've drafted well. And this year, I agree with you. They probably shouldn't be. You can make a case that Tyler's deserving. But, look, we have had in years past CD, Micah, Dak, Zeke, Tyron. I mean, all over this thing. And now it's like, it's crickets. And that's given me the realization that, I mean, this is a win-now age.
Yeah. They got a lot of cap obligations, and they haven't drafted. They haven't had home run drafts the last 2.
So their age is win now. They're also a little older, so that's part 2 is that they're kind of old. But yeah, it's a little concerning. And again, I'm with you. Like, there's nothing you can change about it. I agree. I'm not saying, hey, listen, we need to get Tyler Smith needs to be on this list or whatever.
Right.
But it's a little concerning that they don't have anybody that is really, really great at a super young age.
I think it just shines a light on they are.
It shines a light on how good they were for the previous 10 years.
Yeah, and it also shines a light on like how much this core is definitely aging. And even if Micah Parsons is young and CeeDee Lamb is young, because I mean they're only 26, it's not like they're super old. You're still talking about a core that has a lot of age to it. And I mean, you know, guys are getting old. Time goes by quick. I mean, Dak felt like
it felt like yesterday that he was throwing 4 touchdowns in a Miami preseason game.
This is like it feels stunning to me anyway that this is year 10 for him.
Yeah.
He's been here for 10 freaking years. And which is just I mean, if you want to talk about this will be in terms of a full-time season, this he'll now surpass Romo as being the primary starting quarterback for the team for more years than Romo. Because Romo was 06, he took over in the middle of it. But then he was, and so I'm even including years where Romo got hurt. But this is the first year where he was this is now Dak has reached a point where he spent 10 years as the primary starting quarterback of the Cowboys, and Romo had 9. Which is nuts to think about. That's how long he's been around.
Yeah.
And he'll turn 32 while we're out there at training camp.
He's getting old. The team is older. Not old, it's older. It's a win now age group. Whether it's a win now team, that's a completely different story. I think you made the argument that because they went with a first year head coach, that it's not win now. Because generally win now teams go with an established coach. But I don't think this is a normal. This isn't a normal win now team, normal franchise anyway.
When do you start thinking of players as not being young? I start thinking about 27. 27 is usually the age that I think of. So let's look at guys who are right on the doorstep of that. Micah Parsons is 26.
I'll give you the answer to that real quick. This was kind of like when I was hopping around Valley Ranch back in the day.
Well,
at the facility. We would always joke about the people, the players who were not young anymore when they stopped being interested in having conversations about their college football team they played for.
Yeah.
There was one guy who would talk, it didn't matter what stage of his career, he would always talk about his college or the NBA. That was Skandrick.
Oh, yeah.
Skandrick, he loved talking about it. But everybody else, like the first year in, man, they couldn't wait to keep talking about college and their college. They would have like a rivalry with their other.
They sounded like Asher Roth. I love college.
Sure.
Oh, come on, you missed the reference. Screw you.
I did. But they would jaw with our teammates who went to rival schools. About year 3 in, that was gone. That was gone. That was like my kind of he's a vet now.
So here are the guys that are will be 27 this season or older for the Cowboys on their core. Osa Odigizua, Jalen Tolbert. We've got Kelvin Harmon. Terrence Steele is 27. Terrence Steele's 28 now. Malik Hooker's 29. Solomon Thomas is 29. Dante Fowler's 30. This is wild to me. Donovan Wilson's 30. Donovan Wilson's the same age as Dante Fowler.
Wow.
Dak Prescott, 31. Going to be 32. This team is getting older.
Yeah, they are.
Quickly.
They are. That's not necessarily a bad thing because, if you're getting older, that means you're probably more close to winning. But this team is not tremendously close to winning a Super Bowl. I don't think anybody really thinks that.
All right, I'm going to give you a list of guys who would qualify for this list next year with their age still on the Cowboys. And I want you to just tell me if you think that they would be under. By the way, I think it's a little the one that we might also have an argument for is Deron Bland is 25, but he'll be turning 26 pretty soon. So I don't know if that's what it is. I'm going to list off some of the Cowboys who will still qualify for this list by next year, and you tell me if you think they will be on it next year. George Pickens.
No, I don't think so.
Not going to get enough balls his way?
I don't think so because the back end of the receivers, you had Neighbors. Neighbors is a much bigger talent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
Cooper Beebe.
No.
Tyler Guyton.
No.
Donovan Ezeraku. Once he signs.
He's got a chance if he gets to 10 sacks. Absolutely.
Tyler Booker.
Yes.
So Booker's the one that you're eyeing is like that's the guy who next
I'm high
year,
on him. I think Booker's going to walk in and be contention for All-Pro within the first 2 years.
And I mean, look, if you get that out of him, great. I do think that, and look, I think this draft class is going to hit in a big way. And I think last year's draft class is going to be remembered more fondly as we get along further. I think Tyler Guyton is still going to be a Pro Bowl player by the time his rookie contract's over. And I think that Maris Leofau is going to be a really good player for them. And so that class from last year, I think, is going to show out, is going to perform a little bit better. But this is the one that I think they really... Tyler Booker, Donovan Ezeraku, Jaden Blue, like Savone Ravel, like these are going to be guys that are...
Yeah.
I think all of them are going to be meaningful contributors in the next 3 years or so. And so to me, you've done a good job kind of replenishing some of this talent. You've done a better job replacing some of your depth. But it is something that you're going to have to wrestle with or come to terms with is the fact that your core is not young anymore.
Right,
You're
it's
an
not.
aging team in a league that tries to be as young and as cheap as possible, which means your window is not only closing, it's getting pretty close to being, nailed shut, boarded up. Like that's what you're getting close to. It's the Bob Costas line. They're not as old as the Bills were, but that was the Bob Costas line after the Bills lost their fourth Super Bowl. Was he said on the post game? He said this is a Bills team that their window hasn't just shut. It's been sealed and boarded up. Like that's what Dallas is looking at running into here.
Yeah, and the other thing is in the top 10 of these players, you have 5 players on this of 2 of the teams that are, in your way to get to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That's Washington and Detroit. They've got those 2 teams make up 5 of the top 10 players on this list. So I agree. I mean, it's closing. It's closing a little bit. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We are your home of Dallas Cowboys football. We're also the home of the Rangers and crushing news for the Rangers pitching. And we'll go shopping in the trade market a little bit. Diamond Calves coming up next on 105.3 The Fan after we get you over to QC.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Play the highlight. Duke got it. They've got 3 seconds. Flag, deep 3 ball. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And a show of emotion from the best player in America. Cooper Flagg just hit from long range right before halftime.
Happy Capture the Flag Day. Duke Radio on the call. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Bobby Belt. He's RJ Choppy. Peyton Russell's on the board. We got Aiden Butler running video for us. We got Jake Riepma somewhere walking around the halls just screaming Otters better up and down. Hockey season's over. I don't even know why he's doing that anymore. Tommy Brackle, the legendary coach at North Crowley High School, he's going to join us at 8. He had a unique experience with Cooper Flagg last year, or in 2024, when he had been working with the McDonald's All-American team. So we're going to get some of his insight, also into Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey, a couple of the other guys that he had worked with. So you're not going to want to miss that. We're going to talk a little Rangers baseball here. We got Chopping It Up coming up. But, you know, it's such a positive day.
Yeah.
Chop, it's such a happy day.
Very happy day. I'm super excited for tonight. I know it's anticlimactic because we already know who's going to be picked. But, you know, I want to see the the interviews and what they say, and audio galore tomorrow.
It's going to be beautiful. Everybody's going to be happy tonight.
Peyton, get ready. You're going to have the cut sheet. It's going to be like Sean's back. It's going to be like Sean's back.
Yeah,
you're going to take off tomorrow.
Yeah, you're going to be here and play the highlight. So, no, we're going to have lots of Cooper Flagg reactions. It's a great day because you're getting Cooper Flagg. Rangers have the big comeback win.
Yeah, they do.
That was awesome. I'm sure eventually the Stars are going to hire a head coach just as soon as the Knicks do, I guess.
Maybe.
Just as soon as we get that. But we've got movement. Kyrie Irving's back. There's a lot of happiness. And because we're in such a good mood, we don't want to make y'all wait. We want to reward y'all. And so we're going to reward you right now with some tickets courtesy of Peyton Russell.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Seether and Daughtry on November 11th at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
you're the only one. That's a great song.
It is.
I hated that I liked it because I did not like him on American Idol, and I ended up liking his music once he became a solo artist. But there you go. Get your Daughtry and Seether tickets. And now, let's do a little bit of your Diamond Cavs, RJ Choppy.
Yeah, let's do them.
Go ahead and do them without Peyton.
Without Peyton. We don't need to do Diamond Cavs with Peyton.
I don't think I told him to have the intro ready. So that's my bad.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
That's not
We
bad.
just did the giveaway.
I just said it was my bad. We do giveaways all the time, and then you hit Ask Reddit.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Well, I'll tell you how you can't be romantic about it. It happens when you get another crushing injury, and that is what happened yesterday for the Rangers. Now, the injury didn't happen yesterday, but the result of the injury happened yesterday, and that is that Cody Bradford's out for the year.
That is such a bummer.
It's a bummer. So he is going to undergo elbow surgery. Now, he's got to decide if it's going to be the full Tommy John reconstruction or if he's going to do the internal brace. And the internal brace is a newer thing in the last, handful of years, maybe? Decade? And this is a less invasive and I guess a shorter recovery time than the full-on reconstruction. It sucks for Bradford, dude. Like the team aside, this poor guy can't catch a break. He's a good pitcher.
No, and he's battled.
He
battled because when he first came up in 23, I remember Mike talking about him, and Mike had said he was like, he's like, I don't mean this in a bad way. He's Mike Bassick. He's a battler. He's whatever else. But then Mike, like in 24, is like, no, he's developed into so much better pitcher than I've been, and so he's really worked hard to get to the place where he has. An Alito kid, Alito High School, a listener to this morning show, a listener to the station. You remember Zach and Eric tried to pull the trick on him in spring training. They're like, "What do you think about the Rangers signing RJ Choppy?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "RJ Choppy from the Fan."
Yeah.
And so he's a listener to the morning show specifically. Big fan of RJ Choppy. That's why RJ's so bummed about this. But overall, this is just.
I am bummed about this.
This is depressing news because he to me was like becoming the pitching Josh Smith. Where
That's
Josh Smith had I never thought he was going to develop into what he developed into. Cody Bradford, same way.
Yeah.
I didn't think we were going to get out of him what we did. And I'm really hoping that he bounces back from this and comes back stronger. I mean, we've seen plenty of guys bounce back from this in a big way. But
it's an injury that, I know that I hate the term, but they say it's like a rite of passage as a pitcher now, that you're just going to get Tommy John. I just hate that because it is actually almost becoming the norm where, like, if you're a pitcher, you're going to find your way into this surgery at some point.
Yeah.
And it just stinks because you never know what's going to happen. Sometimes you could see it coming. You could see it, like you got this little weird injury. It's like with an Achilles, if you get the calf strain, like, oh man, that Achilles is coming. And then you get you hear the word forearm strain and like, oh God, no. Oh no. But I mean, look, this sucks for him because he's done for this year, and depending on whether he opts for the full reconstruction, the brace, that determines 2026. If he goes to full reconstruction, I mean, he is gone for a large part of 26 as well.
Yeah, because it was around. Gosh, what did DeGrom do?
Yeah, it was around right because he.
But what did he do? Did he do the full reconstruction?
I thought so, but he did it in.
He was about a month ahead of.
Well,
Bradford.
They were 40-20 when his last game. When he left that game, they were 40-20.
Yeah, and he because I know he got basically through the first month of the season was all, and so I mean, and Cody Bradford is, man, he's 27 now. He'll be 28 at the start of next season.
He's still fine. He's still young enough. It stinks. Some other news though within the Rangers, because obviously, so what's going to happen is, the rest of their depth beyond this year, John Gray hasn't done anything. Malley has been out for almost 2 weeks now with shoulder fatigue, and he's going to get a follow-up MRI soon. Obviously, Gray's had the wrist fracture, hasn't even done a rehab assignment. They expect Evaldi back like this weekend, so at least you're getting him back. But man, it is kind of a blow. It is kind of a blow to the Texas Rangers.
I mean, it's it's not even that it's like necessarily a blow to their current staff because, I mean, they haven't had him this year. He hasn't been able to pitch, but it's just it's upsetting that you're seeing the setback for a guy who had really been just maximizing everything that he had.
Yep.
And was really good in that sense of it. Getting Eovaldi back is going to be huge, obviously. I mean, we know that he's one of the most important players for them on the team, and that every year he's consistently, especially in the first half of the season, these last couple of years, he's been ace level. He seems to wear down a little bit second half of the year, and then just kind of brings it back up for October. But man, I'd forgotten just how dominant he was leading up to that IL stint.
Yeah,
Eovaldi, because I mean, he had gone 7 starts in a row, and he gave up 3 earned runs total. I mean, just was working. And I mean, this year on the season so far, he has 73 strikeouts to 10 walks. His ERA is 1.56. I mean, he's been just nails for them the entire year.
Yeah, he has. I saw it real quick. I want to do this before we get to before we go shopping. Did you see what David Ortiz said about Rafael Devers?
No.
So
nothing nice, I'm sure.
Now David Ortiz, mind you, okay, played 2,400 games in his career. All but 273 were as a DH. So I don't know, 2,100 games as a DH out of 2,400.
21.
And he posted on his IG story, the thing is that to have something like this at Boston, which is his number, he's got his number, big number retired up there. You have to just not be a hitter. You have to be the full package all the way around, an all-around player. Dude, you never played the field.
I mean, certainly not in Boston.
You're not a full-time player.
He did in Minnesota a little
bit at first base.
Yeah.
But come on, you're not a full-time. You're not an all-around player. You were a hitter. You were a great hitter. The best DH I've ever, him or Edgar. 2 best DHs I've ever seen.
Yeah.
An all-around player.
Did you see the note I put in our prep today about the DHing?
Oh, with Cal Raleigh?
Yeah. So Cal Raleigh this year, because we had brought this up previously about Wyatt Langford. Like, does Wyatt Langford need to play the field?
Some guys do.
The DHing it's not just some guys, dude. So here are Cal Raleigh's numbers at catcher this year. 300 batting average, 411 on base percentage. His OPS is 1162. He's hit 29 home runs in 58 games. Really impressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
As a DH this year, 17 games, he's hitting 197. His OPS is 659, and he has 3 homers in 17 games.
Wow.
And I was like, okay, so we've heard this before about DHs. I got to look and see how accurate that is for some of the other batters around baseball. So you take a look at Brent Rooker, for instance.
Brent Rooker.
Yep, Brent Rooker. He has, as a DH this year, 301 plate appearances. His OPS is 773. As an outfielder, he has 50 plate appearances. His OPS is 1213. It's 500 points higher.
Man, you got to feel engaged in the game, right?
Yeah, Yandy Diaz, his OPS 500 points higher as a first baseman as opposed to a DH this year. You've got Colt Keith from the Detroit Tigers. He has a DH this year, 76 plate appearances. His OPS is 490 as an infielder, and his 150 plate appearances, OPS doubles basically to 861. So this is like, it's definitely an issue. And it made me go back and look specifically at Wyatt. For his career, Wyatt's OPS is 130 points higher when he plays the field. And in 105 plate appearances as a DH, Wyatt has never hit a home run.
Never?
He has 0 home runs
120?
105 plate appearances. And his OPS is 130 points lower than when he plays the field. And he has 0 home runs. So, I mean, that, again, speaks to the idea of there's not many guys. Judge, for instance, Judge as a DH, his OPS is higher than as an outfielder, at least this year. So, I mean, there's some guys who...
can do it.
Maybe they need it as a break. It's good as a break.
I would assume they're more veteran, too.
Yeah. Like Ohtani... You know, he's
full-time.
Right, yeah, he's great there. And so, but like Judge is like somebody who works in there occasionally. There are a few guys who it's just a benefit, it looks like, if they pop in there every now and then. But somebody who's splitting their time a little bit, almost every single time somebody playing the field is better off.
Wow. Diamond Cavs here. Chopping up coming up at 7:40. Diamond Cavs here on 105 through the Bay. Let's go shopping.
Let's do it. Okay, so ESPN had a great article up yesterday. It was ranking the MLB's top 50 trade deadline candidates.
Okay.
And out of the top 50, they took the first 30 and they slapped a percentage on them in terms of how likely they are to be traded, and then some teams that might fit them.
All right.
So we can cut at this 2 angles because we can save the other half of this or the other angle for this a little later if you want, or do this tomorrow. Would you like to hear this from the perspective of players that Jeff Passan and Kylie McDaniel said were fits for Texas to trade for, or would you like to look at the guys on this list who they say Texas could trade?
Oh, so who get rid of?
Yeah, who they would be purging.
I feel like that's a longer discussion.
Okay. So you want to do the guys they could acquire?
Yes.
All right, let's do it. Then these are the list of players that ESPN says would be fits for the Texas Rangers. First on the list, it's the number 9 player on the list. It's Arizona Diamondbacks first baseman Josh Naylor, who they say has a 30% chance of getting traded. They say Naylor is batting over 300 this year as a lefty hitting first baseman in a contract year, on pace for about 20 homers. Naylor faces left-handed pitchers more often than the next player on the list, but hasn't been particularly good at it. His on-base skills and lack of strikeouts make him an especially attractive acquisition candidate for postseason contenders.
So isn't Naylor the guy who hit the home run off the Astros pitcher who rocked the baby, and he was rocking the baby round of the bases?
Yeah, he was. That was him. He did it. Who did he do? It was when he was with the Guardians, and he had done Rock the Baby.
I think it was against the Yankees, I thought.
Yeah, but he did rock the baby.
Yeah, he did.
It was okay, because the Astros guy would rock the baby when he pitched. Remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I thought that's what it was. Was it against the Yankees that he did that?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Which Naylor was an all-star last year for Cleveland. This year he's hitting .303. His OPS is .824, but that could be an option there. The very next name on the list, number 10, and this is a name we've talked about, and this is the player that they said had the second best odds of getting traded out of all the players on the list. At 85% chance of being dealt, it's a guy who hit the 3rd home run last night, Ryan O'Hearn from Baltimore. They say O'Hearn is having an out-of-nowhere career year. He's hitting over 300, and with the underlying metrics to support it, along with being on pace for a career high in homers, he doesn't face lefty pitchers much at all, and his split suggests that he shouldn't. They said the best fits are Seattle, Boston, San Francisco, and then they throw Texas in there. But the Texas Rangers, as Ryan O'Hearn's a name that we've talked about as that might be a decent bat to add to your lineup.
I'd be down with that.
But if he cannot hit left-handed pitching, if that's a problem, is that a guy where you just say, nope, we got to look somewhere else if you're going to be essentially a platoon player for us, no matter how good you are against righties?
No, because I do think there's value in having a left-handed bat.
A little bit surprising. The next player on the list is Marcell Ozuna. Texas is not mentioned anywhere in that. And
Isn't he the guy you've been talking about all year?
That's the guy that we've been mentioning. Bowden mentioned him as the guy that he thinks that Texas should go after. And he's somebody who I think fits kind of what Texas is looking for. But they list 7 teams here who he could be a fit for, and they don't talk about Texas. Number 12 on the list, and the next Ranger, is ESPN is going over the top trade deadline candidates in baseball. Number 12, it is Minnesota Twins reliever Yohan Duran. And he is, this year, a 1.57 ERA. His field and independent pitching is 2.03. He has 39 strikeouts to 13 walks. Still has not allowed a home run in 34 innings pitched. This is a guy who 27 saves in 23, 23 saves in 24, has 10 this year. This is somebody who you could have close for you if you acquired Duran. It says Duran is one of the best relievers in the sport, thanks to his nasty stuff, headlined by a fastball that averages 100.2 and a splinker that sits at 97.5.
What is a splinker?
It's like a splitter sinker mix. He has 2 more years of team control after the season, so he'd demand a big trade package. They say 40% chance he gets dealt, and they list Texas as a contender, which I think makes sense given some of their late inning relief issues.
You can never have too much bullpen.
Specifically, this team late inning help.
You want to stock on that. Stockpile up on the bullpen if you can.
The rest of the players on this list that were fits for Texas, relievers, and some of them very familiar. 13 on the list, Emmanuel Clase, Cleveland Guardians, who he's having a bit of a down year. He's under contract for less than $30 million through 2028, so he would bring a big return, but that could potentially be a reunion. Next on the list, it was somebody who Texas was going against last night, Felix Bautista, the 6'8" relief pitcher. He's listed as an option from the Orioles, and then the last pitcher that they have on the list that could be of interest to the Rangers, 60% chance of getting dealt, Pete Fairbanks from the Tampa Bay Rays.
Really? I always liked him.
says Fairbanks raised his slot a bit this year, and now his 97-mile-per-hour fastball has more cutting action, and his slurvy slider has more depth, with both pitches playing a notch better than they did last season. So a lot of the pairing that they have on this list for the Rangers is relievers. And
that's okay.
Which
I know we need a bat. I know we need a bat more, but it's okay. I mean, just run prevention.
Which Fairbanks, again, that would be another reunion because he was with Texas in 2019. But 2.15 ERA this year, 2.73 field and independent pitching, and a guy who some of the peripherals don't look great. It's 26 strikeouts to 14 walks. But again, he's another guy who just has not allowed a home run this year, has generated some weak contact. So relief pitching could be a big focus for them, but you need a bat.
Yeah. And then tomorrow we can get into the guys that could be on their way out,
including one Ranger who Jeff Passan says has the third best odds of all players getting traded at the deadline.
Really?
Yeah. One of these Rangers is the third most likely player in baseball to get traded.
Is it somebody that's very, very obvious?
Oh, it's a name. It's a name.
It's a name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Very good.
It's a name that would upset some people, I think.
All right. I think I know where you're going there. Diamond Calves here on 105 through the Fan. We already did the giveaway. We've already done Diamond Calves. It's the commercial-free expressway. It's every day between 7:20 and 8 o'clock as we are commercial-free. And it is a Wednesday, so it is time for Chopping It Up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Does the name Martin Cove ring a bell?
Yeah, it's a popular makeout spot, right?
It is.
Martin
Cove, absolutely. Does the name John Kreese ring a bell?
Does it?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
No. He is Sensei in Karate Kid.
Oh,
he's the bad guy. He's the original villain. Not obviously Johnny was the villain, but he was the head of the villain. He was the coach, or the sensei.
So wait, who was Martin Cove then?
That's the character. That's the actor.
Oh, okay.
That's
So the actor and John
played
Kreese is the name.
John Kreese.
Got it.
In Karate Kid. Well, he was at Comic-Con.
Well.
All right. Have you been to Comic-Con?
No. No.
You say that as if you're not into any, like...
I mean, I'm the one who like
fantasy stuff.
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Think about it. Like we've talked about how I won't watch Game of Thrones because there's dragons in it.
That's fair.
Kristen's been frustrated that I haven't watched really watched any of the MCU with her. So like it's not. If that's your thing, cool. I'm not putting it down. I'm just saying for me, like given what I'm into, like no, I would never go there.
So he was at this Comic-Con in Washington State, and Alicia Hannah Kim, who was one of his co-stars in Cobra Kai, accused him of biting her on the arm so hard it dang near drew blood, and then he kissed her arm when she yelled out in pain.
Like there?
Like there.
Like he did it there? So this isn't like she's just unearthing dirty laundry. Like that happened there.
Happened at the Comic-Con. He was removed from Comic-Con. She told a police officer working the VIP section that he completely unprovoked grabbed her arm, chomped down on it as she passed by and said hello. Both the actress and her husband witnessed the alleged incident, claimed they told Martin immediately after what he did was completely unacceptable, and he was furious and outraged and angry at this.
Wasn't that his I mean that makes sense though. That was like what he kept telling Johnny to do at the end.
Yeah.
Bite the arm.
Yeah, no, sweep the leg.
Oh. Okay,
sweep
close.
the leg.
Sorry.
No blood, no foul.
Yeah, I had it mixed up. Well, that's why he kissed her arm. There was blood. He was like, oh crap, sorry.
There was a very noticeable bite mark. She decided not to press charges of simple assault. This is one of the least surprising things I could see. Who would have thought that the guy who made his entire career out of being like the embodiment, the cliche embodiment of the bad coach, right? Or you know what I mean? Like just take him out.
He became it.
He became John Kreese.
Do you think this is just becoming the role? Or did they have to get somebody to do the role who already had that in them?
Oh, that's a really good question.
So here's the thing. We always heard about how the Joker role caused people to go a little crazy. Like people would do that role and then they fall a little bit into it. There's a famous cautionary tale from Boys in the Hood. You remember that movie? 1991 John Singleton flick. In Boys in the Hood, one of the guys, I'm trying to remember if it was the guy who actually shot Ricky or the guy who was driving. But one of them had never, like it's become this cautionary tale. If he was on the set, like got so immersed in the character and the culture and the storyline that like he got into gang life after the movie, had never been into it, and he got into it after the movie, and he ended up getting shot and killed a few years later.
It's crazy. You method act your way into this life.
Yeah, or like you go, like he was just around it and he just realized like I love this. I love the whole structure of the movie just became something that he became obsessed with, and then he fell into that lifestyle.
Chopping it up here, 105 through the fan. Have you been victim of the Gen Z gaze?
What is that?
Whoa.
This is the phenomenon where you watch this. See, they got to name everything.
I don't think it's legal for Gen Z to gaze at me, or for me to gaze at Gen Z.
Some of them it's legal. Most of them maybe not. But this is the phenomenon where you walk into a restaurant.
Thank you, 404. It was the guy who shot Ricky is the one who fell into the gang lifestyle.
So let's say you walk into a restaurant. Who's the first person you see?
Hostess.
The hostess, right. Or you walk into a store. First person you see is the person working the counter or whatever. The Gen Z gaze is where they no longer greet you with a smile or a hello, welcome in. They just look at you and wait for you to say something first. And this is, people are noticing this at all, because now it's like those jobs are made up almost completely of Gen Z, and they just don't say a word to you. You walk in, and I've even noticed this. You walk in, no one says hi, and they just look at you, like kind of their mouth open. Just called the Gen Z gaze. Have you become victim of this phenomenon?
I haven't run into that I feel like most places where I walk in, at least restaurants that I'm trying to think about, I feel like the hostess always does say something to me. Like a big smile and, hi, welcome in. And then I always usually I'm meeting somebody there or whatever. And so I'll just go like, yeah, I'm meeting somebody. I'm just going in. And so they're like, okay, have a good day. And I feel like generally, I don't know. I don't feel like that would, I don't feel like that would fly.
I haven't seen it a lot. I've noticed it. People are bringing up examples here, like if they go to the doctor or a dentist, that the people at the desk look at you and act like they have no idea why you could possibly be in there. I've had that before.
I've had some bad desk workers there.
When I go to a doctor or dentist, like I've gone to the dentist to take my kids there, and I'm standing at the thing, and they got to slide that window over.
Yeah,
and they slide the window over. They don't say a word.
Can I help you? It's like, well, yeah, I'm not just here trying to have a conversation with you. I got an appointment. Well, come on.
They look at me like, why are you here? What are you doing here?
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys had come across that.
817 said, this happened to me on Sunday at Subway. Dude just stared at me.
Bobby would be the guy that stares back and just waits. Like he plays the game with them. He's like, okay. Cool.
No, you know who'd do that is Sean. Sean would just stand there and just
look
like
right back at him.
You're supposed to talk.
It's your turn.
Gosh, I still to this day, it makes me so uncomfortable thinking about it. You weren't there. You would luckily walk off at the airport.
That was at the airport.
Yeah, you were off doing something else when we were, like you had maybe been there earlier.
I think I was shopping.
But you were not there when Sean had his tense interaction with the server. He was getting super annoyed and thought like the guy was kind of giving him some attitude or whatever. And I just remember thinking like, all right, let's not say anything. Let's just get out of here because I don't want to deal with this. And instead, Sean just stares at him and goes, boy, you and I are just having a great time, aren't we? And I was like, oh, God. I said, all right, I'm going to go find Chop. And I got up and left.
Yeah, I don't get, like, awkward with the confrontation with that. I'm just like, whatever. I'm not dealing with that.
It was a little uncomfortable.
I can see that. Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. So Tesla rolled out the robotaxi in Austin this past weekend. By the way, to mark the launch, all fares were $4.20.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, you get it. No
Yeah.
matter how long they were $4.20. Would you take a robotaxi?
No, God, no.
Peyton?
I would have to do it once, but it wouldn't be a far trip. It'd be like down the street, just in case something happened.
His head.
So did you see the rollout video that got, so like they're in this test phase in Austin and they're doing this rollout. So there was this test footage for these like Tesla influencers, these riders that were picked by Tesla specifically to do it and then give feedback for it. So it's a little, Fox Guard in the hen house sort of thing, because they're picking the people to just go, yeah, these are the ones who are testing out the car. These folks were taking it and they put it in the GPS, and you got to see this picture right here. I'm going to turn it around. This is where the Tesla dropped them off. That is the middle of an intersection.
Oh, I don't think that's accurate.
At a light.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. The car stopped there. Because I guess there was something about the function that they were trying to say, drop me off a little early. And something about doing that bugged the thing out. And it just stopped. It didn't stop right when they said it. But it wasn't able to calculate it right. And so it put them in the middle of a green light, stopped the car, and dumped them out onto the street.
Buddy of mine who I went to high school with, he lives out in San Fran, and he takes those Waymo thingies, the self-driving cars, everywhere. And he's always posting videos. He's like, I'll never get used to this. But he's still in them. I don't know that I would. Now, maybe if I'm in like a downtown city area where you can't go more than about 20 miles an hour, maybe then. But there's no way I'm getting on one on a highway.
How do I know the car's not going to go more than 20 miles per hour, though? How do I know things not going to bug out and just start going, I'm going 60?
Yeah.
I don't trust this.
Can you not get in the front seat and stop it?
I will never. I don't know. I'm not trusting this. I'm not getting in one of these cars ever.
Yeah, I have no desire.
I will never do it. And tomorrow, we'll do this during Neighborhood Watch tomorrow, since it's technically Texas, even if it's not DFW. Have you seen the videos of robots running around Austin?
No.
Like they've got I'm going to show you the video during the break, and we'll play the video on the fan cam tomorrow. It is creepy. These like robot children who are supposed to be like these service robots running around Austin and talking to people. It's
creepy.
Weird.
That is creepy. Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. Is the fanny pack part of your clothing?
Never has been. I don't like it.
No, I mean, is it? No, literally. So a passenger was kicked off a plane. A Virgin Airlines passenger booted off a plane after a heated altercation that began with a fanny pack. So crew members asked the 28-year-old flyer to remove her fanny pack before takeoff, but she repeatedly declined. She started cursing at them. She said, you're telling me to take my clothes off on a plane, blank off, middle finger. The crew said, no, I didn't say that. They said, you've got a fanny pack on in the event of evacuation. We need to make sure you're safe. So people are jumping back and forth now, arguing if the fanny pack should be considered part of your clothing.
No.
Like a belt. Is it a belt?
No. It's it's more like a backpack, and a backpack's not your clothing.
I agree. I don't know why
it can be a fashion statement, potentially, a fanny pack, but it's still not your clothing.
So people are people are writing articles of this, and attorneys are getting involved. A belt that you could store items in is still a belt. It's part of your clothes because it doesn't require an overhead bin, doesn't require space underneath. If a man can wear cargo pants and anybody can wear a jacket, why can't you wear your fanny pack?
This is what attorneys are saying?
This is what attorneys and are getting involved with. I think this is lunacy. Peyton, is it a fanny pack a part of your clothes? Or?
No, it's an accessory. It's just something you wear with your clothes.
An accessory. Accessory.
I feel like most people, and I'm trying to look at images right now to see if I'm just misremembering this. Yeah, I feel like most people don't even put it through the belt loops.
Oh no, I would never do that.
I've seen one or two pictures where they do, but so it's not a belt. It's literally not even attached to your clothing like that.
No.
To me, I think there's a better argument that a hat is clothing.
Oh, a hat is clothing.
Like I think
completes the outfit.
So I would say that if you told me to take off my hat in a restaurant, I'd be like, you're telling me to remove my clothing.
That's a good. We try that.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do a workshop. Let's workshop this.
We need to come up with some bet, and then next time we're on a road trip, one of us has to wear a hat into a restaurant where we're not allowed to, and then make a scene about it. Like you're telling me to remove my clothing. I'll have my lawyers up here so fast. You won't even believe it.
United Airlines is facing a discrimination lawsuit. Why are they?
Fanny packs.
Not fanny packs.
Oh.
Something way, way worse. Woman claims she was kicked off a plane because she was mistaken for another passenger seated several rows away. Now, they knew each other. They were not in the same row. They were seated like 7 rows away. It was a flight that was going from Vegas to D.C., had to divert to Baltimore because of bad weather. But when they got there, they asked one woman, they had everybody get off the plane.
Mm-hmm.
They asked, as they were coming back on, they stopped one of the women and said, you can't get on this plane, yada, yada, yada. And she's like, why? They said, well, you did this there. You were, being disrespectful, whatever. And the woman says, that's not me. That's her. And she points to the woman. And the reason it's a lawsuit is because they are saying it's discrimination. They're both Asian women, and they think that United like got them wrong.
I don't know that I want that smoke.
No.
I think if that's what they're going with, I might just go like, is this worth it?
Who, United?
Yeah, I think I was settling.
I'm just saying, yes, like this. So that's it. So and they were both realtors. They were at a realtor convention.
Why do you use 3 syllables for that word?
What?
The one you just said.
Realtor?
Yeah. I always think realtor.
Jake Reitman's giving you a thumbs up on that one.
Well, Reitman thinks like Detroit style pizza is pizza.
Wasn't yesterday National Detroit Day or something like that?
It was Monday.
Monday was Detroit Pizza Day.
Yep.
Terrible day.
Oh no.
Terrible day.
But I don't know. I think it's realtor, not realtor.
Realtor. I say realtor. Realtor. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Let us know on the fan text how you say
So
it.
one of the realtors confronted the flight attendant over her rudeness, received a snarky response. They got into a big fight, and they try to get back on the plane, and she stops the flight attendant stops one of the other women, and now there is a lawsuit against that. And I am with you, Bobby. If I was United, I'm like, I'm not touching that.
Yep, I'd rather just settle and be done with that. That's how I'd look at it.
Who do we have join the show next?
We got it's of course Cooper Flag Day.
Yes,
We're all
it
very
is.
excited. It's Capture the Flag Day. Let's talk to somebody who knows a whole lot, firsthand experience with Cooper Flag. It is North Crowley High School basketball coach, the legendary Tommy Brackle. That's next here on 105 Through the Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. Brett Boone will join the show at 9:20. He is the Rangers hitting coach, of course. He joins us every week at 9:20. But it is Capture the Flag Day, as Bobby's been calling it, Cooper Flag Day. He will 99.999% be drafted tonight by the Dallas Mavericks.
It's 100%. He's getting drafted here.
Look, I'm leaving it. Never know anymore with this guy, with Nico.
That's true. That's true. But
leaving it open.
Don't even induce that panic. Don't even speak it into the universe.
I'm not gonna.
Because remember,
pull a Denver Nugget.
You did speak it into the universe that the Mavericks were going to get the number one pick. Remember, you did that all the way back in like February.
Yes,
so
I did.
I would be very careful with your powers.
That's fair. Joining us now is the head basketball coach and athletic coordinator at North Crowley. It is Tommy Brackle. Now, Tommy coached against Cooper Flagg in the McDonald's All-American game back in 2024. Good morning, Tommy. Thanks for popping on with us.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How we doing?
Doing well. So you coached against him. Do I assume that you coached in practices with him as well, like all part of this game?
Oh yeah, we really did everything together while we were down there. And then we had individual team practices as well. But it was just the whole group went and did everything together.
What can you get from a player like in a practice in these types of environments? Because it is like an all-star game, and like what are you able to get from a player's practice habits from that?
Well, in all honesty, I was going down there expecting it to be an all-star game and, almost the mindset of, what are these All-Americans going to want to hear from, this public school, high school coach from Fort Worth, Texas. And it was just the polar opposite of that. They were so engaged with everything that we were saying. I really looked at it as those guys were down there with a business plan. They weren't down there for an all-star game. They were down there to raise their stock in the NBA draft. There were always NBA scouts and everything that we were doing. So, it was great. The young men were coachable. They gave just phenomenal effort. And as far as what we could gain from it, somebody like Cooper, he just walks in the gym and just demands attention with everything that he does.
We're joined now by Tommy Brackle from North Crowley High School. Okay, so Tommy, you mentioned that you were down there. You got the opportunity to work around Cooper Flagg. So I asked this yesterday to Pat Doney, who had gone up and done a piece recently in Maine. But he had talked about how just the competitiveness that Cooper Flagg shows, that it was just a different kind of energy. It was a different kind of level. Did that impress you at all, or did you get that sense from him at all that during those practices that man, this is a hyper-competitive, really dialed-in, like, mature player for his age?
I mean, for his age, the maturity really stood out. And competitive, yes, but, I mean, when you're dealing with high school-age kids, a lot of times that competitiveness can come out in a lot of different ways and kind of manifest itself in a lot of different ways. His was a very controlled competitiveness. I mean, he was giving effort, but he was always doing it within the confines of what you were trying to do and just making the right basketball play. But yes, super, super competitive.
And when we hear about the development and the different things like that and talking about the kind of skill set, what was it that stood out to you when you saw him on the court and just said, man, those skills, that's a guy who's really advanced for his age in the way that he plays the game?
Every piece of it. I mean, it was just ridiculous at how NBA ready he was even at that time. I mean, this McDonald's All-American class was an incredible class. I mean, you're looking at probably the top 6 guys picked tonight are all going to be one-and-dones, and we're all in that game. 8 of the top 10. I mean, it was just such a talented group. And he just completely stood out. I mean, if we are talking specifically, I mean, great length, great anticipation, great basketball IQ. I mean, there was just no holes in his game. Everything was a plus.
What would your expectations for him year one be then in the NBA?
I mean, he's going to come in year one, and he is going to make a huge difference. I was asked the other day about, well, do you feel like that he'll fit in good with the Mavericks roster? He would fit in great with any roster. When you talk about a player that can come in and just make the right basketball plays, I mean, what did he average, 19.5 or something a game at Duke? I mean, 7.5 rebounds, but 4.5 assists? I mean, the numbers speak for themselves playing at the highest level. Now, just like going from being a McDonald's All-American to, the number one recruit going to Duke, I mean, everybody's going to say, does it translate? Does it translate? There's no part of his game that anybody would think didn't translate.
Is there a part of his game, like his body, his defense, is there a part of his game that's more NBA ready than the others?
I mean, I feel like it was just his basketball IQ and his basketball, as coaches, we a lot of times talk about feel. I mean, just an incredible feel for the game and just making the right play with everything he does. That was the part to me that was so impressive. I mean, he was the number one, player in the nation at that time. And, he probably could have went down and even in a field as talented as that McDonald's All-American field, scored on almost every, possession. But he didn't. He just made the right play. He made his teammates around him better. He made the right play when it needed to be made, by him. He was just the impression that he made. I mean, and that's just the basketball side of it. I mean, his first impression was more of just the kind of person he was and the kind of young man that he was.
All right, you also got a chance to coach. I know Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey, they're supposed to go early in this one, and they were on your West squad. What stood out to you about those two and how they impressed you, the two Rutgers guys?
I mean, Dylan Harper, just the last name alone, the pedigree of being Ron Harper's son. He's on our team. He seemed to be the most NBA ready. I mean, you're talking, 6'5", left-handed guard that just the maturity level, the leadership level. Man, the Spurs they're going to be tough. If they go with that pick. Ace Bailey was just a phenomenal athlete. And then, he was the number one in that class before Cooper reclassified up. So, he was just a phenomenal athlete. And then Trey Johnson. I mean, Trey Johnson from right here in the Metroplex. Let's not forget the Dallas-Fort Worth area has, like usual, they have just a huge thumbprint on this NBA draft early. Trey Johnson from Lake Highlands and the University of Texas. Just a great kid, great player. You go down the list, and you've got Liam McNeely is from the Frisco area. So, I mean, there's two Texas kids, and then you got V.J. Edgecombe, which I know he was from the Bahamas, but playing at Baylor. I mean, Texas basketball is incredible right now.
All right, so that's Texas basketball. Before we let you out of here, Coach, we said you're head basketball coach, but you're also the athletic coordinator at North Crowley for all 27 years. So, of course, that would also mean that you've got some experience with the football program a little bit. And we have a North Crowley alum, very prominent here in the Metroplex for the Dallas Cowboys, Tyler Smith. Just how impressed have you been, and how proud are you and the rest of North Crowley in Tyler Smith and the career that he's had to start here in Dallas?
Oh, we were just so impressed. I mean, but he was impressive here as a young man. We've had so many kids come through here that have been able to go on and play professionally. But, I mean, Tyler has, he's come back. He's talked to our kids. I mean, he's just such an impressive young man, and we were all so extremely proud of him.
Hey, Coach, we really appreciate you popping on with us this morning, man. This was great.
I appreciate you having me.
All right, there's Tommy Brackle, head coach of North Crowley basketball and the athletic coordinator here on 105.
Yeah. The legendary Tommy
Legendary.
Brackle. Yeah,
you're there for almost 30 years.
We got to put legendary in front of it. Whenever you've been there, you're basically the Tom Landry of a school's athletics department. You got to get the legendary in front of that. You've earned that.
You got to. It is Capture the Flag Day. It is Cooper Flag Day. The Mavericks will select Cooper Flagg. We're going to speak this into existence just in case they do something stupid.
Which, like you said earlier, there's always the chance that something could go sideways with that. But look, so far the moves seem to be in the right direction. You got Cooper Flagg lined up, ready to get here. Mm-hmm. You get the Kyrie Irving opt-out last night. He's going to sign a 3-year deal that gives you a little bit of a mid-level exception to play with, which the rumors going around last night were that the Mavericks were looking at that money, which will roughly be about $6 million, that they were looking at it and potentially investigating different guards like Chris Paul, D'Angelo Russell, Malcolm Brogdon, and Dennis Schroeder, which...
Schroeder sounds like a pain in the butt.
So Schroeder has been considered a pain in the butt for a lot of his career. That's why he's bounced around so many different teams and not... I used to hear buzz that obviously Dennis Schroeder's from Germany. Dirk's from Germany. I had heard... that like the whispers used to be that was one of the reasons why Schroeder had never ended up here, was because Dirk used to say, I don't think you guys want that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I don't think you guys want to bring that on.
Well, I mean, no, Dirk's he's not running this they're
not worried about it anymore.
No, not anymore.
The D'Angelo Russell one is interesting. So
I don't mind Russell. I'd be down with Russell here.
And Russell was a guy who had played with Anthony Davis for between 2 half seasons that he played in LA and a full season. He played 2 full seasons basically with Anthony Davis for as long as those 2 full seasons Anthony Davis was healthy. But the Chris Paul one I think is really interesting because he's obviously not the same player anymore. And I know you're not a fan. All right, it's going to be year 21 for Chris Paul, which is nuts. He's going to be 40 years old next year. But he's still a guy who at the age of 39 last year played all 82 games, averaged 28 minutes, and was still at a Jason Kidd point of his career almost with his 8 points, 7.5 assists.
There's value in that.
He's
seen everything.
If you bring Paul in here, which again, I know he's an irritant and he can be a little sassy at times and a little bit of a pain. If you bring Chris Paul in here to work and to help give knowledge to Cooper Flagg, I don't think that would ever be a bad thing. If you can give Chris Paul's IQ, like you could impart some of that, his brain about the game of basketball, if you can get some of that to Cooper Flagg, I think that's a good opportunity personally.
It is set up, I'll tell you this, whatever it is, they are absolutely sticking to their window. There is no doubt with the Kyrie deal. Kyrie and AD are signed through 2028. Clay, 27. Gafford, 2029. Lively, 2027. PJ, 2026. I mean, there is a window.
Yeah.
There is no doubt. And then whatever happens after that window, I think the plan is they just hand it over to Cooper.
Yeah. Clearly, the idea here is we're going to contend for 2 years. Or we're going to try to contend for 2 years.
Maybe he can be the Kawhi to Duncan and Ginobili and Parker at the end.
So basically, yeah, 2 years try to contend here. And then if we don't do it, we blow it up and build around Cooper.
Yeah.
That's the element. Now, the only thing I'm trying to think, have we seen anybody do that in the NBA?
Where they blow up a good team?
In recent history, have we seen anybody tear it down to the studs outside of just one guy and build back up around it? Because a lot of times stars don't have patience for that.
They kind of did it with Wade. Right?
Did they win?
Right before LeBron. Right? It was they kind
I don't know
of
that they ever tore it down, though.
maybe not tore it down, but I mean, some of those guys were older. They just left, retired.
Yeah, I think they naturally hit a window where they went, we got to build on this. But they also, I think, Dwayne knew for a year what they were doing.
Yeah.
We're going after these guys, and we got to be patient. But yeah, that's probably closest to the best example that we have. I mean, obviously they've tried it with some other places, and it just hasn't worked out. You could say
they're kind of trying to in Boston right now.
The last time it happened was 20 years ago, though, and it was just different. It was Kobe. The Lakers kind of got torn down a little bit.
Yeah, they did.
And he was on some bad basketball teams there for a little bit. But I mean, that was really the last one. That's the window, though.
Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. Today's Wednesday. It's 8:14. What do we normally do at this time?
It's a Wednesday wheel spin where we find out what segment we're going to do next. So Peyton Russell, Aiden Butler, go ahead and spin that wheel. And we got Dear Choppy.
All right.
So if you haven't heard this segment, Dear Choppy is the segment where we basically give Choppy all of our problems and we let him, through the lens of his toxic masculinity, tell us how to fix it. So if you've got any questions, we've got some banked up from the last time. If you got any questions, send them in now. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Get your questions in for Dear Choppy next.
Turning it on and leaving it on, Sean.
523-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car record attorneys in Dallas.
This letter's about love and loss. Here's what he writes.
Dear Slim. All right, the Wednesday wheel spin here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif is out. I'm Bobby Belt. He's RJ Choppy. We got Peyton Russell on the board. Aiden Butler running video in the back. Crosstalk coming up here in a little over an hour with Kevin Hageland and Eric Chiafalo sitting in for Corey Majors. But it's time for Dear Choppy here in the Wednesday wheel spin. This is what won last segment. We did this about 3 weeks ago for the first time.
Yeah.
Got a lot of really positive reaction as RJ Choppy gives you the best possible life advice through the lens of his toxic masculinity. So we had some questions banked up from Facebook a couple weeks ago, fan text, but if you want to send in some questions now, we'll either get to them now or we'll save them up for the next time we got to do this. First question here, RJ Choppy. Dear Choppy, I struggle with the choice of bone in or bone out wings. What should I do?
Well, to me, you got to go place to place here. Certain bone in are better. Certain boneless are better. Duff's in Southlake, the original. Those are massive bone in. You got to go bone in. Pluckers, that's a breast of chicken and a boneless. That thing is massive. They give you like 3 of them. That's a must get.
You really can't go wrong with anything at Pluckers.
No, but when you go to Pluckers, it is like I get the naked boneless, baby, with sauce. It's a full. It's literally the best chicken wing you're gonna get, and it's not even a wing. It's just a breast of chicken.
Wait, like you dip it in the sauce?
No, it comes like it's a whole strip, right, of chicken. It's like a chicken breast. They give you like 3 of them in the monster bucket, maybe more, and it's just mixed in with the buffalo sauce or whatever sauce you want. It's fantastic. It's fantastic, and it's so much food. It's so easy to eat.
I'm surprised that you're not a just strictly bone-in guy, though.
No, I don't like eating my hands if I don't have to.
I would just feel like you would be like, that's manly.
It is, but you know what? I hate, like, I bite my nails.
Yes, you do.
And I hate seeing, because it takes like 3 days to get that sauce out of your nails.
Yeah.
And I don't like tasting, like the whole taste your food. I don't like to taste. I don't want any part of that. So I don't like eating with my hands. The only thing I eat with my hands is a sandwich or a pizza.
All right, we got Dear Choppy here on 105.
Hey, real quick. If you're on a date, boneless.
Ooh, I think if you're on a date, you got to go bone in.
It's cleaner. It's less messy. Yeah, I know, right? There you go. You don't want no chance of anything on your face. If you're worried about her judging you, just consider this. What did your last date order? See, you have no idea. Nobody remembers.
So long.
Nobody knows. Nobody pays. I could not tell you on any date. Even the last time Sarah and I went to go eat, I have no idea what she got to eat.
Yeah, I don't know if I can remember what Kristen ordered. But Kristen's got such like a specific allergy thing that I just can never remember the complexity of her order. Dear Chop here on 105 through the Fan. Let's go to the fan text, one we just got.
All right.
214 says, Dear Choppy, how do we deal with toxic HOA board members who are chasing down people, videoing them just for walking their dog down the sidewalk? Please help.
This is where you got to get into some kind of a yard warfare.
Yeah.
All right. So mint seeds, lay some mint seeds down in their yard.
What are mint seeds? Like,
it's just well, any kind of seed. All right. Just take this. All right. We live in Texas.
We do.
We do. There are really 2 kinds of grass that we have here. We have Bermuda or St. Augustine. St. Augustine is a broadleaf weed. Any kind of weed and feed will kill St. Augustine grass.
Oh.
Bermuda, you would put weed and feed down, but if you put St. Augustine down in Bermuda, it's going to overtake the Bermuda. But what I would say is, this is a long play here, throw some winter rye down to the Bermuda grass. It will overtake it, and it burns in the summer. Their yards are like crap.
Johnson and ryegrass are my 2 biggest allergies, so this would kill me if you did this to me.
Winter rye, just take some winter rye seeds and just throw it on their yard, middle of the night, right as the sprinklers go on. Just throw it on their yard. They'll never know. Winter rye, it will just destroy the Bermuda. It'll be brown in the summer. It'll look great in the wintertime. Wintertime, they're going to win yard of the month. Summertime, they're going to be wondering, what the hell is going on?
That's good.
Why is my yard brown?
I like it. That's pretty good. Dear Choppy here on 105. You just mentioned, Chop, we're here in Texas.
We are.
You pointed that out. Mark Chambers has a question related to being in Texas.
Okay.
Mark Chambers on the Facebook says, Dear Choppy, how do I convince my parents to move back to Texas? You were a man who was convinced to move to Texas by your parents.
Yeah, my parents moved here when I was in my freshman year of college.
So how do you let's say that it was the reversed and your parents weren't here. How would you get them back?
Have kids.
Oh,
that's
it. Yeah, if you don't have kids, Mark, that's it. That's a good answer.
Yeah, grandparents want to be near grandkids. They want to be near their grandkids. So that's number one. Number two, if that doesn't work, maybe they're selfish grandparents. You got to start playing some kind of mental warfare with them. Send snide remarks their way, like, "Do you miss living in America?"
Wow,
right? Maybe they moved to Colorado or Montana or somewhere up north. Do you miss living in America? What's it like living in a place without Whataburger? Do you miss that? You just send a picture. Oh man, I'm really enjoying this double meat, double cheese Whataburger. Start saying, boy, there sure are a lot of people wearing masks up there, huh? When you go up there and visit them, something like that.
Now, what if they live in Florida?
Well, Florida really that's tougher. Oh, a lot of snake problems. Well, look at the size of this snake you got in the backyard here. If they're up north, it's like, wow, it's in the 40s in June. Cool story, man.
Yeah.
What's it like being in the 40s in June? Have you gotten used to salsa that tastes like ketchup yet? Just gotta send snide remarks their way.
I think that's
how's the white people queso up where you live? Is that any good?
Snide remarks are a good way. That's for sure. But I do think your first bit of advice there, the grandkids is the way to do it.
Grandkids is the other one, is the number one. The rest of these, a steady dose of this, they should be back in 6 months.
All right. We're doing Dear Choppy here on 105 through the Fan for the Wednesday Wheel Spin. I'm pulling one off the fan text here, Chop, because I think this is really good. 214, Dear Choppy, fell for a girl in my friend group who's the girl of my dreams in every way that matters. She friend-zoned me a few months ago, but at a group hangout a couple weeks ago, she was telling a story and mentioned that she's had times before where she wasn't into a guy but ended up falling for him later on. And I was sitting directly across from her. Should I take another shot and ruin my life?
Yes.
Life's too short?
It's worth the heartbreak.
Shoot your shot?
Yeah.
Have you ever shot on a friend zone?
I don't think Joy Taylor friend zoned me.
But did you ever feel
she just ignored me?
Did you ever feel friend zoned or feel like I'm going to jeopardize the potential friendship here that we have to make my play? I did. It backfired.
Yeah. I think I did.
Did it work?
We dated for a little bit. Oh yeah, this is back in college. I just graduated, and towards the last semester of college, I was really close friends with this girl. We finally started dating, and then when I left and I came back here. It fizzled out because we were long distance. But yeah, it didn't ruin the friendship or the friend zone. I guess it did ruin the friendship because we're not friends anymore.
Right, but you're saying it didn't. It wasn't rejected and then messed up the dynamic. It was received well.
It was received well.
But it's worth the shot of potentially ruining the dynamic.
It's worth the shot because, think about it. I guess I would need to know how close is this friend group, because how many friend groups have you had where you're not a part of that friend group anymore? You just move your separate ways. Paying with the Los Hombres would be tough.
Yeah.
How long have y'all been friends for?
Since 2018 is when we formed.
Oh, well, that's nothing. Yeah. That's nothing.
We met 2 of the 5 and, well, I guess me, 2 of the 5 in college. That was 2018, but 3 people had been together, had known each other since elementary school, basically.
Okay.
So have you guys ever dated the same girl in a circle, though? Like, have you guys ever, one guy dated a girl and then somebody else followed behind and dated her?
So in high school, so it was my friend Justin. He had been with this girl. I'm not gonna say her name. And I took her to homecoming, not knowing that she had already been with him, in a way. So I found out about it. I was thinking about, okay, I took her to homecoming. Maybe the next step is boyfriend girlfriend. I found out about some history. Can't do it anymore.
Bros, you gotta live by the bro code. So for some optimistic view, just like the one you had. 214. My fiance friend zoned me in high school before we got together. I was friend zoned by Kristen early on.
Sarah wanted nothing to do with me.
Yeah, so I mean, it works out. You gotta take your shot.
She told the guy who tried to set us up I wasn't interested. He told me, dude, she's all about it.
There we go.
So he lied to me. But that's
a wingman who knows he needs to go after this. All right,
it's easier said than done. Just be funny and charming.
We're doing Dear Choppy here on 105 through the Fan. From Facebook, WM says, Dear Choppy, 6.5 degree driver loft or 10.5.
Oh boy! Now we're getting into my wheelhouse. Now we're getting into my wheelhouse. I would say whatever you hit straighter. For me, it's 10.5. 6.5 sounds cool. But with today's technology, they want you rocketing that ball high in the air with as little spin as possible. They don't want spin.
Sure.
They want it kind of to knuckle up there. I'm a really good long iron player personally, so I don't need, like, the distance. I need the accuracy. I need the accuracy off the tee more so than the distance. I would say if you've got a single plane swing like Bryson, maybe you go lower. I'm getting really dirty.
Do you have a Bryson swing, WM?
If you've got a conventional swing, I'd stick with the higher lofted club. You cannot score from the rough. Don't listen to these coaches, these golf people who say, drive for show, putt for dough. No, you cannot score from the trees. Hit it straight. Hit it straight. Be a really good iron player. Approach shots are the number one most important shot in golf. If you're putting from 10 feet in, you're making par or birdie every time. If you're putting from 30 and 50 feet or you're off the green, you're lucky to save par. Get in the fairway. Don't worry about it. 6.5 degree driver, all that is, that's a flex. That's all it is a flex in my opinion.
Let's try to fit in 2 more here for Dear Choppy.
I'll see what I got for you.
We do the Wednesday wheel spin. Let's go to the fan text for these ones, Chop. 214. Dear Choppy, how do you survive a nuclear war?
Well, you don't get under your desk like they taught you to in school.
Yeah. What did they think the desk was going to do?
I don't know. Isn't that just kindling?
For debris, I think. But, I mean, if it hits, you're going with it.
Yeah, like, I mean, if that was the case, if the desks work so well, why aren't all of our tanks made out of the desks?
Yeah, like, I remember in Fast.
Let's say they say chop, they say 20 minutes. Nuclear weapon is on the way, guys. You got 20 minutes. What are you doing? Let's say we're right here. What are you doing?
I'm finding. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm making some phone calls. There's nothing you can do.
SOL,
what are you going to do? Where's it going to hit?
Let's say it'll be right over there.
You're done.
Yeah.
You're done. You can't go. You
got 20 minutes. You're not even going to try to run or just get underground.
I'm
going to
say as many FCC violations on air as possible.
Yeah,
I know it'll be the last thing I do.
Because I think the immediate impact zone is several miles.
Yeah, depending on how big the weapon is too.
Yeah, it's going to be 100 miles immediate impact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you're just cooked. At that point, you just find somebody that's next to you that looks like they want to make out.
There you go. That's the seeking a friend for the end of the world.
I think that's what you got to do.
There you go. All right, and last one here, 214. Dear Choppy, I'm a newlywed. My wife says I don't listen to her. How can I make her feel heard?
I'm a newlywed. Wife says I don't listen. How can I make her feel heard?
Honeymoon's over.
This is brutal. Like Sarah says, I don't listen ever.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to come up with, here you go. Go get your hearing checked.
Oh.
And and you're going to have to maybe say, I might need a hearing aid. Get a fake hearing aid. Commit to the bit.
No, okay, here's what you need
Commit
to do.
To the bit.
Until she adjusts and feels like she's heard too, 214, you should probably, when you're in groups with other people, when someone else talks to you, you don't react right away.
It's a great.
And then and they're like, "What?" They're like, "I literally didn't hear you."
Yeah. Or just keep turning the TV up to an abnormally loud volume.
Yep.
Abnormally loud volume, and
keep
then
having to say, "I need the subtitles."
I can't put subtitles on. Yeah, do something. You're gonna have to run some misdirection there on her.
That's very good. I think that's good. Good job, Chop.
Thank you.
A lot of good advice there for Dear Choppy as we did the Wednesday wheel spin and got our second edition of Dear Choppy in. Coming up next, we're going to go below the belt. Which Cowboys are most in danger of losing their starting jobs? We'll talk about that next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, pretty good.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
I Hazel babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Which Cowboys are in danger of getting their pink slips? Or not their pink slips, just their ticket to the bench. We'll talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. We're talking Cowboys here, which a lot of these questions will be answered when we get to training camp. And RJ Choppy, we're about ready to take over Oxnard, California, all over again.
As we do every year.
Yeah, we're going to be doing it once more. And this is
hopefully we're doing it more than once more.
We're doing it. Yes. Once again, we're doing it. Not once more.
45. I hope we do this 20 more times.
We're doing it. We will. We'll be out there as long as the Cowboys are out there, because that's what we do. We provide the best Cowboys coverage anywhere around. So we're going to be out there in Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, giving you the exclusive look at everything Dallas Cowboys and give you the best insight along the way. That's a little over, or about a month from now is when we'll be out there.
Almost exactly.
Anything
I can't wait.
learned? Yeah, it's going to be great. Not being with Peyton. Anything we've learned in recent years that you feel like you need to prepare for, specifically for the Oxnard trip, whether this year or other years? Have you figured out anything over the years where you go just like, man, this has got to be that this is what we need to prep for? Like I learned last year, I can't show up to Oxnard without my Adderall.
I mean, that would be ideal.
Yeah, because I was in a mood last year.
No, I mean, let's see. I've been going out there.
I'll say this is what we need to talk a week before, flesh out our plans for food a little better, or get a general idea. There were too many nights we were sitting there just like bickering about where we were going to go eat.
Yeah, we were. We need to make a Ventura trip. We're gonna be closer this year to Ventura.
Hell yeah!
So that's good. No, I mean it's we've been there so often or so many times. It's like we know what we need to do.
But I think that's the thing. I think we've been so many times that now we've fallen into a lull where we're not prepping for our time away from the show and away from practice. Where we got to we got to be a little more on top of things.
Yeah, you know what? Let's have a meeting about it. There's not enough meetings in the world. We should have a meeting about this.
Next Monday when we're sitting in there, whatever our next Monday meeting is where we're all sitting together. We're going to sit down there. We'll talk with Gavin, just like, hey, Gavin, I know we're going to talk about the show, but where do you think we should go get dinner? In Oxnard. All right, so when the Cowboys get to Oxnard, they will be looking at a number of different positions that, potentially could have bubble guys that are going to get cut. You could be looking at different players that are dealing with injuries that could be thrown on, physically unable to perform, could get on IR, whatever else. But while most of the roster, I think, is pretty solidly set who's going to start where, there are a few positions where you need to look at it and say, that guy's job may be in jeopardy.
So when we were down in San Antonio a lot for camp, myself and Broadus and others, we'd be having the conversation, like, how many spots on this roster are really open at camp?
Now, this starters is back, or just for roster.
Like this is back roster. Mm-hmm. This is back like 07, 08, really good rosters.
Yep.
And it was like, man, they get to camp, and it's like 46 to 48 of the spots are already taken.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what people think. Like I think people miss. Now Parcells a little different. He'd love to turn over the bottom of the roster. We got to Wade, and that's the one thing. Like, when you go to camp, it's not really a meritocracy. It's like there's 46 guys that are pretty standard.
Maybe even more than that sometimes.
Yeah.
Like you're really just deciding on like 4 people.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Like 4 spots that you've got dedicated. And that's the case. And I think that's kind of what you're looking at with the starters this year too. Because if you take a look at the way the roster's set up, quarterback, that's Dak Prescott. Running back, there's not an incumbent. It's open competition. You've got Jake Ferguson, who obviously had worked with the second team a little bit during one of the offseason practices that made us raise an eyebrow, but I still think that's his job, and it's not really up for discussion. I think everybody feels like, in general, the offensive line is set. We know when Diggs is healthy. Diggs and Bland are your corners, for instance. So you've got guys who generally have inherited their jobs and probably aren't going to shift them, which is unique for a team that has new people at every one of the top 3 or top 4 too, special teams, every one of the top coaching positions. New head coach, new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator, new special teams guy. And now the head coach had been in the building, but there's not a lot that feels like it's up for grabs. Here are a few positions where I think we can look at. First one, wide receiver. So George Pickens is going to start. CeeDee Lamb is going to start. But really, as we've talked about before, you've said this, if you're a third receiver, you're a starter in the NFL. And that position has been held by Jalen Tolbert in recent years. That's kind of been his job. Last year, it was Cooks and Lamb at the start of the year, and then Tolbert was supposed to be the third. And in theory, you would think that's what you're walking into now. But Jalen Tolbert, who has gotten better, is still not up to the level that maybe you projected him to be when you picked him. His job, I think, is a little bit on the line as that third receiver because they clearly liked Mingo enough to go spend a 4th-round pick on him and to make the trade for him. They still have an affinity for Kevontae Turpin. They've given him a new deal. He's locked in here for a little while on a contract that doesn't look like it's just going to be used to be a special teams guy. And so I think that third receiver spot, Jalen Tolbert's not got anything locked up. That could be Tolbert, Mingo, or Turpin. Would you have a preference, given what you've seen on the field from them over the last couple of years? Would you have a preference of any of those 3? Keep it in mind, if you're playing Turpin at receiver, you probably are not putting Lamb in the slot where he plays a lot. He'll have to go outside.
Right. Well, would you rather CD in the slot?
He's really good there. He doesn't take all of his reps there, but he's really effective in the slot. It's a good way to match him up. So anytime that...
Well, I'd rather have put CD in a position of excellence.
Or where you can...
Maximize his ability.
I think his ability would be maximized in the slot.
Okay.
It's just you may be degrading the rest of the receiver core by not having a receiver of CD's quality outside, by trying to put a worse receiver to the outside, is just the thing. He may not be as effective on the outside as he would be in the slot, but he'll be more effective than the drop off from CD to the slot with somebody else outside is steeper than the drop off from if CD just played outside, you put somebody else in the slot.
Yeah, okay. I could be talked into Turpin. I think I'm fine with Tolbert. I think Tolbert, I still have hope for him.
Solid.
I still have hope for
He
him.
played well last year. In fact, when we ran through the double team numbers, trying to talk about how double team is what really harmed George Pickens, and he performed better, obviously, when he had the single coverage looks. If you look at it last year, Jalen Tolbert had some of the best numbers in the NFL against double coverage.
I'd be down with Tolbert.
I still think that he is somebody who is on notice, though. Next name here, as we look at Cowboys players whose jobs may be on the line, starting jobs. This one I don't think is on the line. This will more be, I guess, should it be? And we'll say both sides. Should Terrence Steele and or Tyler Guyton be on notice? Should their jobs be open competition at camp? Now, you don't have a lot of, you don't have a big-time veteran like Chuma Edoga, who last year was basically keeping Guyton at bay before he had gotten hurt. This is an instance where your options at tackle are going to be really thin outside of those two. You've got Awesome Richards, who can play tackle or guard, and they like Awesome Richards. You could, in theory, play Tyler Smith at tackle and just replace the guard. You've got Matt Willetsko, the draft pick to Johnny Cornelius, Hakeem Adeniji. Those are 6-year veterans. Those are kind of the options that you have. But should either one of them have their job up for grabs, or should we go into camp and say, those are solid? You need to just roll with those guys.
Well, look, I mean, are we really talking about Tyler Guyton? This is year 2 for him.
Right. But if you're win now, you may just be like, yeah, you're still going to come along. We'll develop you, but we don't have time for that right now.
So you're not talking about getting rid of him.
No, I'm just talking about literally the starting job.
I think all starting jobs are relatively up for grabs if you're not like this super highly paid guy, and even then. But yeah, I would not think that Guyton's job is up for grabs. Like whoever you put in there in his place is probably not going to have the raw talent. You're hoping that the talent will come along. I am not one that believes you can get better on the bench.
Yeah, for the most part, I think the bench can be good for you in pockets.
The bench is good, I think, for your mentality. Like
Jordan Lewis had said that the second year in the league when he got sent to the bench because he just didn't have the measurables Chris Richard wanted. Jordan Lewis has said for a long time, he's like, the bench made me better. He's like, it hardened my mentality. It made me work harder. It like there were things about the bench that motivated me. I don't think it's always good for everybody. It can ruin their mentality.
I also think it could be good for the mental reps that you take, if you want to use that term. It can help you visualize the game a little bit better. But I don't believe that you get better in general by sitting the bench. So I would hope they don't do that with Guyton. I think that would stunt his growth.
One more name to look at here as we look at guys who could potentially be replaced, because I know a lot of people would maybe throw out Donovan Wilson or Malik Hooker, one of the safeties. I just don't think they're going to replace the safeties right now. The other position to look at, a guy who had been a starter, is Mozzie Smith. So Mozzie Smith obviously has been the starting one technique defensive tackle. A lot of people may think one technique nose guard, like that's really not necessary. That's a run stuffer. Rod Marinelli for a lot of years didn't really get a lot of one techniques. He'd have Antoine Woods or somebody there that was just basically eating space occasionally. So given that Matt Eberflus is here and he kind of has a similar thought process and get some of these penetrating quick defensive tackles, Mozzie Smith's job could be in jeopardy a little bit there if he doesn't want a pure one technique. The only one techniques you have on the roster right now are Mozzie Smith and your 6th round pick out of UCLA, Jay Toia. So Chop, would you rather just let's roll with Mozzie, let's continue to try and build his confidence, or would you say, nah, just get to the quarterback, let's get upfield, let's get the best rushing defensive tackles we can in both spots?
I would think rushing a defensive tackle. To me, pressure from the middle is dang near invaluable, especially when you got Micah coming from the edge. If you can pressure from the middle and force that quarterback outside right into Micah's arms, I'm all for that.
I think Mozzie's going to get a shot early on. I would not be surprised if he's playing less than half the snaps, though.
Below
D-Belt
right here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. The Lakers just owned the Mavericks yet again, and we have found the one man in the NBA who's trying to give Nico a run for his dumb money. Next on The Fan.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden alongside. We are the home of Texas Rangers baseball. Rangers and Orioles rubber match today, 5:35 first pitch. We'll have coverage starting at 5 o'clock. We're also the home of the Dallas Cowboys. We will be out at training camp about 1 month from now. A little bit more than 1 month for you, myself, and Sean. Peyton, we're not going to let him go.
No, absolutely not. Like he doesn't know how to behave himself, and that's the biggest thing. We want to represent ourselves well when we go out there.
Yeah,
we don't want to be looked at as tourists. We want to be like, hey, we fit in, and he's not.
He would not
fit
in.
No, not at all.
We were not going to make you wait today. During the 9 o'clock hour, we get to do a ticket giveaway, and we are going to do one before 9:15. We're going to do one here in the next 14 minutes, I should say.
So they better hang around and listen.
Better hang around. Find out for your cue to call. But it is Capture the Flag Day. It is Cooper Flagg Day. It is the NBA Draft Day. So I found this little clip. This is from LeBron James. It's on the Mind Your Game pod with Steve Nash.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts on Cooper Flagg, A, and B, why he's already better off than LeBron was at the same stage of his career.
You know, he had a hell of a year at Duke. A guy that can do so many different things on the floor, can play with the ball, can play without the ball. You know, his jump shot is going to continue to get better, super athletic, quick second jump. And also, he has the benefit, unlike myself, he gets to join a team that's established.
Right.
With Hall of Fame guys, Klay Thompson, Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, right off the bat, Hall of Fame coach Jason Kidd. You know, these guys are like, they can give him the whole blueprint while he continues to learn what his blueprint will be. And I think that's going to be an incredible thing for him to have that type of presence, that type of leadership, that type of just basketball IQ and knowledge around him every single day from those pieces. So I think he's going to be amazing.
So, like, he's right. Like, Flagg is coming into a better situation than he did. When the Cavs got the first pick, they really earned the first pick.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't necessarily earn the first overall pick. We got lucky. I mean, the fans earned it because of Nico. The team didn't earn it.
I mean, I would say that typically you've earned the first pick if you go make as horrible a trade to get rid of talent like you did. But yeah, it felt like Nico didn't. That wasn't the end result Nico wanted. It was the end result that should have been expected. Honestly, is you're one of the worst teams in basketball after that happens. But yeah, that's the I think that it was a surprise. It's different, obviously, and you've got different players around him now. Just the expectations.
So I
want to make sure we have the right expectations.
Yeah. So, like, Cooper doesn't have to come in and do all the things right away. LeBron did. That doesn't mean the expectations are different.
Do you
necessarily?
Do you think he might have to do all the things? Like, could you see Kidd saying, until Kyrie gets back, we're going to have Flagg run the offense?
I could see it.
And so, I mean, he might be asked to do a ton early, just depending. Obviously, he's just got better teammates.
He would have to know his basketball IQ right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's it. You know, LeBron had a ton of expectations on him, and Cooper does too. Now, that's not to say that the ceiling for Cooper's the same. Like, I don't think anybody is saying that the ceiling for Cooper Flagg is what we were saying the ceiling for LeBron James was.
No.
The ceiling for LeBron James was always can he be better than Jordan? That was the ceiling at 16 years old.
Mm-hmm.
That's not Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
Cooper
Flagg's supposed to be great, but yeah, different.
His ceiling is Hall of Fame. His ceiling is MVP. His ceiling is face of the league. Best player in the league. It's never going to be LeBron James. And that's okay. That's okay. What he is going to do, though, Cooper is, make no mistake about it, he is saving this franchise.
In what way?
Well,
because I mean, saving the franchise could mean different things. Like he's saving the image of the franchise. He's saving the future of the franchise in terms of their viability with their roster construction. Like, what do you?
I'll tell you what. Eric Chiafalo is going to come in here in an hour. He has Maverick gear on.
Okay.
If they had the 11th pick, I don't think he's got Maverick gear on.
That's probably true.
He saved the franchise. Before the Mavs got the number 1 pick, we were inconsolable over Luka. Now we're just distraught still. Now we're just distraught.
We're just hyperventilating now.
It's like we still hate the trade, but we've kind of stopped child sobbing to where you're laying on the ground, you can't breathe. And now we're just crying. We can breathe now. And that's because of Cooper Flagg.
I think a lot of people, yeah, that's been the case for. But man, I don't know. I still wrestle with this. I have a hard time with this because they win the lottery. They're getting a great player. They're getting somebody who there doesn't even feel like there's bust potential there. Like it feels like the minimum he's going to be a good player.
It's like I've read people. I love this comp. His floor is Iguodala.
Like just somebody, yeah. His floor would be he's a good player.
If he turned out to be Andre Iguodala, yeah. I mean, you're a little disappointed, right? You're still Finals MVP. Whether he should have been or not, he still was.
He was an all-star at one point in his career.
He was an all-star.
Now Iguodala's smaller,
but you're a little disappointed. But I mean, that's still a really good player.
Yeah, I just the thing I wrestle with again is I don't like. It's like what we've talked about before. When the Cowboys have done something wrong, and they build their roster poorly, and they're out of the playoff mix, and then they win 4 of their final 5 games. We get a little frustrated sometimes because we're like, we don't want you being encouraged that you did this right. You need to know you didn't. It's a little frustrating that they might get sort of. I still don't think this is as good a team as it would have been with Luka, but it's a little frustrating that they might not have to feel the repercussions as long as they should have.
I agree. They should. I agree. It feels a little dirty.
It bails Nico out, and I don't like that. I mean, there was a story on ESPN yesterday that was really good. That was talking about Cooper Flagg, Mavs getting the number 1 pick, the shock, and just how everybody received it. And I mean, it's a good piece. It's really long. It's really dense. But I'll put it up on the Facebook here later. But there's clearly they were not sure. Like they were talked about Cooper Flagg's film and said Dallas wasn't on the radar. They didn't even consider going to Dallas. They were thinking about all the other places that they could possibly go. Dallas wasn't it. And so when it happened, they're getting flooded with texts like, how do you feel about it? And they don't know how to respond because they hadn't even thought of it yet.
They've probably never been here.
They weren't against Dallas, but I mean, obviously they knew all the bad PR Dallas had gotten. They had talked about that. They saw the Luka blowback. And so because they hadn't even thought about what kind of an opportunity it is, they didn't have time to process it. That's probably why Cooper Flagg looked like he did.
Yeah.
And some people were like, because he just didn't even know how to. He didn't know what he didn't know what he was thinking about. After they thought about it, they said, we went through it, we evaluated it, we felt good about it.
Oh, we're going to embrace the hell out of this kid. I'll tell you that right now.
But the thing that makes me angry, so that's the one part of it that's really angry, that's really interesting. The part that makes me angry is there's a quote in here from a Mavericks team source talking about the impact on the organization. It says, we surprisingly renewed 75 to 80% of our season tickets, but we had a lot of work to do in earning back the confidence and fandom of a not insignificant segment of our fan base. And then they said, we sold 8 million in new season tickets in 3 days after the lottery. And it's like, I hate that you feel like, see, we did nothing wrong.
Yeah. They got better.
You didn't feel it the way you were supposed to.
Yeah, they didn't. That's true. That's a good point.
And that's why, as much as there's a happiness about this, but it's like, it's also potentially reinforced bad decisions or given them they haven't felt enough of the pain of their bad decision to know not to do it again.
Right. Let us hook you up, boys and girls.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Seether and Daughtry on November 11th at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Now, what was that bad decision they made? Well, that was obviously trading Luka Doncic.
Yeah, that was a bad decision. It was not
very, very bad decision in our eyes. I think most people's eyes around here. Well, what do you think of this? What in the hell? This is a bad look for the Mavs, man. Luka is shedding weight, and the Lakers have him on a strict diet. And he's complying.
They have him on one, or he has him on. He has one on his own.
According to this SI report, this SI article, he has been put on a very strict diet. He's dropped significant weight, cardio training, strict diet. The Lakers set his goal. They already put his weight down as 230.
Look at that.
They said
how generous.
So they said 6'7", 230, like whatever it is. Wasn't he 260 something close to it? Was that McMahon's report?
So he was never listed as 260 or whatever it was. So I mean, his listed weight is probably different. But yeah, he was what was he supposed to be up to? Yeah, 260 plus.
Yeah. So according to this report, he's been committed to the condition in this offseason. And this is a terrible look. The Lakers in one offseason get him to adhere to a diet and a weight program and basically said, no, this is the weight you're going to get to. And we never could get that?
No, that's not what that is.
You think so?
No, that's not the Laker difference. You know what that is? That's the divorcee going, I'm getting my revenge body.
Maybe it is.
You broke up with me? All right. I'm gonna go get so damn hot. I'm gonna drop 20 pounds. I'm gonna get tone. I'm gonna maybe I'm gonna get a little lift, I'm gonna put those highlights in my hair you always wanted. You're gonna see them now.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put them out there. You're gonna see me out at the bars. You're gonna be wishing you hadn't dumped me. I don't know that it's the Laker influence. Like, it's not like, oh, there's this person doing this. It's to me, it's the divorce looks good on Luka. That's what it is. He's gonna get in shape because he wants the revenge body.
Yeah, look, I'm not gonna disagree with you. It just strikes me like the first time he goes, like people respect. You're the Lakers. I'm not gonna mess around with the Lakers. Like they will cut. They'll get rid of me. Obviously, like they're listening. He listened. He's listening to them.
I think he knows he's the future of that franchise, and I think he knows he's going to be able to.
Wait, you didn't know he was the future of this one?
Like, he clearly wasn't with Nico.
I'm sure that was a surprise to him, though.
It sounded like he knew there was resistance. I don't know. It's to me, I don't think it's any sort of like, oh man, I better get my act together. Like, to me, this reeks of just, it's the same energy that when somebody trash talks him in the front row and he drops 40. And he goes like, all right, like it's just it's what he needed. It's the taunting.
Mm-hmm.
It's the okay, you don't think I can get in shape? F you. I'm getting in shape. I'm getting in more than that. I'm going to be dominant.
Dominant.
I'm going to be in the dunk competition. I'm going to look like Mac McClung next year with the kind of shape that I get into.
Oh, Matt, I wasn't expecting to see a Mac McClung reference.
I mean, that's what the Mavericks weren't expecting either, and that's what Luka's going to show him. I'm going to have hops after this, dude.
Oh, Cooper Flagg Day. Cooper Flagg. We could finally stop talking about Luka maybe at some point once Cooper Flagg gets here. When it's official. But
probably not.
Probably not. It is Odyssey Insider.
Odyssey.
And Rangers hitting coach.
Both?
Brett Boone and the Brett Boone Podcast. He will join the show coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. After
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Or 817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel never not a pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to card and track attorneys in Dallas.
0-2 the count. 2 outs. Rangers leading 6-5. Garcia's pitch. Swinging a fly ball to right field. Haggerty waves his arms. He's underneath it. He's got it. Ball game. The Rangers win.
Jared Sandler with the call in a game you heard right here. We are the home of Texas Rangers baseball. 105 to the fan. Rangers O's rubber match. DeGrom today, 5:35. First pitch, 5 o'clock. Coverage starts. And we are joined, as we are every Wednesday at this time, by Odyssey MLB insider Brett Boone. Insider Call is presented by Grainger for the ones who get it done. Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click, Grainger.com, stop by. Brett's also host of the Brett Boone podcast. Oh, and he also moonlights as the Texas Rangers hitting coach.
Busy guy.
Yes, he is a busy guy. And he joins us now from a hotel room in greater Baltimore area. Morning, Brett. How we doing?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, that's quite an introduction. You know, the more I think, it's kind of funny. We go Grainger, then we go podcast.
It is, right? Stuff. Dude, that had to be the most gutsy, exhilarating, frustrating game all rolled into one last night to be a part of.
That was a great win. And I came into the coach's room after. I said, that's a good win right there. Because, we had it. They took it away from us. We scrapped, came back. Haggerty, and I always tell him when he's in there, I said, I know you're going to be in the middle of something today. He's got he's got a nose for being in the middle of our scoring this year when we called upon him. He's been great. And he just, it was a walk and a simple steal second, steal third, put himself in scoring. It just a lot of things that happened. down the stretch last night when it was kind of we were cruising. Latz gives us a great start, and we're cruising. Martin's been as reliable as anybody when he's been healthy this year, and he had a rough night. But then to come back, winning extra innings on the road, it was just it was a really good feeling. Everybody, those are kind of things that I've been on teams in the past where you win a game like that. It's an emotional game. Sometimes it gets you on a roll. So let's try to win a series tonight. We got Jacob on the mound, and always feel good when he's on the mound. But yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, and you mentioned Haggerty there. Just he gets the RBI, he gets the run scored, he makes the final out, as we just heard on that play-by-play. And you said, you just know he's going to be into something. Is he like? It feels to us like maybe Haggerty, he's not going to ever be like, the best player on a team or something like that. But is that the kind of guy that you need those type of players on championship level teams? Those guys who are going to come in and give you everything.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been so good when called upon. And you need guys like that. He's as well prepared as anybody for when he's playing. When he's not playing, I mean, he's 2 steps ahead. He's that guy that, if you're the skipper, if you're Boach, you don't have to worry about it. If you're thinking about doing something, Haggerty's already thought about it at 2 innings ago. He's that type of player, and it's fun because every day I see him, and whether he's in the lineup or not, if he's in the lineup, I'll go, all right, let's go over your game plan. If you're playing today, what's your game plan the first at bat? And we'll go over the scouting report. And man, he's got an answer for me. I said, okay, well, you're not playing. So what's your plan? He said, I'm still playing. Who knows what's going to happen, Booney? In the first inning, somebody could sprain their ankle. I got to be in there. So I'm going to be ready for him. And we're going to, and he goes through his whole routine with me. It's awesome because, that's what the big leagues is about, especially on the offensive side. It's not, you need to think or have a plan like everybody else in that lineup, but you have to have an individual plan for that individual skill set that you represent and have a plan for you. And when I talked to Sam about it, it's a very unique approach that he has, but I'll tell you what, he is well thought out and well prepared. So it's a pleasure to be around him. Yesterday, great win. Hey, 3-2 on the road trip. We got Jacob on the mound today. Hopefully we'll come home and have a really good road trip.
So you mentioned 3-2 on the road trip. Obviously, if you win, it's 4. When you were playing, when you go on a 6 or a 9 game road trip, is the goal of the road trip get a winning record? I mean, obviously you want to win every game, but
goals to win every series. You win every series, you're gonna have a good year, and you win the first 2. Let's get greedy and stomp on their neck and take the third. That was. You had that feeling in Pittsburgh. We had a great start to our homestand last time. Man, rough time with the Kansas City Royals. They came in, played really well. We go on the road. We get the first 2 in Pittsburgh. We get off the 2-0 lead in game 3, and all of a sudden they take away for it. It adds a little bit of a damper, but in reality, I'm going, hey, we just won 2 out of 3. I know we want to sweep. I know we want to get greedy, but we just won 2 out of 3. Now let's go to Baltimore and let's win 2 out of 3. Damper on it the first evening. They beat us. Come back and win, and now you have your big boy on the mound today. It's starting to look better and better. So we get this win today. It'll be a nice plane trip home, a nice off day, and get after it with the Mariners. And I believe Baltimore's coming back to Texas. So it was some key things for me. I saw Corey Seager last night that squared up a couple balls and looked more like the Corey Seager we're used to. He's going to be a huge part of this offense down the stretch for this ball club, and it was really good to see him start clicking a little bit last night. I've seen little glimpses of it coming back, and then all of a sudden, it's been a little bit of a struggle. Probably his biggest struggle for Corey is he's seen in his career. He's had such a great career, but last night was a really good. He walked, got a couple hits, looked really good, looked on time, and we get Corey going. He's just going to make us that much better. So, good signs last night, and good feeling going into today.
When did you know Carter was safe at home?
I'm learning. I'm learning so many things in this role, but I'm also learning. There's a lot more. When I was in New York, I went into the studios and I saw how it's made. What happens in those replay rooms. I sat in the replay rooms and I went over all. So the amount of angles they have are off the charts. So all we can go by when we're sitting in the dugout, we get on the phone and find out if there's a chance. Yeah, it's really close. And now all we see is what everybody else is seeing. We see what everybody's seeing at the stadium. And they have some pretty darn good replays, but we don't have every angle. I saw the overhead replay on the big board at the stadium, and I said, if they use that angle, he's safe. But I know they've got 50 more angles that I haven't seen yet. So we thought he's safe. So I'm asking Evan. I said, Evan, were you safe? He goes, yeah, I think I might have got in there. I said, well, who would know better than you? And he just kind of gave me that smile. But when they announced it, you could feel it in the dugout, because that was one of those ones. You're up 4-0. Hey, we got this. Martin's coming in. You're feeling good about it. And all of a sudden, you're kind of shell shocked, like that just happened. Back to back to back. So it was kind of one of those. We had it. They took it away from us. Then we took it back and won the game. So that was great. That's a good feeling.
Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, so Brett, earlier this week, Jared Sandler from the broadcast had shared some notes about how the home ballpark is playing bigger this year. It's playing much more like a pitcher's park. I'm curious for you as a player and as a coach, how much does park potentially influence approach? And if so, what do you feel like you're learning about the home park now that might give you some takeaways on how to approach things?
Well, I think, line drives through the middle of the field, plays in any yard, plays in any wind, plays anywhere. And I always say that. In the early 2000s, Safeco Field was played really big in Seattle where I played. And you got to keep that mindset. You can't let the field beat you. If you have the mindset of line drives through the middle of the field, it can serve as an advantage, because when it starts to get around the league and other teams start to talk about, we got to go to Texas. That park stinks. It sucks for hitting right now. I know things got into my mind. I loved hitting at Safeco. I don't know why. I was put in the right spot and it fit my profile. But I know when I was going somewhere where I didn't like to hit, it really dampened the mood. And I'd start thinking about it a week before I got on that plane, like, oh no, we got to go to San Francisco. That's big in right field for me. That's my bread and butter. We're going to Boston, deep right field, deep dead right field. That's where a lot of my success was the other way. And I thought that wall in Boston, it's so close to me. I could just flip out and touch it. But when I start thinking that side of the field, I was less of a hitter. So certain ballparks got in my mind before we had to go on the road and play. And that could be an advantage for the other team. So we can, I don't need the numbers to tell me. I go on the road and I watch balls and I watch batting practice. I can hear the ball off the bat, and I know how far they're supposed to go. And when they fly out of the stadium on the road, at home, I said at home that ball doesn't go anywhere. So it's another thing too, as a staff, as the hitting coach, I don't like to talk about that. I just say, don't worry about it. Just hit bullets through the middle of the field and don't worry about that, because that kind of wears on when you're a home run hitter. I know in Safeco, like I said, now it's T-Mobile in Seattle. In the early 2000s, a lot of guys let it get into their head that it was too big. It's playing too big and this and that. And what are you going to do about it? You got to play 81 games there. So for whatever reason, the ball there hasn't been flying well. I would say from the beginning of the season to that last homestand, I noticed the last homestand, it started to fly a little bit better, but still playing like one of the bigger ballparks in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I guess it flies better when the roof's open, but it's too hot for now to be the roof up for the roof to be open. What do you make of the talk on the league that the ball is different? It's dragging more this year.
Well, it absolutely changes. They can say whatever they want. I played this game. I played this game for a long time, and as hitters, you can feel it. I can feel it when I take batting practice. I can go year to year, and you start talking to other guys. Hey, do you feel something different off your barrel? Absolutely. So I could feel years where that ball was jumping, and then the next year it's just kind of normal. And I've had years where, man, this ball's just it's not wound as tight, and that's I believe that's been it's nothing new. It's nothing new. That's happened throughout baseball. It ebbs and it flows. So yeah, I think the baseball is different. There's no rhyme or reason. different climates, different the light air, the heavy air. Yeah, that's year in and year out. You're gonna go to ballparks where it flies and ballparks it doesn't. Some years a little more than others, but when across the board, uh, it's not flying. Yeah, something's a little different with the baseball.
There was a cool moment during spring training where Jacob deGrom was just getting a bullpen session up, and I can't remember who they were playing, but whoever was in the park with him, the players from the other team just came by and they just wanted to watch him throw his bullpen session, and he's on the mound tonight. How cool has it been for you to just be around deGrom and see the way that he works? And I know you always had a lot of admiration for him before you were around the team, but now being around the team, how cool is it just to see the way that he operates?
It's great. I mean, being around those great pitchers, it's just fun to watch. They're almost like the one year I got to play with the Braves and I got to see. Well, it was a relief for me because I didn't have to face them anymore. Was Maddox, Smoltz, and Glavine. They're just technicians, and it's fun to watch that top level. I kind of have to put Nate Eovaldi in that level too, of being an elite guy, and it's fun to watch those two go to work. And you're right. From afar, before I even got to know Jacob, I was a fan of his as a pitcher, and I see him now and I say, greatest pitcher in the world. How are we doing today? And I shake his hand and he smiles and he goes, "Oh, thank you." But that's what I called him. I would call him that. When I'm in the media and doing the pie, I said, "That's the greatest pitcher in the world when healthy. That's the greatest pitcher in the world." So now that's when I see him every day and I shake his hand, I said, "Greatest pitcher in the world. How are we doing today?" And he laughs but it's a pleasure to watch excellence like that on the mound. Especially something you don't do for a living, which is pitch. I hit for a living. So yeah, it's fun to watch other hitters and great hitters, but you're so used to it, and that's what we do. To watch somebody else do their craft, it's something you can't do. It's even more. It's like for me going golfing with a PGA Tour guy. It just the sound is a little bit different. The way they hit the shot, so pure. It's a pleasure to watch somebody at that highest level work at their craft.
Was there a hitter that you enjoyed watching their BP? You just like you're playing them this week?
As I got older, not really, but I do remember as a young man, 92, 93, when it was all new to me. I was just getting to the big leagues. I remember in Minnesota, I'd come out and I'd watch Paul Molitor hit. I'd watch Kirby Puckett hit. I just had, and I was playing next to one of the best, and ended up being my guy is Edgar Martinez at the very beginning of my career. As I got older, now I didn't have time for that. I had to get ready and get this whole body cooking, so I didn't have time to go watch. But as a young man, yeah, those are the guys. Well, you can't miss when Sammy and McGuire were chasing it. I was talking to a couple buddies, and they say, "Booney, when you get to St. Louis, have you seen McGuire hit BP?" I said, I played against him when he was at Oakland. It's BP. I'm not going to go out and watch BP. I got stuff to do. They said, "Trust me, just go watch him hit BP. It's different." I said, "All right." So I'd get out there a little early. I'd watch Big Mac hit batting practice, and that's something I've never seen before. He's hitting them up in the flags in St. Louis, and I'm thinking, my best bolt maybe touches the top deck. He's hitting one-handed balls 20 rows above the top deck into the flags. So yeah, I digress. As I was in the middle of my career, I did come out early for BP to watch McGuire in that 98, 99 era.
That's a show. Hey man, we appreciate it. Talk to you next week.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, voice of Odyssey Baseball Insider, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop on by. Crosstalk, the KC Masterpiece next.
that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
You have reached Crosstalk, the KNC masterpiece.
You know what, RJ? You have reached Crosstalk because that means it's the end of your day. For people listening, they're just excited for Crosstalk.
Right. That's true.
But you're at the end of your day. This is an exciting time.
Well, it's always an exciting time. I mean, every moment.
Yeah.
Every moment that I am on the right side of the grass is an exciting time.
Ooh, okay. I want you to pause right
Always
there.
that side.
I'm going to get back to that because somebody in my neighborhood says that to me every day. Bobby, are you a Are you a competitive eater by any stretch of the imagination?
I'm more an amateur.
Okay.
But yeah.
Because we were going to hope to have somebody from the show compete in an eating contest.
Oh, yeah, you talked about the chicken strips yesterday?
Yeah.
Why isn't Eric?
No, Eric's in.
Oh.
Jacob's in.
Oh, Peyton will always take free food.
Oh.
What time?
We can do it at like 10:20, make it convenient for you.
Ooh,
okay,
free food, dude.
And I think we're gonna do it probably Friday, courtesy Whataburger. I want to give you some chance to plan, and we've decided that if Jacob wins, he gets to come in here and do the show, and Eric's gonna go run the board. I have to think of something for you, Peyton. We'll work on that.
Okay. Are you sure you want that? I mean, Eric has a history of sitting behind the board and calling the hosts D over the talk back to him.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, wow! You're really gonna bring that up right now. Dang.
We talked about that story with you sitting in here with Sean one time.
That's true. Yeah, that was a bad day. I didn't get enough sleep that night.
To be completely honest,
and neither did Sean.
I was gonna say, to be completely honest, knowing the way Sean wants you to play a cut instead, like play the highlight. Yeah, I don't doubt that you. I don't think you probably were not in the wrong for your reaction.
Probably not. Sean hadn't started the simmer down. The simmer down version of him, and it can still make an appearance. I've seen him throw a pen on the fan cam probably in the last maybe month or so.
At least he's not getting in fist fights anymore, though.
But yes, he's not doing that. So he's softened, but at that time he was still
busting, wasn't he?
He was busting. He was busting.
He was, but look at you all dressed up.
Yeah, how about that, dude? Man. We're back. I can finally unveil
company man.
I can pull the Mavs gear back out of the closet.
Now, if they were picking 11, you're not wearing that, though.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. No, if it wasn't for that 1.8% and landing Cooper Flagg, there is no way I'd be repping this gear right now.
Nah, you couldn't do it.
Could not. This is actually...
So they saved the organization, like you said, Chop.
He did. He saved the franchise.
Yes.
Agreed.
And I'm very, very thankful for that. Because it was down bad.
Bobby's already calling him a bust. Bobby said to break.
Post Luka trade, all the stuff was gone.
I'll defend Bobby on his more nuanced point of view than he's a bust.
No, he said bust. He said bust.
He said the expectations have gotten so high that it almost feels inevitable.
I know.
Relative to the expectations.
I did this to Wyatt Langford. I said he should be Mike Trout rookie year.
To the point that you said if he didn't have a 939 OPS like Trout his rookie season, you were ready to declare him a bust after that rookie year.
Well,
I was pretty excited.
Where are we at now?
I was pretty excited, man. I was pretty excited.
How much of your show today is going to be Cooper Flagg?
At least 3 of the segments. Now they're like incorporate
NBA, sure.
Incorporate other things, draft rumors, Kyrie extension, everything like that. But at least 3 segments. We'll see as we go along.
Okay.
That's exciting. What else you got coming up on the show?
Man, that's a good question. I probably should have known that question was going to happen, and I probably should have been prepared, but that's
This is why we always throw it to Corey.
All right. So at 10:20, how the hell did the Rangers almost lose a game that they were having a no-hitter and then go ahead and win it anyway? That game was bananas. And then at 12:30, we got Bruce Bochy. My first question will be about Cooper Flagg.
Is this a maybe?
No. Well, they won, so I feel confident.
Okay.
Sometimes, every once in a while, I think he might have forgot that he was going to be on with us.
So you guys had a lot of bathroom talk yesterday. It was the opening segment. It was crosstalk. You bookended it everywhere.
Oh, wow.
With the Ric Flair thing. Reset the Ric Flair thing real fast.
It was a Reddit post about from Tampa where he's allegedly been on a run where he goes and gets hammered at these restaurants and ends up soiling himself in the process.
So not just on a run, on the runs.
And being and being kicked out of establishments.
So that led to
this all allegedly, by the way.
That led to not allegedly. That had led to a factual assertion from Brian Broaddus during crosstalk with you guys.
It happens. My dad let one rip in church the other day. And
dropped his pants?
He might have. I don't know. I mean, he's 86 years old, and all of a sudden it's a quiet portion of church.
But I don't think that's why this is happening.
Everybody's standing up, and it gets a, and everybody's kind of like, I'm just looking straight ahead, and it's the first time it's happened in a lot of years, and I'm sitting there, and everybody in church is old too, and they're kind of like, hey, at least it wasn't me.
Yeah.
My dad acted like nothing happened.
Except he didn't want to sit down again after that.
He did. He sat down. But, it's the thing about it. You get to a certain point in time, and crapping in your pants is not a bad thing.
You just soil yourself.
You're so old, you don't.
Good thing.
Well, you don't. Yeah, if you're your age right now and you crap in your pants, Eric's age. It's a really bad plan.
It's a pretty aggressive story.
I didn't know it was a plan to begin with. Nobody ever plans on it.
No one ever plans on crapping their pants.
This did, though, remind me of what I think is one of the greatest pieces of audio in the history of the station. I mean, genuinely. And it occurred back in January of 2023. This is 2.5 years ago, and it was during a Wolchuk top 10 list. And they were talking about the top 10 drinks or something. There's something to do with drinks.
Oh yeah, it was either orange juice or soy sauce.
So orange juice had come up.
Yeah,
and he was talking about how, boy, don't ever let me get a hold of some orange juice. So as aggressive as that story sounded from Broadus, where he's like, crap your pants, who cares? That is not the most aggressive bathroom story we've gotten from Brian Broadus when he described the time he drank orange juice and then got on a golf course.
It happened to me on a golf course one time. Had to use the golf towel, kind of linger off. All right. Happened at the LA Country Club. Seriously, I on the plane flight from Green Bay to LA, drank some orange juice, couple of them, and the next thing you know, we were playing like the fourth hole, playing with Tom Brady's agent on the course. He goes, "Hey Brian, where are you?" I'm back over by someone's I think I was over by Warren Beatty's house. Seriously, and I'm a golf towel to wipe and just left it there.
You didn't have a restroom?
I couldn't make it.
Did you full squat like a catcher?
Yes, like I was in the war.
This is incredible.
Yeah, I was
especially in a rich person's backyard.
Pretty much, yeah. It could have been Warren Beatty. Who was it? Maybe Mel Brooks. Right over the by there. It was pretty. Yeah, it happened.
This is
orange juice.
Incredible.
I swear it goes right through.
Did you get some privacy at least? Was there a nice
I didn't
vegetation?
have a chance. I didn't have a chance. It came out so fast that I had no chance.
Whoa. It was just time to go.
I knew. I grabbed my golf towel and I'm like...
He was like, this is warm.
I knew exactly. Seriously. I was thinking, please don't get it on my shorts. That's all I was thinking. Because then I'd had to wear my
rain... I don't care about this guy's along.
Then I'd had to leave them and put on my rain pants. I had to play in rain pants.
They had a fresh pair of white. Did you get your pants all the way off?
It was very close.
Or were they at the ankles? They're at the ankles. You got to lean all the way off.
Oh, no. Yeah, you
must have been a younger man.
I was in my 30s.
Okay, yeah.
But the thing, it just exploded out of me.
Come on, bro.
I'm just saying. I reached in the cooler, I cracked a beer, and I poured it on my hands to wipe my hands. I didn't have any water. There's no water.
I used the beer.
I just took a beer and cracked it.
Now that's basically butt water in there.
Yeah. See, I don't think when you're using the golf towel, I don't know that you need to wash like that. That's not the towel. Nothing's touching.
Wait, excuse me?
Yeah, the towel's so big. I get what you're saying.
The towel's
it's really
so big,
covering
you're not
the
gonna
hand.
get through it. Yeah, because I did the same thing on a golf course with a golf towel.
Is this the chip bag?
No, that was on the highway. I was 12 years old. I was in a golf tournament, and I went. I mean, whatever it was, went right through me. And golf towel, hung it up. Spooky Brook Golf Course. And hung it up, and then the next week I came by.
Did you say Spooky Brook?
That was the name of the golf course.
Dude, he made like all these places where he grew up.
Dookie Brook.
Sounds like just he makes them up. Like I'm convinced he's just doing bits on us and like throwing it. Where'd you get your first lap dance? Where was it?
Frank's Chicken House.
That was not an authorized dancer, right? That was just somebody.
She was from Bulgaria. She was from Romania, one of the two. Some Eastern Euro Soviet boot country.
Did she work there?
Frank's Chicken.
I think so. I mean, she took the money.
So that was like, did it double as anything? Like, was it like I was like, oh, this is a lunch spot, but here in the back. Or like,
how big was her Adam's apple? Hello,
Nancy's throne.
Frank's Chicken House.
Just Google it. Frank's Chicken House. I think it's still open.
But that was the whole point of the establishment, right? This wasn't just like something extra they did off the books.
It was BYOB. It was 18 and up. BYOB, so it was
really confusing.
It wasn't just topless. It wasn't just topless.
How come if you're going to take the bottoms off, you can't sell beer? What is it about?
I don't know.
Just that.
I don't know.
I think the idea is like if you have easily accessible alcohol and then add that to that's just like too many bad things can potentially happen if you're selling alcohol and then
I think they might overrate the size of those bottoms because they're really small. And then they're like, everyone's fine. Sell as much alcohol as you want.
Yeah.
But if they come off, they're like, can't sell beer.
I wouldn't really call those bottoms.
Yeah.
Frank's
That's
not a whole lot going on.
That is unbelievable.
If we ever go to we've talked about this before in the year.
If there's a Super Bowl,
I've never been in a strip club.
There will be a Super Bowl.
If there's a Super Bowl up in the Northeast,
Philly or
I
New
will
York
go
again.
to Frank's
Let's go.
Chicken House with you.
I'll go.
And Olga's still going to be there.
Yeah, and I want to see that. Like, I remember you, RJ.
You're going to walk in. Olga's running the club now. It's like the sweet story. She's like, you gave me my first chance.
Her name might have been Olga. I don't know.
Was the chicken any good there?
I don't think they served chicken. I never ate there.
What the hell?
I have no idea. I don't even think they served it. It was almost like there was like when you walk in. It was.
I think you met a guy named Frank who's like, you want dance? I get you dance.
So when you walk in and to the right, first of all, to the left, it's like this completely pitch black, like strip club and like these awful Al Bundy couches there. All right, and to the right, it almost looked like it was like Jimmy's food store over here. Almost looked like a deli.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Delicious.
Yeah. I don't even think they had food. I don't remember. Like I was there one time. I don't think they served food there, and I've no chance I probably would have eaten there anyway. You could stick to the floor.
Ew.
It was disgusting.
Ew.
The whole place.
Really, it sounds like a
nasty.
really classy environment.
It's not a classy environment.
Gross.
K&C Masterpiece. Cooper Flag Day is next.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are you, cinnamon sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Congratulations, everybody. We have made it. We are T-minus 9 hours away. Well, they'll probably do a bunch of BS to start the broadcast. So let's say 9 hours and 10 minutes away from Cooper Flagg officially being part of the Dallas Mavericks. It's Flag Day. The next Flag Day, which is in September, maybe. That could be Flag Day too. So my question for y'all right here, right now, what's your excitement for the NBA draft tonight? What's your excitement for Cooper Flagg? Do you think the Mavericks will make another move, or are you intrigued by the other potential moves that could happen at the draft tonight, including a game changer that I think Eric Chiafalo is interested in?
Yes, good morning. Happy Flag Day. I'm fired up. I got the Mavs gear on. I'm channeling all the Cooper Flagg Mavs domination right now, and I am pretty excited. I won't erupt when the announcement gets made from Adam Silver declaring Cooper Flagg a Mav, as I did when the lottery situation happened.
Yeah.
But I am certainly pumped up about it. Now, what I'm not pumped up about is the idea that Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports is suggesting on Boston radio that the Boston Celtics, perhaps we should not be surprised tonight if they trade Jaylen Brown to the San Antonio Spurs for that number 2 overall pick in the draft.
Wow.
That would be exciting in just a general basketball sense. From a Mavs standpoint, Jaylen Brown going to the Spurs, teaming up with Fox and Wemby. Dang, and Sean Sweeney.
And Stephon Castle.
Yeah, they got a young bunch.
And so I could see why this would be appealing for the Celtics, because they think next year it's a lost cause, right? Because Tatum's going to be out all year. And what you've really seen them do is they've been shedding salary. Like, if you wonder why they made the KP deal, if you wonder why they made the Drew Holiday deal, is because they were going to be in a spot where they were going to have to pay ungodly amounts of penalties. But they were also in a position where in the playoffs, they're like, hey, we can win this again, and maybe we'll be back-to-back champions, and we'll go for a three-peat. So I'm fine paying all those taxes. But then once Tatum went down, once they lost in the playoffs, now you're like, so I'm paying all these taxes for we're not defending the title, and we probably have not a whole ton of opportunity to really win the title next year. So what the hell are we doing? And then in the meantime, they had also previously given Jaylen Brown the biggest contract in NBA history for now. And so this would allow them to pick up Dylan Harper. You know, we've talked about Dylan Harper a good bit. In most years, I think Dylan Harper would go number one. Like, he would have gone number one last year. Kind of if you kind of think of, he's like a Cade Cunningham-esque, some people might say Jalen Brunson-esque player. I mean, even though he's significantly taller than Brunson. So I would be epically fascinated by this.
Yes, me too. And Boston has saved themselves like $180 million in luxury tax just moving on from Drew Holiday and Porzingis. And so, yeah, their timelines have sort of shifted a little bit.
Okay, quick question about that. Would y'all be scared of the Spurs more with this move or if they would have gone out and like gotten Kevin Durant or something? Because the Spurs were also rumored to, they can get this veteran, they can get this veteran. Is this scarier to you just because of the amount of, defense that Jaylen Brown plays as well?
Yeah, I don't think anything would have been as scary as them making the Giannis move.
Yeah.
And that was obviously something that was on the table there for a little while. So that would have been the worst thing. But I think second worst case scenario from a Mavs perspective about the Spurs is Jaylen Brown, because he's still young enough to this is going to be sustainable for some period of time.
Yeah.
You have the two-way aspect plus the championship pedigree. So, yeah, Jaylen Brown, second to Giannis, would be my worst-case scenario for the Spurs.
Okay, so that will be something that is already epically fascinating to keep an eye out on. But I do like seeing some of the enthusiasm. Am I the only one who feels like it's summer Christmas? This is very exciting. From the 575, this person, though, is not excited for the draft just because of Nico. And that's the thing. And we talked about this, I guess, the day after the draft lottery happens. I'm able to put that aside because Mavericks fans deserve this. If you don't think Nico deserves this, right on. I can celebrate a potential future Mavericks championship just fine without thinking about Nico Harrison. I don't have to be like, oh, man, it sucks that he won it. I'd be like, hey, I'm a Mavs fan. I've been here before Nico Harrison. I'll be here with the Mavs after Nico Harrison. So I can celebrate it just fine. And then there's this. And if this happens, I will admit, I will call in sick to work tomorrow. From the 214, tonight at 7:05, the Mavericks will hear the Dallas Mavericks have traded the first pick to Boston, along with Derek Lively and 2 more first-round picks for Jaylen Brown. If they trade anything, if they trade Cooper Flagg or the first-round pick away, I probably will be too sad. And I'll just be like, you know what? I get it, everybody. I'm just going to stay at home tomorrow. So, Eric, good luck with you and whoever does the show with you tomorrow. Probably Jacob.
Yeah, me and Jake the Snake just taking calls and letting people rant.
Yeah. Look, that's fine. And so I am very excited for tonight. I think you are getting the potential you're getting a generationally hyped talent. Now, whether or not he lives up to that hype, don't know. But I do see again and again from the 817, I'm not excited at all. Fire Nico. And what I would love to know, I want to go back to those people. And if they fired Nico, would that change your excitement level? Because firing Nico is obviously not going to get you back Luka Doncic. And then I want to know from more people, you got bailed out. Now, maybe you think this was a prepackaged deal when they made the Luka trade to try to help prop up the Lakers. I probably fall into that category now. But it doesn't impact me anymore how stupid that move was because I can't change it. So, I still don't like it, but I'm not going to stop being a Mavs fan because they got their reprieve. Now, whether or not Cooper Flagg actually lives up to any of that hype, we'll see.
Right.
But they got that reprieve. They got that opportunity for you to hope again. And I just don't know why some fans don't take advantage of that. I really don't.
Yeah.
I respect their opinions. You can fan however you want.
Absolutely. Yes. And the Nico stuff, I totally get. And if it wasn't for the lottery falling in our direction,
sure,
then I would not be wearing Mavs gear today. I would not be Mavs excited today. And I would still be just really despising Nico Harrison. And that hasn't really diminished at all, but I'm focusing more on the excitement of where this thing is headed. And it's all in spite of Nico and not that's my main focus here.
Can I ask you real quick? Do you think they moved up into the top 4? Do you think if today they were pick 2, pick 3, and they're about to take Dylan Harper, VJ Edgecombe, both very fine players, but just not in the hype level of Cooper Flagg, do you think you'd be in this spot?
I would be. I'll put it this way. I'm wearing the Mavs hat and t-shirt right now. I might only be wearing one of them.
Okay.
You know, just kind of like I am excited. This is definitely, it's still a Mavs win because at that point it would have still been the first time that the lottery has benefited you in any way.
Yeah.
You're still getting a good player.
Yeah.
But nothing to this level right now.
And then I do see some people, and this is interesting as well, that they're just out on the NBA, maybe short term, maybe long term, because they do think that it was all prepackaged and all set up. And they really hate the idea that the NBA rigged the draft lottery to compensate the Mavericks for making clearly a lopsided trade on the other side.
I mean, I would say it's it was a 1.8% chance to happen, right? So it's a 98.2% chance that it was all
By the way,
bullcrap.
That's some sweet math right there. Also, if you take in history, the Mavericks in the history of the draft lottery had never even moved up one spot ever. Wow. They'd never moved up in the draft lottery ever.
Yeah, that's the crazy part about all of this.
Really is.
And I totally understand why people feel like this was all strings being pulled.
For sure.
And my thing is, hey, at least we benefited from it.
Yeah, look, I thought all the time. You go back to like 92 when David Stern was asking Shaq where he wants to play. And he was like, I'd really like, maybe a place like Miami or Orlando. And I'm like, what the hell? We had one of the worst franchises in the history of sports. Not basketball, sports then. And we couldn't even get the number one pick. The next year, we still couldn't get the number one pick, even though we were still the worst team in the NBA. I'm finally glad for fans of this team who have been there almost since the beginning or since the dark days, that something finally broke our way. Now, did it break our way because of a crooked prepackaged deal? Maybe.
Yeah, but it's why would this be the time that it's if the NBA's being, this isn't the first time something has been rigged like this, right?
Oh, for sure.
So so you've been a fan of the NBA for all these years while the rigging has gone not your way.
Exactly.
Now it goes your way and you're going to punt on it?
Yes. Look, I'm a believer of multiple NBA conspiracy theories. I believe in the frozen envelope of 1985. I believe that Michael Jordan got shadow banned from the NBA for a year and a half until they saw those ratings, and that's why he magically reappeared right towards the end of the season. They're like, our playoff ratings last year sucked. And so, I'm a believer in a couple of different NBA conspiracy theories. So I think that's why this doesn't bother me as much, because I'm not wait a second. I mean, hell, we had referees who were like, oh, yeah, I totally rigged it. You go back to the Sacramento Kings Western Conference Finals against the Lakers. I'm a believer in all of those things. So this one worked out for my team, and I'm like, it's about damn time.
Yes, I'm totally with you on that. This is the time now. This is not the time to punt on basketball when it's finally gone in your favor. So I'm just fired up.
And that's where I'm at too, because I keep thinking about the potential, and I know Kyrie's not going to be back straight away. January, best case scenario, we might be looking more at something like March. But I'm excited about the concept of, let's say you want to run Kyrie out there with Klay Thompson and Cooper Flagg and Anthony Davis and then Derek Lively. And then off the bench, you would still have Daniel Gafford, PJ Washington. You can't help but start to get really excited about the prospects of that team. And I will admit, I also love Duke basketball. I went to the East Regional Finals in New Jersey.
Yeah, you did.
I went down to to San Antonio for the Final Four. Clearly, that worked out super great. But I do love Duke basketball. So I'll admit, I'm super pumped about this kid coming here. But I also believe a lot of this hype is real. Now, people who are already ready to say he'll be Scottie Pippen in his first year, I think you might be sorely disappointed. But I think you have the ability to replace the face of your franchise with another face of your franchise. And if you wanted it to still be Luka, I get it. He's had an unbelievable start to his career. But we can't change that now. What you can change is maybe you can go from Dirk to Luka, and we screwed that up to then we got Cooper Flagg. And that's pretty awesome if he works out anywhere near the way those other two have.
Given the circumstances, it's the best possible outcome.
Yes.
And now I Where I differ from you is I think my excitement is, I mean, I'm certainly excited to watch him his rookie year
sure.
and the first couple, but I think it's more big picture excitement. I'm not going to invest a ton of hope that this particular iteration of the Mavericks, with the fragility of the health of older Anthony Davis, Kyrie's, Klay Thompson's, all those guys you mentioned, I'm not going to sit here and get confident that they're going to go on some run. If they had some magic health elixir, then yes, on paper, I get why this team would absolutely be a contender, but I'm not going to get my heart broken when inevitably these guys are all missing considerable time and not available when you most need them.
See, and I think that's what's going to get me in trouble, because I think in my mind, if you could sprinkle the health elixir on Anthony Davis, Derek Lively, and Kyrie, we own Oklahoma City. Bring it on. And I know that's not a reasonable approach to have. They're the defending NBA champions now. We didn't even make the playoffs.
They don't want to see us, though.
But in my mind, we just make those players healthy for sure. I'm like, they can't handle us. They couldn't handle us with Luka. They can't handle us without Luka. Bring it on. And I realize that is a very distorted viewpoint.
We're in their head, Hagee.
That's going to get me in
warfare,
trouble.
bro.
I hope so. But I also think that that's going to get me in trouble. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't worry, we'll be talking about the NBA draft on and off all day long. Plus, there's been rumblings that we might eventually bring back the nugget dipping sauce bracket at some point. It caused so much controversy years ago. Yes. It might be time to bring it back. But coming up next, how the hell did the Rangers almost lose a game that they had a no-hitter going into the 7th inning and then somehow managed to win it? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
0-2 the count. 2 outs. Rangers leading 6-5. Garcia's pitch. Swinging a fly ball to right field. Haggerty waves his arms. He's underneath it. He's got it. Ball game. The Rangers win.
Can you believe that the Texas Rangers won this game? And you might be like, I can't believe they won it the way they did, because like an hour earlier, we were going to crush Baltimore, and I was watching for a potential no-hitter. Now, there are so many different places to start with this, including, Chio, I know you want to talk about this. How much do you think the Rangers love Sam Haggerty?
Oh, my gosh. He's my favorite player on the team right now.
Man,
he has stolen my heart.
He has been tremendous for this team.
Yeah, he's been awesome, and the way he steals the bases, the way he's kind of just like, he's the little guy with the heart that's like, I refuse to lose. Okay?
Yeah.
I refuse to lose. So no matter what you want to do, Chris Martin, I'm not going to allow for it.
So, you know what? We'll play a positive one first. You mentioned the steals. Go ahead and give me cut 7. Let's get positive, because the Rangers won, and then we'll get to the way they won, which was bat-ass insane.
Haggerty going again. The pitch is not in there. Neither is a throw to third. Haggerty with a theft of third base. And now the Rangers have that tying run 90 feet away.
All right, so let's go through the first 6 innings. This was going to be an opener. And by the way, if you want to share your emotions from yesterday, from the 817, I turned the game on the radio at work. That's right here on 105.3 The Fan. And then I heard them give up back-to-back home runs, turn the game off, and then they won. Haggerty is the new Jankowski. Man, I love that. You got to have that scrappy kid that you're like, he doesn't look like theoretically he should be the most talented or athletic, but by God, he gets the job done.
He is this year's glue guy.
Yeah.
And
I like it.
Hopefully that results into a championship level glue guy like Janko achieved. But nonetheless, this guy Haggerty, he gets that nod.
For sure. So you've got Latz out there. By the way, maybe that's another conversation about the starting potential of Jacob Latz, because I do kind of want to get into that, and I've asked a couple of people about that. But Jacob Latz yesterday, he gets through 6 innings. He has a no-hitter somehow. And I think he's thrown like 75, 78 pitches. And so in my head, I'm like, okay, well, he's not going to throw the whole game. Was there any part of you that got swept up in no-hitter fever and ignored the fact that pitch counts exist and he probably wouldn't pitch the next 3 innings? And you're like, the hell with it. Maybe he can get a no-hitter.
I thought it was possible. Because it wasn't like it was Jacob deGrom, who I know that they are going to be cautious with.
Yeah.
It's like, this is Jacob Latz. If this guy's about to go have the night of his life, let's go ahead and
you want to go for it?
Yes, let's keep this moving.
Jacob, were you thinking your fellow Jacob could, the hell with pitch counts, let's just have an opener that throws a no-hitter and it'll be crazy?
I always get excited when there's a no-hitter. Like, even through like 3 innings, if I see a guy's got a no-hitter and he's only at like 35 pitches, I'm like, oh, okay, maybe.
Okay. Are you the person, maybe people think this is obnoxious. I'm not going to lie. This has been me plenty of times. Second batter's up and they get a hit, and I'm like, well, there goes a no-hitter.
I'm not that, no.
Okay. I apologize to everyone I've ever sat near at a ballpark who wanted to stab me in the head with a pen.
Hey, I forgive you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so Latz gets to go out there in the 7th inning, which already felt like, hey, Boch is like, the hell with it. Let's see what happens. And he gives up a single, and you're like, oh, no-hitter. But they leave him out there. And then he walks the batter, and you're like, okay, let's get him out of here. You did a heck of a job. Like, he pitched better than any of us could have possibly hoped for, right?
No question.
Like, if I just told you Latz is going to go out there and throw 6 innings of shutout ball, wouldn't we all been like, well, hell yeah, let's go? Not to mention the fact that it was a no-hitter going into that. All right, but you've got 2 runners on. So we brought in Chris Martin, who, as a show, we fundamentally failed the Rangers yesterday because we had our list of players that could get traded. We should have traded Chris Martin immediately, right?
Yes, I loved your text in real time.
Yes.
Was great yesterday.
Oh yeah, I think it was the second home run. I think that was even before the third one, and I was like, I almost said something else. We really screwed this up. And this is what makes it even worse. The great Evan Grant provided us with this statistic. Chris Martin had never given up back-to-back home runs. Ever! So that's just 2. If you like Jared Sandler, you're going to enjoy this next block of content. Go ahead and give me cut number 3 as it's 4-0 and Chris Martin faces his first batter.
The 0-2. Swing, and that's a high drive to left field, and that's not coming back. Langford jogs after, turns, watches, and that is a long drive out of here. Well, you can put him on the Rangers killer team among active players. Gary Sanchez always does damage against Texas, and here a big 3-run home run that gets the Orioles back in it.
All right. But that's just the beginning of it. Because remember, you got to face a minimum of 3 batters.
That is true.
Thanks a lot, Commissioner.
There's no way this can get any worse, though,
Actually,
right? He's going to settle in.
Now,
He's going to settle in. He's a veteran.
Let's see. Let's go to cut number 4. And also, I want you to gauge the Jared Sandler sadness meter.
I love this.
Because, go back. I'm sorry, Jacob. Go back to 4 for just a second. At the beginning of that, or go back to 3, excuse me, for just a second, you can hear immediately that it's a home run. Not because of what Jared says, but because of how he says it.
Swing, and that's a high drive to left field, and that's not coming back. Langford.
Okay, all right. You could tell right there. So the Jared Sandler sadness meter is pretty high right there, and rightfully so. You went in the span of 3 batters from a no-hitter to now it's 4-3, and there's still no outs. All right, now cut 4. You said it. Surely it's got to get better. I'm feeling hopeful.
The pitch. Maria swings. There's a high fly ball to right. Osuna back of the track. He turns. That one is out of here.
Not as sad. We had a shot at that. Osuna had a shot at that.
I can laugh because I know how this all ends.
Yes, exactly. I thought, I know it's Cooper Flagg Day, but I kind of thought we were going to start with how the F did they lose that game?
I do think that could have been the season, the knockout for the season.
That was the Washington-Chicago final play?
Yes, that would have been the KO where this thing is just left for dead.
Okay. So now keep in mind, it's been...
But Sam Haggerty refused to allow that to happen, Hagee.
That's right. And then we go to cut number 5 because it's not over yet. Remember, you got to face 3 batters. Chris Martin, for the first time in his career, has now given up back-to-back home runs. Surely that is our rock bottom. And then O'Hearn came up.
The 2-2. And there's a high fly ball to right center field. Carter back. He's in the track at the wall. That ball's out of here.
And then all of a sudden, the Rangers were losing 5-4. And we're all like, what happened? And the crazy part is there were still no outs at this point. Like, props to Hobie Milner because...
I love that guy.
I really thought for a second that Chris Martin was going to pitch to Mayo. And I was going to be like, what the hell are we doing? And I was like, he faced his minimum. He had the worst possible outcome. Like, you could not have had an outcome, like injury-free outcome.
Bochy's like, no, we got him right where we want.
Yeah, that would have been worse than that. So then Milner comes out there, and he takes care of it in short order. And I did see from the 2-1-4, that ump sucked last night. That last pitch by Latz was a strike. And then all of a sudden, you wonder, could it have been different? I don't know if Chris Martin still would have given up back-to-back-to-back home runs, but maybe it could have been different. So at the end of the 7th inning, I will admit all hope was lost for me, even though it was only a 1-run game. Because if you recall, we went over the statistic from yesterday.
Yes, we did.
That the Rangers had been tied or trailing 40 times this season after the 7th inning, and they had won 3 of them. So even though it was 5-4, in my mind, it was like 8-4.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, we literally just went over this today. I now know exactly how bad this team is in these situations. 3-37, but we were going for number 4, Hagee.
And I really I really thought that we were done. And then you brought it up. And I don't know if people thought you were kind of joking. You definitely were not. Haggerty steals second, and he steals third. And then Heim with the sac fly to tie the game. And then if you go ahead and jump out to the 10th, Haggerty had the fielder's choice that Evan Carter scored on. And so he was huge in both the manufacturing of both of these runs.
And they gave him the player of the game on RSN last night.
As they should
He
have.
got to catch up with Laura Stickles and get that love.
Do you feel bad for Latz just a little bit? I said as he should have. That's probably unfair. It kind of feels like Jacob Latz.
It could have gone either way.
Yeah.
It was a coin flip.
Yeah.
But Haggerty deserves it.
Yeah. I wonder what the message is to Chris Martin afterwards. Hey, you couldn't possibly do worse next time.
Yeah, just short-term memory, Chris. Don't worry, you won't see the bump for a while.
Okay. Yeah, I can.
I'm not going to put you back in that same scenario.
Yeah.
You've earned the right to not play baseball for a little bit.
And he had been pitching so well this season. And that's like the shame of it all. And that's one of the reasons that we brought him up on our trade list yesterday is Chris Martin had been freaking phenomenal this year. I believe in that game alone, how much do you think his ERA went up?
Oh my gosh. A record-setting 1,000 points.
That's fair. It went up more than a run. It was 1.48. Now it's 2.59. And that is just for one game. And this was his 28th appearance of the season. Think about how bad it has to go.
Really
and he didn't
bad.
even get tagged with all of those runs that he probably should have. That is the sad life of a starting pitcher, which, by the way, tomorrow we're going to change everything about starting pitching wins and losses. I don't know if you're ready for this concept just yet, but tomorrow we're going to dive into it. However, you brought up something that really intrigues me. Could this have been a pivot game? Now, I'm not saying that you're going to pivot in the right direction, but I want to go back to what you said. Do you really think that if the Rangers would have lost this game yesterday, that would have been the pivot game that could have spiraled them down?
Yeah, I really do. And I love the just sort of the resilience and the gutsiness and the heart that they showed to refuse to lose that game.
Yep.
But that would have felt like one of those that you're not really able to come back from. At least you haven't put yourself in a position to reel from that for a while and then be able to overcome it. Not to say that they wouldn't go on win streaks later on, but I think that you would have played yourself out of it right now because you're under 500.
Yes.
So if that sinks you for 10 days of you're in a haze here, all of a sudden now you're just so lost and there's not much you can do to come back from that.
Is it weird to think about the idea that today's game is the midway point of the season? Like today is game 81. So
that is crazy.
So for all this talk about, it'll come around, it'll this, it'll that. And like, obviously a lot of people have been pushing back against that. But today you can definitely push back against it and be like, this is the midway point of the season. When is that going to happen? Like if that's the refrain from, and we'll talk to Bruce Bochy at 12:30, whether it's from him, whether it's from CY, whether it's from anyone with the Rangers. If you tell me you still think that y'all can turn it around or get better, I understand that. But if you're like, well, it's inevitable that it will come around. I'm like, why? Like if you think it'll come around or you hope it'll come around, but sometimes they describe it like, well, obviously it'll come around.
Yeah, like it's a guarantee that it's going to happen just because it has to.
Yeah, you're like, well, I think we've reached the point where you can't really say that. By the way, a couple of other updates, and I know we talked about it yesterday that you lost Cody Bradford for the rest of the season, but I want to throw this out there as well. Mark Church. We love Mark Church.
Love Mark Church. He was one of the best interviews we got in spring training in the clubhouse.
You might not like hearing this next part. He has been put on the injured list at AAA Round Rock with the diagnosis of elbow inflammation.
Oh, gosh.
So,
what the F, Hagee?
That doesn't have to mean the worst case scenario.
Why do I want to blame you for this right now? What is it? What's happening to me?
There's a reason they say don't blame the messenger, because that's what people do. I get it. Like I wouldn't want to be in medieval times if you ever had to deliver bad news and they're like, that's it, cut his head off. I didn't make the news.
Yeah. These elbows are contagious, huh?
And it sounds very ominous. So hopefully it'll be okay. But if you tell me in a couple days,
it's church for Mark.
Yeah. That would not surprise me so much. But on the flip side, they did activate Malcolm Moore. So young prospect, draft pick. Hopefully he can make a little noise and continue to move up in the system. But I am very worried about Mark Church.
At any point, have you gotten worried about Jared Sandler in the post game, just seeing how he is perspirating at a ridiculous rate in Baltimore? The humidity. He is disheveled. He looks like he just got done playing in a game.
Yeah.
He's hosting the post-game show, and the sweat that is pouring off of him. Thank God they won that game, because that could have been one of those heat exhaustion, dehydration, just epic L that where Sandler just short circuits in front of all of us.
You know, we knew that the heat dome was going to affect us all, but it's when you hear stories like that it really hits home, right?
Couldn't agree more.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Could this AL slugger pull off an MVP upset? Next on The Fan.
Well, Tolos, everyone keeps asking.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, for your hair.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
To 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Morton, home, and this one is hit hard, deep out into the left field corner. Carlson going back, he won't get there. It hits the track, bounces off the wall, and it goes over the wall. So that's an automatic double, which hurts the Rangers here because Josh Young would have scored.
Don't worry, in a very roundabout way, they would still find out find a way to win that game. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. I got to start with a sad story.
Oh, no.
I'm very sorry to report that to you. Good news, though. Dermot Kennedy and AEW, we will have giveaways for both of those people during the show. Follow up. Do you think if I keep saying it like that, I can convince Jacob to stop putting an N in his name in the sheet?
I think you're going to have to draw up a harder bargain than that.
Jacob,
how's it spelled?
Do you DERMOT?
Oh boy, I think I've done it all 3 days too.
Do you think I've just been kind of saying it wrong? I get it. I might still be.
I've been telling the callers it's
Dermot
Kennedy, so I mean, I think that's who they're under the impression they're seeing.
I mean, look, I don't know if there's a Dermont Kennedy as opposed to Dermont Kennedy, and like you'd be hard pressed to find the difference, but maybe. All right. Are you ready for the sad story?
I guess. I mean, you've prepped me, so I have no choice. My body's ready. My soul's not.
So it was classless by the fan, but it was really nice to see the teammates kind of surround Ketel Marte, including his manager, because his mom had previously died in a car accident, and one of the fans was shouting out taunts about his mom and dying in the car accident. Look, Bobby, I think, is a unique cat in terms of like it doesn't really seem to bother him when you make those kind of digs and everything like that. But like, man,
he's the outlier.
That does seem really out of bounds.
Was this an opposing fan or was this a Diamondbacks fan?
Ooh, I don't know the answer to that.
I did actually see this.
It was in Chicago, so I would assume
it's a road fan.
An opposing fan?
That is pretty ridiculous. I mean, we've seen so much of it from baseball fans this year.
For sure.
We saw it with Astros fans getting on McCullers, and like there's been the death threat stuff is kind of getting rampant.
That's insane. Yeah. And like, I don't know. You could be like, oh, you suck, or you can't pitch to save your life or whatever, but
like Ketel Marte is probably what I would be throwing at him if I was a White Sox fan.
Should I
my
assume
Chicago dog.
That's FCC compliant?
I believe so.
Okay. So I'm going to go to the...
It is in the G-Bag Nation. I know that.
Good. Well, y'all
2 to 7.
It's not like you guys are on at 11 p.m. So if it works there, we should be fine. So I'm going to go to the Diamondbacks manager, just talking about standing up for his guys in the way that the teammates did as well. Cut 22, please.
Yeah, just it was a terrible moment. Fans are nasty, and fans go too far sometimes. And I love my players, and I'm going to protect them.
Like, I can't go as far as saying it was a nice moment, because that's probably kind of a distortion because of what happened to create it. But his manager was out there with his arm around him, and his teammates were there. And you could tell Marte was either about to cry or crying. It's hard to totally tell from the video.
He was emotional.
Yeah, where it was. But come on, people. Do better. Just yell out like, hey, if you had one more eye, you'd be a Cyclops. Like, give me something like that.
I like that.
Don't be like, you're the reason your parents divorced.
972 says the Charles Barkley rule. You should be allowed to whoop one fan's ass per game.
I could see that. I don't know how you would put that disclaimer on the back of the ticket. We could figure it out. There's no more physical tickets. People don't read the rules and conditions. You just click accept.
Right there at the bottom of the fine print.
You convinced me. Now's the time. Because, like, I know there's a South Park episode that's a great PSA about why you should read all the terms and conditions, but you don't want to turn in to being part of a human centipede. So I think you could probably put that in there and be like, if you get out of line, there is permission for a player to go whoop your ass.
I would be totally here for that. And that would make for great entertainment, too.
Absolutely.
I mean, TV ratings would skyrocket.
Oh, my gosh. Like, I feel like we should... Well, then retroactively, do you have to forgive, apologize, and probably refund the fines of all the people from the Malice in the Palace? Because then you're like, hey, a lot of them picked one person.
That's true. Yeah, retroactively.
If you fought multiple people, fine, still stand and everything like that. But if you only fought one, we're going to get you your money back.
I'm here for that.
Okay, we'll look into that. Probably not. All right, let's talk about... I don't want to make promises that I'm not actually going to keep.
214 is like, but what happens when the player gets their ass kicked in a couple of those fights? Because inevitably...
That's part of the deal.
That is part of the deal.
I mean, look, is that going to be harder to bargain in with the players' union? Probably. But I'm willing to bet you this. If you told the players, here's the deal, you can go kick one person's ass per game if they say something out of line, but you can't have any suing or legal issues or anything if they whoop your ass. I bet most players would be like, okay, deal.
Oh, they would.
Yeah,
yes.
They'd be like, no, I'm not getting my ass kicked by some guy in the third row.
Professional athlete confidence.
For sure.
And ultimately, it's on me as the player to decide. I get to make that judgment in the moment. Hey, this guy, you know what? I actually don't want to mess with him.
Yeah.
You can pretty much say whatever you want to me. I get to choose who this fan, ultimately, I make that choice for myself. I got to have some self-awareness.
Agreed. By the way, the 806, you guys are some clever folks. Point of order, it was not a human centipede. It was a human centipede. That's a good point. It was technology. Thank you for that correction. All right, let's go weirdly from that to Chase Burns. So Chase Burns pitching for Cincinnati last night. He made Major League Baseball history since we found a new answer. You know how we talked about the last couple of days? I don't care for the modern era.
That's
since
right.
1900. It's too far back. We have found a better starting point. Since the expansion era in 1961. Because, you can at least wrap your head around, what happened in 1961 as opposed to 1900, a little bit easier. Burns became the first starting pitcher since at least the expansion era in 1961 to strike out the first 5 batters he faced in his major league debut. Wow. So if Chris Martin is the worst it could have gone yesterday, then Chase Burns is the best it could have gone in a short span yesterday.
That's the spectrum.
He struck out Aaron Judge too.
Did he really?
Yeah.
See, that is what a way to kick off your career. It kind of sucks though because it's only downhill after that.
Sure.
You'll never you've peaked.
Yeah. You went Pedro in the All-Star game, and so now you're like, I don't know.
Did you see the Angels history that was made?
Oh no, I don't think I did.
Christian Moore. We'll have a history off here. What's cooler? Your history?
Okay.
Or Christian Moore's here. He hit a game-tying home run. Then he hit a walk-off home run with his team trailing. He drove in all of his team's runs for the game. No other player in MLB history has done all of that in the same game. Boom! Christian Moore.
I'm going to vote for Burns because he doesn't play for the Angels.
I knew that was going to be the...
Is that unfair?
No, that was going to be the hair splitting for me as well. It's I hate that he did it in that uniform, but hey, respect to that. That's pretty impressive.
Sure. By the way, yesterday they had the prospect showcase, MLB's Pipeline Prospect Showcase. Sebastian Walcott, of course, got a lot of people's attention. He played a big part in the 5-1 win over Tulsa. He went 2 for 4, tied a career high with 3 steals in his 7th start at third base. So for the people who are like, I don't know if he'll make it as a shortstop, they've been trying him out at third base as well. He had 3 steals and went 2 for 4. So
that's pretty good. That's pretty promising.
Here we come. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sorry, I didn't get the idea that Cal Raleigh could win the AL MVP. We'll pick that up at another point. Coming up next, though, who is your comp for Cooper Flagg? And do you think he could be better than these recent number 1 picks? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Happy Flag Day to all who celebrate. Question right here, 877-881-1053. Who is your comp for Cooper Flagg, and will he be better than these recent number one picks? Look, I've definitely had some arguments with folks on the fan text. Maybe they were just trying to draw me off sides. Maybe they weren't. But one person said his comp is Keith Van Horn. Although he did go on to say, but you probably like him and Jokic because you're white. And I was like, oh, okay, so that's what we're doing. Gotcha.
Sounds about white.
Yeah. Cooper Flagg is already better defensively than Keith Van Horn ever could be or would be.
Or even could dream of.
Yes, exactly. So let's just start with that. But I do think it's a good question. Like, what would you comp Cooper Flagg to? And then, do you think he'll be better than these players? And so I'll give you an example of a couple of them. But first, let's go to Cooper Flagg himself. Cut number 19. Who is your NBA player comp?
Who's your NBA player comp, and who do your friends say you play like?
I'd like to think that I could play like Kawhi, just such a good two-way talent. I don't know if I actually do or not, but I think my friends would say someone like that as well.
All right, so let's start with Kawhi Leonard. I do see the comps there because of the size, because of the ability, because of the defensive potential. Obviously, he has a long way to go to prove that he can be Kawhi. But Kawhi Leonard, three-time NBA All-First Team, two-time champ, two-time Finals MVP. If Cooper Flagg is Kawhi Leonard, we all feel good about that, right?
1,000,000%,
Yes.
especially if we can qualify it as a healthy Kawhi Leonard, because if he meets the Kawhi Leonard ability and stays healthy, all the resume stuff that you just gave for Kawhi looks quite a bit different.
It really does. And it's interesting because, and I know he has been hurt, but if you look at that 10-year stretch, 2015, or I guess 2014, let's even say, to 2024. So we're adding on an extra year. Or if you want to even shorten it up, all right? You know what? I'm contradicting my own logic right here. Let's go 2014 to 2021. In that span, won the NBA title twice, was Finals MVP both times. He was All-NBA First Team 3 times, Second Team 2 times, and Defensive Player of the Year 2 times. That is a hellacious resume right there.
It's incredible.
Absolutely.
He'll end up being so underrated over time
I can
just
see that.
because of the health factor.
Yeah.
But there's no doubt he's one of the best players in the last decade of NBA basketball.
I absolutely agree with you on that. Now, let's go to LeBron James. LeBron James said that one of the things about Cooper Flagg is he wants to be great. And I think that is like a really big, like, do you have the want to be great? And he goes, he can play with the ball. He can play without the ball. His jump shot is going to continue to get better. Super athletic, quick second jump. So all of those positives. And then here's the other thing, especially that we need to talk about with the Kyrie extension. He has the benefit, and then he threw this in there, which maybe you think it's relevant, maybe you don't. I feel like you could have done without these two words. He has the benefit, unlike myself, he gets to join a team that's established with Hall of Fame guys. Look, LeBron, we all know you're awesome. You're going to go down as, at worst, a top 3 player of all time. In my opinion, other people might feel differently, but I feel like that we're getting pretty close to a consensus on that.
Anytime you get a chance to make it about yourself, you have to capitalize
For
on
sure.
that, especially if you're the king.
Because think about it. Does this sentence still work? He has the benefit of getting to go to a team that's established with Hall of Fame guys. Yes, that sentence works perfectly.
I love, too, because he makes it unlike me when it's really like unlike just about any other number 1 overall pick of all time.
Exactly.
Like LeBron was the one that had to deal with the fact that he was going to a bad team.
Tough break. Obviously, every other player, like you said, they went to the Showtime Lakers. Actually, the Lakers did benefit from that once. But like most of the time, the whole reason, like with the Wings right now, look, the Dallas Wings are not good, though it looks like they're getting better. They're not good because, and they got the number 1 pick, not because of luck like the Mavericks, because they were not good last year. And there's a lot of rebuilding to do. All right. But he says you got Clay, Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, right off the bat, Hall of Fame coach in Jason Kidd. So I want to talk about the Kyrie Irving deal for just a second. So we found out last night Kyrie turned down the player option because, I mean, obviously this all goes together. He didn't just say that and then the Mavericks sprung into action. Like this was the plan. And so he signed a 3-year extension for $119 million. Now, once again, that will be ended with a player option in the final year. But if you think about it, if he would have opted in, especially since he's going to probably miss a good chunk of the season, that means his extension is essentially 2 years for $76 million. What does this do? By declining that option, signing the new deal, it puts the Mavericks in position to use the $5.7 million taxpayer mid-level exception this offseason. One would think that would be to pursue a point guard.
Yes.
Now, there's already 2 names out there. One is Mark Stein on the D'Angelo Russell spot. Is that who? Because Mark Stein is super plugged in on this team.
Yes, Mark Stein is he is that dude when it comes to Mavs reporting. Dallas is now, this is 49 minutes ago, Dallas is now regarded as a leading suitor for D'Angelo Russell.
Okay, so that's one option. And the other one that we've been kicking around is Chris Paul. Look, neither one of them are particularly good shooters, but that's also not why you're using them, right? Like you're using them to hopefully facilitate and run the offense in stretches, especially until Kyrie is back. And then your role would obviously change.
Yeah, I mean, you want somebody who can be a floor general and set guys up. Of course, you want to have the 3-point shooting. I think there is definitely enough from Chris Paul and from D'Angelo Russell to say, okay, that is a plus skill that you're hoping to have in this particular player. Our buddy Nick Angstad, who I believe will be joining us.
He will. The plan is for him to be in studio on Friday.
When he gets back from the NBA draft.
Yeah, that's why he can't be here on Thursday, because he'll still be at the draft.
So he has the D'Angelo Russell scouting report. The good is the shooting, the 37%. And there is a year where D'Angelo Russell was the 23-24 season with the Lakers, he was just under 42% from the 3.
Okay.
And that was over 7 threes per game.
You know what? And that is an interesting point, because traditionally he has not been a great shooter, but he has been better from long range. Honestly, he's almost been better from long range at times than he has inside the paint, which is really weird.
Which is also funny because I believe on June 19th, he said, kids, don't forget to practice your mid-range jumpers. And I think he was saying that to really say it to himself.
Okay, good.
Like he was looking in the mirror, talking to himself when he tweeted that.
He's the anti-DeMar DeRozan.
Yes, exactly. But I mean, just under 6 career assists per game. And then he's got the chemistry with Anthony Davis as well. So there's some of the pros, but the decision making has held him back, and the defense. And so, but listen, you're not going to get a perfect player when you're talking about a $5.5 million deal.
Yeah. And so if you're just looking for somebody who can crank up the three, D'Angelo Russell, I do still get that. I won't totally hold. Maybe I was a little bit harsh holding this past year against him at both of his stops being pretty rough.
He can be a little temperamental of what kind of just mood is he in? Does he even want to be good tonight? I don't know. He's got that kind of feel to him.
And see, I see the appeal from that perspective. I still think I probably lean towards Chris Paul just because he would be a better immediate fit for what I want, which is somebody who's more used to distributing the ball however you need it to be. Like D'Angelo Russell at times, I mean, I know he can run the point, but he's like a combo guard to me, and so I think
you want like a thoroughbred floor general point guard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Especially knowing the amount of time that I need to use him, and hopefully Chris Paul would be like, hey, that's fine. I'm great with running the second unit or, combinations. I know you don't just sub all of your players in and out like that, but you get what I'm saying. Like you would not be the presumptive starter anymore. So I'm intrigued by that, but I appreciate the job that Kyrie did by opting out and signing this deal because the Mavericks, Nico Harrison, regardless of what you think about him, he said that Kyrie was going to be their top priority. And so by doing it like this, you do have that money now available to go ahead and pick that player up. If you can get D'Angelo Russell for that spot, I'm not going to hate on it whatsoever because he does have some of the capabilities that you're looking for.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it was really just a win-win situation in terms of getting this deal done because Dallas, as you mentioned, gets the almost $6 million for the mid-level exception, and then Kyrie gets 2 more years of security when he just tore his ACL at this age. So it was a win-win, no-brainer. Kyrie obviously loves being here in Dallas and playing for Jason Kidd, playing for the Mavericks. Nico Harrison, despite all of us not liking him, I think the Q rating for Nico Harrison in Kyrie's mind is still pretty high.
It does feel that way.
And I like the question from the 469 here. What about Bruce Brown? That's a guy that I do like.
That did get brought up before the show.
I do like Bruce Brown. I haven't seen much in the way of rumblings about him being connected to Dallas. He's kind of that combo guard as well, wing. He's not like your true point guard, though he could, like in an ideal situation, it would be your backup point guard.
Yeah.
But he brings more defense and just general versatility. And so, and championship pedigree, of course, winning with the Nuggets. So
is he signing for that?
I don't know if that's a guy that you can get for that amount.
Yeah.
He did land his post-championship sort of bigger deal.
Yeah.
So at this point, I don't know what he's going to command, and I haven't seen him really tied to the Mavericks, but that was a guy that popped up, and I'm like, I would like that because I love the idea of having a guy who can then, you're running out 5 guys at a time that you trust defensively.
Yes.
And I know, I'm willing to concede the idea that your point guard, if it's Chris Paul or D'Angelo Russell, hey, he's not going to be a great defender. But, man, you can see just a team like Oklahoma City. When you got 5 guys that can really defend, what a nightmare that is.
Yeah. And you know what? And I did see somebody bring this up, I think, about D'Angelo Russell. He can play alongside Kyrie when he comes back. And that's an interesting sell of how do you distribute the minutes then? Because, what are you going to do about Clay? Does that start to take out Jaden Hardy? And what about Max Christie? And if you're like, well, I'm going to stretch them out to 3. Okay, well, what about PJ and Cooper Flagg? How's that breakdown going to go? It's a good problem to have for the Mavericks, but I'm curious when you sit down with the agent and they're like, hey, the money doesn't bother us. But, what's the playing time going to be like once Kyrie gets back? I'm sure they have a plan. I hope they have a plan. If not, that is also worrisome.
Yeah, and I mean, I know there's kind of a log jam at some of these positions right now for the Mavericks, especially on the wing and stuff, but it's a long season.
For sure.
Kid is always maneuvering things when it comes to the rotations, and guys get hurt, especially the guys that you're going to be running out there.
Yeah.
So you're going to need all hands on deck.
So here are the number one picks of the last decade. And I want you to just kind of like combine them all and think about averaging them out, which I know is a weird deal. Would you be satisfied if Cooper Flagg is a bizarre combination of all of these players? All right. Karl-Anthony Towns, Ben Simmons, Markelle Fultz, DeAndre Ayton, Zion, Anthony Edwards, Cade Cunningham, Paolo Banchero, and Wemby. Oh, and Risa Shea. I know it picks up a lot there at the end because you look at it and you're like, Wiggins? Karl-Anthony Towns? Okay. But then Ben Simmons, Markelle Fultz, and even to a certain extent, DeAndre Ayton. I feel like those would all be disappointments.
Totally.
Zion would be a disappointment because of the health. But then if I tell you, I know they're not the same player, but I'm telling you, he'll be as good as Anthony Edwards, Cade Cunningham, Paolo Banchero, Wemby. And you're like, oh, yeah, okay. So let's take a step back the decade before. Andrew Bogut.
No, thank you.
Andre Bargnani.
No, thank you.
Greg Oden.
No, thank you.
I have to tell you something. I was on team Greg Oden over Kevin Durant.
Listen, I get that. At the time, we were still just big man is what it's about.
Yeah.
But there's no doubt that is an all-time bad decision.
Sorry about that, Kevin Durant. Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose is tricky, too, because, like, I get it with the health, but, man, he looked like he was going to be the dude. Like, I thought he was going to be running neck and neck with LeBron to be like, who is the best player in the NBA for real?
And if it wasn't for LeBron and the super team of the Miami Heat, he is at least in the NBA Finals once or twice.
Blake Griffin, John Wall, Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis, Anthony Bennett. We'll get to him in a second.
Yeah, no gracias on Bennett.
And Andrew Wiggins. So, like, the whole reason I wanted to go through that decade by decade is to show you I've named you some of the best players in the NBA, but I've also named you a handful of people that were either average or in some cases, no. Anthony Bennett is the worst number one draft pick in the history of the NBA. Like, he makes, like, I know people will say Michael Olowokandi, Kwame Brown. They look like prime Magic Johnson and Larry Bird compared to Anthony Bennett. He was the worst number. And if you're not sure what I'm talking about, and you're like, did you just make that name up? Go look him up. Go see what he did in the NBA.
I was just going to say, man, I need to pull up because I know Anthony Bennett is synonymous with giant monster bust, but I don't even know the specifics of, like, how many games did he even play?
Great question. Do you want to know how many games he started in his career as the number one pick?
I would love to know. There are 82
He played 4.
He started 4 games.
And I know you're thinking, what season was that? No. Was he injured? No. 4. He started 4 games. All right? And you're like, well, hold on. He must have got a lot of run as a rookie. He averaged 13 minutes a game and 4 points per game because he sucked. And they realized they made a mistake because some people even had him at number 6 in what was going to be a weak draft. When he went number 1, it was shocking. It was like, what?
Yeah.
And so then he went to Minnesota, had his best season probably ever in Minnesota. Started 3 games, shot 42% from the field, 30 from 3, and averaged 5.2 points per game. He played 151 games for his career. He was really in the league for 2 years. And then teams could not pass up the lure of the number one pick. So they gave him shots in 2 other seasons. But think about this. He was the number one pick in the draft. He was out of the NBA in 4 years. He was really kind of out of the NBA in 2 years until 2 teams were like, I guess. He is the worst pick in the number one pick in the history of the NBA draft.
I do love that because the Cavs get to claim LeBron and then also Anthony Bennett.
Yes.
Like they were on both sides of the spectrum on what could happen to a number 1 overall pick.
And think about what a weird time it is. And then you have Kyrie, like also.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Also in the mix there.
Yeah.
So you have like 2 of the players that help contribute to one of the greatest NBA games of all time. And then you have the worst player who ever went number 1.
The duality of an organization.
Indeed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. It might have been a while, but are you ready for your erection?
I am 877-881-1053 in honor of a couple of current sportsmen. What was the moment you knew you were going to quit something? Maybe it was a job, maybe a sport, maybe a relationship. That's next, right here on The Fan.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, somebody asked, who went second in that draft? It was Victor Oladipo, who he made an all-star team. He was at least serviceable. But what people forget, and it got brought up, wow, that's a weak draft. Look, if you look at the top of that draft, Oladipo, Otto Porter Jr., Cody Zeller, Alex Len, Nerlens Noel, those are the top of the draft. And you're like, this is one of the worst drafts of all time. You have to go down further into the draft. And both of these players took a little bit of time, but Rudy Gobert was taken in that draft, as was Giannis. But outside of Donnie Nelson, it doesn't feel like anybody was thinking, hey, he should go at the top of the draft. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, call your doctor if it lasts more than 4 hours. It's time for the Eriction.
Thank you very much, Hagee. 877-881-1053. When did you know that you were going to quit something? I just got a text from the 972. Eric sounds like he actually prepared for a show for a change. How about that?
Oh, that's
like,
rude.
It's one of those double-sided compliments or whatever.
Yeah.
Getting a couple of those coming in. Like another 972. Much respect, Eric. When with Kevin, you sound like an actual professional radio host. Nice work. Maybe you should try this more often.
Is that the definition of the backhanded compliment? It's nice, but not totally nice.
I'm getting Tony Romo'd by Shane Gillis like we played yesterday. Okay, we have some quitters in the world, and we are going to start with some sound. This is a former NFL tight end. Many of you are familiar, Mr. Darren Waller. He is no longer in the NFL, and it's because there was a time where he was playing football and he realized this is just not for me anymore. This is him telling that story.
I don't know if I've shared this with anybody, but I knew I was retiring when we played in Buffalo. The Giants we were playing there. It was a game where it was in the first quarter of the game. We were running like this counter lead running play, and I'm kind of like leading through the hole like I'm a fullback, and the play is working. But I sit down on the sideline after like a drive where we ran like 3 times, and I'm like, what the am I doing with my life? I'm out here playing fullback. I don't even want to do this anymore. And I'm just like looking at the moon. It's like early first quarter, second quarter. Nobody else would really even know that I'm thinking this, but I'm on the sideline like, yep, I'm going to finish this year with the best of my ability, but I'm definitely done playing after this year. And that was the only time I played in Buffalo.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, Buffalo has been a place where careers tend to go and die from time to time. Darren Waller's now added to the list. I remember now the late, great Vontae Davis just at halftime or at some point he just took his helmet off and said, you know what?
Done.
This is no longer for me. And he never played again after that.
So do you want a work story or a relationship story?
Can I be honest with you, Hagee? I want both. So this is a combo platter of Hagee quitting. But start with the relationship.
All right. So I quit this relationship. This gal had moved in with me, even though we weren't married, because at times in my life I've definitely lived in sin. A lot. All right.
Understand that, yeah.
And so she was parking in the apartment parking lot, as one would do. And I guess they were going around checking like registration or inspection or whatever back at the time when it wasn't the handy dandy one sticker. And hers had expired like an unreasonable amount of time ago.
Years.
And so she got like a sticker on her car or whatever. Like they flagged her car and went to the apartment office and they're like, oh yeah, you got to fix this up.
It was just a regular flag. It wasn't like a Cooper flag or something cool.
I know it is Flag Day, but no, it was not that. And so we were like, hey, you got to get that fixed up. And she's like, oh, yeah, okay. And so the next week, she had the entire week off. And I asked her a couple times. And then finally, I came home on Friday after work. And I was like, hey, did you get your registration? And she's like, oh, yeah, no, I was watching. Like she was binge watching a show, which there's nothing wrong with that. But like, this felt like the most basic thing.
Like you had time.
Yeah,
I know
just
you
do
had
that.
time.
Just do that.
Accomplish one thing for yourself this week.
And at that moment, I was like, I'm done. Like you're not a real adult. Like I can't have a relationship. And at the time, of course, I already had a kid out of wedlock because again, the sin thing. I was like, you're not a real adult, and I cannot build a life with you.
I totally respect that. I think maybe if the first time you saw the expired tag, you just immediately quit,
Yeah.
I'd be like, dang,
Yeah,
that's a little
harsh.
heavy-handed.
Yeah.
You gave her a full week when she was off the entire time.
Yes.
I do respect how annoying it is to do the state inspection thing.
I get
have
it,
been
yeah.
that guy that's
For
driven
sure.
around with the well-expired one.
For sure.
It was funny. I was in college. I would drive through Denton all the time, going to UNT, and I had it was well expired. Never got popped.
Yeah.
But one time my girlfriend drives my car, she gets pulled over for it. It was great.
Okay. So see, but from the 682, my car registration has been out for a year and a half, have zero plans of getting it done. But if where you lived said, we're going to tow your car if you don't get it updated, I feel like that would change your plan. Like if you have your own house and you're like, the cops aren't patrolling that, that's fine.
Right.
But if you'd gotten a warning or that sticker that said, next time we're towing your car, I bet you would.
Let's see here. We have the 214. I knew I was going to quit eating chocolate when I had to put on my belt with a boomerang. Just got large, I guess.
Hey,
I guess.
Either that or that is a level of humor that it'll take me a minute to comprehend.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which happens. It definitely happens. I don't know if you ever heard it. I was so proud of this terrible joke, but I told Corey, I was like, do you know now that the Rangers can't serve bottled beer the rest of the year? And he's like, oh, I didn't know that. And I was like, yeah, because they lost the opener. And he didn't get it at all.
Wow.
And I had to repeat it again. And then he was like, I know you already said, okay. And but it took him multiple minutes
a while
to figure it out. So maybe I'll be there.
817, I ruined my rotator cuff in my throwing shoulder playing baseball when I was young, and that was the moment I knew it was time to start playing golf.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this one's terrible. From the 318, I knew I was going to quit my ex when I took her back to their hometown and her aunt spent an hour berating me on how horrible of a person I am because I wanted to watch the Cowboys play on Thanksgiving.
Oh, no. Hey, don't tell me how to fan. This is Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
It's football and turkey.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Cowboys and turkey. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
469 Panther 2U. One summer I needed a job, so I answered an ad, and it turned out they were selling knives door to door.
Okay.
Knew I was going to be quitting that job when I got arrested in the neighborhood.
What?
Didn't help that I was not of Caucasian descent, walking around with a bunch of knives.
It depends on the sales process, right? If you knock on the door and you're like, hello, sir, may I trouble you for a couple minutes of your time? Maybe that person's going to turn you in anyway because they're Karen or whatever.
It's such a weird idea.
Yeah.
Like, I got knives and I'm going to come
But if
to
you
your
knock
house.
on somebody's door and you're like, want a knife? I can see how you'd be like, hold on.
How did you execute the sales? That's a fair question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Buy this knife or else I'll use it.
You've quit a job, right?
Yes. So, there was one job where they quit me and they told me to get the F out.
I know that story.
Yes, but I did quit a job because when I was at the newspaper, so we had a whole bunch of community papers. There's 15 of them. And I thought we had done a particularly mediocre job for the week. Not terrible, but just it was fine. And our editor-in-chief came up to me either the end of the week or the start of the next week. And he was like, hey, I just wanted to let you know. And I was like, here we go. We should be doing better. And he goes, I just think y'all have been doing a great job lately and just really great products that you've been putting out. And that's when I knew. I was like, it's time to go. Because what I thought was mediocrity was, he was like, you're doing a great job. And it kind of reminds me, I know we didn't play this yet or say this yet, but when Cooper Flagg said his mom said, if you're the best player in the gym, find another gym.
Yes.
And that was kind of the thing. I was like, all right, so I don't think I did a good job. And my boss like, you're doing great.
I love that. You never lower the standard,
Yeah,
Iggy.
absolutely.
214, our buddy Woody. I knew I was going to give up opiates and benzos after spending $55,000 in 2.5 months.
Holy crap.
We finally got the number. Lucius has been teasing us for a while that whoever was the provider for Woody's drug addiction is really feeling that loss of a customer because Woody was really making it rain.
Man.
But we're happy for you, Woody.
That was that own person's Great Depression, that seller. They're like, I lost the guy. I redid my inventory levels because of that guy. And I was like, this is the great crash. All right, real quick from the 214, do better than this. All right, if you're going to do a trick name that like you think could really trick us up or trip us up, there we go, do better than this one from the 214. I am reading this with full knowledge that this is a nonsense text. I just want you to understand that I think you can do better. Broke up with my girl when she skipped my college graduation for a testicle concert.
Oh, wow.
Okay, like, come on. You can do better than that. Start it with Haywood. You know, like, you can do better than that.
Tickle is welcome in the Erickson, though. They
That makes
are,
sense.
you know, that does make sense. They're like cousins. Projected lottery pick, Noah Esenge. I believe I'm saying that correctly. He's reportedly leaving his team. This is a guy that's quitting. His team leads 2-1 in the German League finals. Okay, this is like the NBA finals of the German League.
Right.
His team's up 2-1 in the series, but he's a draft prospect, and he's now quitting in the middle of the league finals to attend the NBA draft ceremony. I don't know how to feel about that.
Yeah.
He's turning his back on his team. How do you draft that guy?
But do you think that's going to affect his lottery status? Because he will be. I think he will be a lottery pick. Actually, that's one of the names that if you want to look out for Oklahoma City getting aggressive for a big swing pick tonight, maybe keep an eye out on that.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know exactly how to feel, but I do hate the idea in the middle of your team's finals. He's clearly got to be their best player.
Sure.
They're up 2-1 in the finals, and now they're no longer going to have their best player.
And this is an experience I get that you can't replicate, but could you not? Is he going to fly back and like try to finish the series, or do you think his team's like, dude, if you leave, like don't come back? I mean, that's tough because I feel like if the teams were like, we're not going to draft you unless you show up there, I'd be like, guys, I'm kind of stuck, but I don't think that's happening.
Now that I think about it, I wonder if the teams would even want him to continue to play once they draft him. Like now now I've drafted you, so I don't even want you to keep playing. So maybe there's some level of that to it.
Could be, but
on the surface, it feels like, man, you're really turning your back on your brothers as you're in the middle of the most important series of their lives.
So my takeaway for this is you can quit for the NBA draft. You can quit for a variety of reasons. But really, the Raiders will always make you want to quit what you're doing, right?
The Raiders are the one place where we've like really stamped they are the king of careers go to die. Even Randy Moss couldn't be Randy Moss in a Raiders uniform. For a 7th round pick, he goes to New England and he's going undefeated in the regular season, and he's catching 50-yard bombs over Revis Island.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. I got Dallas Cowboys training camp info for you, but also, could somebody be a Cowboys fan and an Eagles fan at the same time?
What?
Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has grown.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freak
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Prescott in the gun. Snap is back. He has some time. He throws it in the end zone. It's a touchdown to Jalen Tolbert on the left side of the end zone, crossing in front of Deshaun Elliott.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, we still got 2 giveaways in the show today. Dermot Kennedy as well as AEW for All in Texas. But right now, want to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
And if you've heard the promos, now you know that the Dallas Cowboys will be returning to Oxnard to open their 66th training camp. We'll be there. We'll start giving you content on July 21st. Camp will officially start July 22nd, and I know what you're most concerned about, Eric. Who's it brought to us by? It's brought to us by American Airlines. For them, we'll have our own set of sponsors. But the Cowboys really wanted you to know that American Airlines was presenting this training camp, and they will have their first practice Tuesday, July 22nd. If you're thinking about going out to Oxnard, I know we talked a lot last year about there being way smaller crowds at Oxnard than in previous years, and that's a fact.
Yes.
But if you're a Cowboys fan, that can be a great place to get autographs. In addition to just like watching the practice or what counts as practice at training camp nowadays, that can realistically be a great place to get autographs if you've ever thought about making your way out to training camp.
Yes, absolutely. That's one of the fun things, watching the players after practice. They run up kind of to the fence area.
Yes.
Kids and adults alike are just out there collecting some autographs, having a good time.
Yeah, one of the things I said years ago about Cole Beasley is he was consistently the last or next to last person out there signing autographs, like day in, day out. And so I might not agree with him on everything, but I always thought that was like a great show of fan appreciation. So if you're ever considering it, just wanted to throw that out there as a potential.
Cole Beasley, all-time one-and-done guest in the nosebleed seats.
Yeah.
He did not really like us that much.
No?
No. We probably got a little buck wild with him.
Okay.
Hopefully I don't do that to Bochy later.
So our version of that is Ken Rosenthal when we were on The Weekend. Now, we've since had him back on the show, and he's come back multiple times. But when we had him on our weekend show, immediately after, our producer texted him and said, "Hey, you were great. Would love to have you on again sometime." His response, without any specific time or anything, is, "I'm usually very busy." I was like, oh, man. So
this was a one courtesy time.
So he's been on the Masterpiece since then, but just maybe not the weekend configuration.
He's always shopping for bow ties.
Yes. And we even hyped up his charity and everything. Whatever.
He's always in Cincinnati trying to find him. I don't get it.
So let's talk about Cody Rhodes. You familiar with Cody Rhodes?
Wrestler?
That's right. He has perhaps the most confusing fandom of any person in existence. Not any wrestler, any person in existence. All right. He loves the Atlanta Falcons. He grew up in Georgia, and so that makes sense, right?
The math is appropriately mathing right there.
Okay, so no big deal, right? He's also a Dallas Cowboys fan. He brought up his sister was a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader. His dad obviously lived in Texas for a really long time. So again, I get it. It's a little weird, but I don't think having Cowboys fandom and Falcons fandom is the most insane thing in the world. It doesn't really feel like we have some feverish rivalry with the Falcons.
No, but it also tells me that you're not like overly serious either.
Well, then get ready. He also said he's an Eagles fan.
Well, that really doesn't add up.
So he won the world title at WrestleMania in their stadium. And then he said, they hosted me and treated me like family. And so now I also root for the Eagles. So is that the most preposterous combination of being a Falcons fan, Cowboys fan, and Eagles fan all at the same time?
If you have 3 teams, you don't have one, Hagee.
Especially when 2 of them are like diehard, bitter rivals.
Yeah. That's this is a guy that's just a casual sports fan. He's not really passionate about any of them. And hey, that's fine if that's how you want to do your life.
Yeah.
You're Cody Rhodes. Okay, you fake things all the time.
Whoa.
So if you want to fake your fandom, then so be it. You're a professional faker.
Your damn mouth.
Sorry, that was offensive.
He predetermines things all the time. Thank you very much. There's a difference. All right, let's go from that.
It's a good distinction.
Yeah. Glad you didn't. Did you know that was one of my wife's wedding vows? We wrote our own wedding vows, and I know usually that's a beat down for people.
It is.
Seemed like they enjoyed it, and she said, I will always acknowledge that wrestling is predetermined and not fake. That was one of...
Wow.
And I closed out my vows by saying I would always pick her for my zombie apocalypse team, at which she out loud was like, "Aw." So it was effective. They were very much catered towards one another.
So romantic, you two.
Indeed. Let's talk about collusion. Not the most exciting thing in the world, but this doesn't particularly surprise me. So there was a 61-page document that was obtained by Pablo Torre for his
Pablo Torre. Yeah.
I was like, there's not an S on the end of that. For his podcast, Pablo Finds Out. And
Okay, I've been seeing this, but I've just been too lazy to click on it because it's like lawsuits and crap,
I
you
get
know?
it. And it is not the most exciting thing in the world if you're just like, I just want to watch the game. But if you care about the business aspect of it, so this goes back to the 2022 owners meeting. So you're not too far from the fallout of the Deshaun Watson fully guaranteed contract, which clearly that terrified all owners, because why would the most popular sport in all of America possibly have guaranteed money? That's insane. You could never have your league like that. It's not like the NHL, NBA, MLB. Oh, wait, it is. And so during that, they all agreed to reduce the amount of guaranteed money in contracts. And even Roger Goodell gave the thumbs up to this scheme. And so I'm not surprised. As soon as Deshaun Watson happened and it was fully guaranteed, and then you saw other better quarterbacks get contracts that were not fully guaranteed, I was like, oh, they all had a meeting and they're like, never again.
Not doing that.
It doesn't help what happened with Deshaun Watson after that. But the fact that even the commissioner is there and he's like, let's do it.
I'm on board with this, fellas.
It feels weird that we haven't heard more from the Players Association yet about this. And I don't know if there's anything they're going to do about it. But also, this is a tough battle to fight in public because owners have billions of dollars. I don't know if you're going to convince people that like, oh, instead of 180 million or whatever guaranteed, Kyler should have got 190 million guaranteed. I just don't know if that will speak towards the common person.
Yeah, it won't.
But then again, on the flip side, should you really be cheering for a billionaire to save $10 million? That doesn't really speak to the common person either. So
no, but that stuff is always funny. It's like, yeah, if you're a fan of a player and you're that type of fan, then sure, I guess you want that guy to get as much money as possible. Most of us are fans of a team.
Sure.
And we understand that the allocation of the dollars is better for the team when one individual doesn't get all the dollars.
Exactly.
But also, this is tough because all the networks that are in bed with the NFL are not going to try and hammer this. You're not going to see this all over ESPN and NFL Network. And
it's just like
whatever.
going back to WWE. They're doing a show in Saudi Arabia this weekend. Obviously, things have been tense over in that part of the world. They told all their talents not to say anything about it. So, like, I have no doubt, somebody wants to say something like, hey, why don't you just shut up? All right. Couple more quick notes for you. It's not looking good on the return of Christian Wilkins. The Raiders were hoping to have him back for the start of training camp. Pete Carroll admitted that Wilkins is having a, quote, difficult recovery, and we're in the midst of a long, challenging process. Now, what that means for any appearance at any point in the season, don't know, but surely he will not be ready for the start of training camp. There has been a civil lawsuit filed against Kelvin Joseph for the deadly crash that we talked about maybe a few weeks ago, and the allegations that he was intoxicated on 75 in Richardson. And so probably not surprising to know that a civil lawsuit has been filed against Kelvin Joseph. And finally, Deontay Johnson, he heard our show yesterday. He's predicted that Kenny Pickett will get the first shot to be the Browns starting quarterback. He heard you say that he would be the odd man out, and he's like, no, I predict Kenny Pickett. And if he doesn't get his way, maybe he'll quit.
Wow, I can't wait. Yeah, he will. He will.
Don't know. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, is today the official return of your Mavs fandom? Was it that the draft lottery? Is it gone forever? Did you never leave? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you can. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you guys are enjoying today's show. There's a fascinating happening while we do all of this. We're cleaning out the offices, and so there's all kinds of comings and goings, but we just got this. I don't know if this will go up for auction.
That looks like a basketball, Hagee.
It is. I kind of want to keep it, and since I'm the only person here right now that signed this basketball,
you get dibs.
It's to Gavin Spittle, and it says, "From the show with the most balls," and it's a basketball autographed by me, Colby, Corey, and I think maybe our old intern Amelia, who is now doing news here in the DFW.
Look at that.
And it's just super cool, and I like it very much, and I want to keep it, but if there is any demand for it, I will always sell things for charity and my possibilities in Peace-a-thon, but
you won't let your selfishness get in the way.
No, look, everybody's got a price, and I'm a giant whore for charity.
Yeah.
And so, we can make a deal. Let's make a deal.
That's pretty fantastic.
If not, I would very much treasure keeping that. I have a lot of stuff from the show over the years that, outpaces its actual monetary value.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm sure you do as well, so.
Well, that is, I'm a guy who has seen plenty of impressive balls. That's right up there at the top of the list.
I thought you might feel that way, and I appreciate it.
Can I touch it?
No.
Damn.
Not until you bought me dinner. Now.
There's free pizza coming in. Will that count?
Okay. No. You can't grift your way through this like every other free thing. No, you won't. That's somebody who works in the office.
I'll give the guy the tip.
See? Now you made it dirty. All right. Let's talk about basketball here. We'll see. In theory,
we've been talking about a basketball.
Yeah. You know what? That's a great transition. That's why you're a pro, and everybody knows it. So you're decked out in Mavs gear today.
I really am.
All right. So what I want to know is today the official return of your Mavs fandom? Or was it at the draft lottery? Or is it still gone forever? Or option 4 options.
So many ors.
Did it should be in a boat. Did it never leave? Because I know people have really, the weirdest opinion I've gotten so far is if you're rooting for the Mavericks, this is before the season was over, if you're rooting for the Mavericks right now, you're not a Mavericks fan. And I just thought that was the most confusing of takes, because I was like, what? I'm rooting for the team. They're like, but you shouldn't be.
I'm like Zach Galifianakis with all the numbers floating around.
I get it. In the big picture, they're like, my Mavs fandom died when Luka left. I get it. But to say you're not a Mavericks fan if you're cheering for the Mavericks is super confusing. So is your fandom gone forever? Did it never leave? Is it back because of this? And so I'm really excited about tonight. But my excitement level right now is nowhere near where it was a month and a half ago when we won the draft. I was flipping out that night, the next day, the day after. So I'm really excited for tonight, but like Cooper Flagg's already been on the team for me for a month and a half, despite the questions and concerns that maybe Nico will do something wacky or whatever. Hopefully we've put those to rest. But you have the Mavs gear on. Is today the day you're back? And I want to hear from more people. Did you leave? Are you still not back? Etc.
Yeah, for me, this was the day that I have marked. I'm with you. My excitement for when we got the lottery news was, I mean, we were actually here in studio when the lottery news broke, and so we were thrilled. We had just thrown it to break actually for Rangers pregame, which was slightly disappointing because it would have been nice to get that reaction. But yeah, we were throwing a ridiculous party in here. I mean, Broadus's pants went flying off. We were high-fiving each other. We were chest bumping. It felt like we had just won something that was huge. And we did, because Cooper Flagg's like 6'9".
Yes.
That's huge.
That's true.
And so now I haven't really pulled out the Mavs gear, the t-shirts, the hats. Shout out to Vinny, by the way, he's a big Tolo who actually gifted me for Christmas this Mavs hat that I'm wearing.
Oh,
and I got to wear it.
That is a sweet hat.
It's a great hat, and I got to wear it for about a month, and then we got the Luka news,
right?
And it went and collected dust for the last few months, along with my all-for-one playoff shirt and all my fun Mavs gear, and so I've just had to keep that away. But now I feel like today is the day that I'm willing to go out there and show to the people I'm back.
Okay.
Back as a Mavs fan.
I like it.
I'm still anti-Nico.
Sure.
And I almost want to put like a nameplate on the back, like some tape that just says like anti-Nico. You know, something like that is like the last name on the back of this Mavs shirt.
Right.
Just so everybody knows for sure.
Right.
But when it comes to the Mavs, I'm not going to let Nico ruin my Cooper fun.
Look, man, and I don't know why this should be any different than the Mavericks. The Cowboys. I assume at least a third, if not more, of the Cowboys fans I meet like the Cowboys, but not the Jones family. So, like, I just go off of that assumption. What's the difference?
Yeah.
Like, I don't always love the moves.
It's a great point.
The Jones family do, but I still root for the team. All right, so there, as you could probably guess, there are a lot of different opinions on this. From the 214, nope, I'm done with that basketball company in Dallas. They and the NBA teams lied to us. NBA lied to us fans repeatedly. From the 214, as long as Nico's still here, I'm 100% out and will not be back with the Mavericks. And then from the 817, as soon as Cooper Flagg is officially a Dallas Maverick, I will be back. And then one more. There's a lot of feedback here, and it's all different is what fascinates me. From the 469, I would probably be back once Nico leaves and the ownership tries to repair the relationship with the fans. You know, we had Bobby Carell on yesterday, and he is very upfront about the fact that he thinks this is not a long-term solution, or like Nico will probably not be around a really long time.
No, I mean, you have Anthony Davis with 3 years remaining.
Right.
You have Kyrie with now 3 years remaining. I think it's the same for Nico. This is like a 3-year window.
Okay.
And hopefully the Nico portion of that actually ends sooner if Dumont finally steps up to the plate and realizes what he can do for just the general peace of Mavs fans.
I would kind of just a little bit. Would you be surprised if Nico is here for 3 more years? Like, the way people describe it, they seem to think it's even shorter than that.
Well, I would certainly love it. But yeah, that's the cap. I would say 3 years is the longest that we will have to deal with him still.
Okay. The leading option right now is I won't be back until Nico's gone. And what I'm surprised is a way fringier opinion is from the 817, Mavs fan, not a Nico fan. I thought that would be like neck and neck with, you know, as long as Nico's here, I'm out. But it's pretty clearly, as long as Nico's here, I'm not a fan. Then it's Cooper Flagg has gotten me back in. Then in third, it's I'm a Mavs fan.
Yeah.
Not I'm a Nico fan. And I'm a little surprised by that.
You can't underestimate a sports fan's hate. And the Nico hate is as hated of a sports person as I can remember. I mean, certainly here locally.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, and obviously still is, people are beside themselves about it.
For sure.
And for me, Cooper Flagg has undone some of that.
See, and that's...
Or I can at least, like, compartmentalize the two things.
So the person who got me convinced that the tide was going to turn was Mike Bassick. So I talked with Bassick the night of the lottery on the phone 2 different times.
He was taking a load off.
He was,
right?
As always.
You sort of interrupted that.
No, he called me.
Oh, wow.
Rest assured.
Nice. Yeah, that's true. That's probably how it always goes.
So he called me, and I was in the car, and he goes, hey, did we really win the lottery? One of my sons just yelled, we won the lottery. Is that true? And I was like, we did it, Mike! We got Cooper Flagg! And he was like, I can't believe it. And then I talked to him again later that night, and he said essentially like he's not forgiving the past, and he still thinks the NBA is full of some BS rigged stuff, which that's kind of hard to argue against as a whole.
It's been that way for a long time. We finally benefit.
I agree. The idea that this is just now coming around, I think is silly.
Yes.
But he was like, all right, I'm back in. He's like, I'm in on the Mavs. He also added he doesn't think it's ever going to be the same as it was before, which I told him is probably a good thing, because anytime the Mavericks would lose or get bounced from the playoffs, he would stay up into the wee hours of the morning on Real GM making hypothetical trades and stuff to like make the Mavericks better.
He was psycho Mavs fan.
And that's probably not good for your mental health, among other things. And so but he says he's back and he'll give Cooper Flagg a chance, and he's in on the Mavs. And I really like that. I never left the Mavs fandom. Like, I was still a Mavericks fan, but you could be a Mavericks fan and be like super mad at them and stop watching them for a period of time. The biggest thing, and I go back to it, and that 1.8% worked out for us. I pointed out in those play-in series, you could still lose the second part of that. And if you didn't officially qualify for the playoffs, then you had a shot at the lottery. And so what I said time and again was, if you lost, you'd have about a 2% chance at Cooper Flagg. So 1 in 50. I thought that was a hell of a lot better than your chances of winning a title. Because, like, you get in the playoffs, you're trying to win a title. I thought it was, 1 in like 10,000 maybe that the Mavericks, with this constructed team, with the Kyrie injury and everything like that, would have won the NBA title. So 1 in 50, a lot better than 1 in 10,000. And that's why I advocated them losing in the play-in.
I was exactly just like you.
And they did. And guess what? It paid off. You hit. You lucked out. You, whatever you want to call it, you hit. And that's another reason why I'm excited. And I am really interested to see how many Mavs fans come back in to the fold. Like, I'm not saying it'll be like this immediately, but let's say Cooper Flagg looks outstanding to begin with. He's clearly going to win Rookie of the Year, like even halfway through the season. Kyrie comes back, and all of a sudden the team is 35-22. Like, how many people are going to be like, whoa?
Plenty.
Yeah, we'll come back into the fold that were never. Because I feel like every year that's the Cowboys cycle. Like, you have another disappointing season, whether it ends in the first or second round of the playoffs or you don't make it at all. Well, we stink. I'm done. Never. And then come training camp or come the beginning of September, oh, this is the year. Maybe we can do it. Blah, 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 blah. You know?
Yes. It ends up coming back. But the Nico hate stuff, I do think, will last for a lot of people until he is gone. And once he's officially gone, then it will get back to some level of 100% normalcy.
Sure.
You know?
But like, I think those things can exist at the same time, because somebody just jumped in. No real Mavs fan will ever forgive or forget Nico for dealing Luka. But I think
agreed.
I think both of those things can exist. Like, you can 100% feel that way, but also be like, but I still love the Mavs because, like, I was born and raised here and this was my team. Or the first basketball game I ever went to was a Mavericks game, or, you know, whatever. Yeah. Like, I absolutely think both of those things can exist at the same time.
Agreed. Now, have you punted on all your Mavs gear? Like, have you kept that in your closet?
No, I've kept it for sure. I think I'm much more likely to be rocking some of the Duke gear. I probably should have worn that today. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, because I'm just really also excited because, like, we made a trip out of going to New York and New Jersey to go see this team and this kid play in the East Regional Finals. I remember my wife got bent out of shape because there was a guy who's like, come on, pretty boy, you can't get all the calls. And she looked at me and she goes, of all the things you're going to say about Cooper Flagg, I don't know if pretty boy would be at the top of my list.
Shots fired.
Yeah. And it was like, kind of at that guy, but it really felt like a hurtful comment about Cooper Flagg at the same I'm
excited
time.
to see his little mustache goatee situation he's got working. We'll see if he unveils it on the big stage tonight.
I'm not saying it's always a mistake, but if your hair is a certain shade of lightness, sometimes I think don't get the facial hair going because it won't work out for you. So I think he's going to be okay, but it's like a little lighter than you'd want to debut it, right?
Yeah.
Like disappear until training camp and then come back with
something more.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, that's a grown ass mustache or beard or whatever right there.
But never go full day beard, right? Brian Dayball with the beard dye, or Ryan Day.
Yeah.
You don't advocate for that. I mean, you obviously could make that choice for yourself. I like the silver fox look.
Yeah, and like at least be honest about it because you're not fooling anybody. Like, one of the pitches when you talk about, helping restore your hair, it's not, and nobody will ever know. It's like it'll be hard to tell, and everyone will be like, oh wow, and it'll look great. But you're not going around there being like, no one will ever know that's known you for many years. All of a sudden you have, like, remember, was it Matt Lauer? He like shaved his head and it looked like me.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden all his hair grew back and he goes, I don't know. It just grew back when I shaved it. I was like, come on, dude. You could just say, I got my robot hair or my hair transplant or whatever the case might be.
Yeah.
Same kind of deal. If you're going to dye it, just be like, yeah, I dyed it. Makes me feel better.
And then he hit the button on his desk to lock the door.
Yeah.
The Lauer button, man.
There's a whole bunch
the
of
infamous Lauer button.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of other things there, and I am jealous.
He's a perennial bleed poll of the week, Matt Lauer.
Man, he really is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, maybe we'll get into some of those NBA trades as well. We got some giveaways to do, the Stanley Cup party bill, and we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. All of it next right here on The Fan.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Bruce Bochy in just a few minutes, but I want to go through a couple of the NBA trades. I want to tell you about the Stanley Cup party. Also, though, I said we were going to have 2 giveaways today, and I feel like so far we have done no giveaways.
Well, you know what? Jacob, Hagee, let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 now will win a pair of tickets to go see Dermot Kennedy at the Majestic on October 16th. You can, of course, go buy these tickets, or you can win them for free right now. Dermot Kennedy, 877-881-1053. Caller number 10 if you want to get involved in that giveaway. In the meantime, did you see what Matthew Tkachuk said about the Stanley Cup party?
Ooh, no.
I think you're going to enjoy this.
Can he remember anything from it?
See, we all eventually remember the bill. Maybe you remember it that night. Maybe you remember it when you get that email or that statement in the mail.
Definitely try to forget about that.
You remember the bill. He says that the Panthers had a $500,000 tab at a Miami nightclub after the victory.
Wow.
He goes, we were treated pretty well there. They do a good job, and everybody was classy. Then he added this, because at first, I thought it was the owner that picked up the tab, but it was the owner of the establishment who said the club covered the entirety of the bill. All right, so a couple questions. Did they say up front they were going to cover the bill, and then he's just like guesstimating how much it was, and they're like, oh yeah, we had this bottle of champagne, they said it was 20,000 and we got 10 of them, and realistically it was like 2,000 or whatever. Either way, it's still a very generous thing to do, but I just am curious like when that decision got made. But how awesome is that for that club and that owner to be like, hey, you came to my club to party after winning the Stanley Cup, no problem.
Yeah,
I'm going to take care of it for you.
That's how you endear yourself to a community, and certainly to a great group of back-to-back champions now.
For sure.
And I would say, because this is the 11 club in Miami. This is great for marketing.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Because I just typed in Panthers party, and immediately there's a million stories about this particular, because it used to always be Live Miami. I know, like when the Mavericks won the title, and they just stayed in Miami and partied it up, it was about that Live nightclub.
Yeah.
And so now all of a sudden 11's getting some shine. I like the way they spell it, E11EVEN.
Okay.
There's an 11 inside the 11.
Okay.
It's 11 conception.
Now,
or inception. No.
I mean,
gracious.
I'm sure babies have been made immediately in the aftermath. Is it
9 months from that night, we will see Panthers players everywhere becoming fathers.
Yes. We're going to really expand the Tkachuk line. Is it sad of me that I'm kind of bothered that 11 doesn't have 2 L's in it at the beginning, and that's why I don't like that there would be an 11 in there?
Ooh, okay.
Or does that just make me a killer of all things fun in the world and a miserable human being? I think it might be that one.
I'm marking B on the Scantron, as Broadus would say.
Oh, man. All right. So, a couple more things for you. Did you see the ratings for the College World Series for baseball? 2.78 million for the final game in the College World Series. Remember, for the Women's College World Series for softball, it was 2.4 million.
Yeah, all-timer.
And it is amazing, though, because this is still the 4th highest for the College World Series. It is amazing to see how tight that gap is in this. Like, we've talked about ratings in other sports, and even though a lot of women's sports ratings have gone up, you've still seen in a lot of places there's a huge gap between them and like the men's professional sports and everything like that. But you look at this, it is close.
Okay, this is an immediate theory.
Okay,
I think there are people that you know that there is a higher level of men's baseball when it comes to Major League Baseball. You can watch that. If you want to watch softball, there isn't like right? Like that's the height of softball for the most part, isn't it?
I think there is a pro league, but I don't think their programming is maybe as readily available. So
Yeah.
I get your point.
I never see professional softball. So if you want to watch that, this feels like this is the height of that particular sport.
Yeah. No, that is a fair way of looking at it. And then one more quick NBA note for you. The owners did unanimously approve the sale of the Timberwolves and the Lynx to a group that includes Alex Rodriguez. So he is now part of their new ownership group. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hoping to talk with Bruce Bochy in just a few minutes. But in the meantime, got a sort of football adjacent question for you if you can.
I love football and I love adjacents.
George Kittle put out the list of things that he would sacrifice to win a 49ers Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
So I want you to, consider yourself maybe in this scenario. Would you do these things for whatever the championship is that you desire? If it's a Cowboys Super Bowl, Stars winning the Stanley Cup, Rangers winning another World Series, whatever the case might be.
So this is just me as a fan. This isn't me as one of the players on that team.
Correct.
Okay.
George Kittle said he would bite someone's ear off a la Mike Tyson. Would you do that to get, assuming there were no legal consequences? I'm going to throw that out there. We're going to ignore the legal system for just a second. Assuming there are no legal consequences that come along with this, would you do that to get your desired team championship?
I mean, absolutely. I will sacrifice someone else's ear.
Okay.
It's not, I thought these were going to be afflictions to himself, but he's like, yeah, I'll take somebody else's ear. I'll sacrifice somebody else's ear for my title.
So we got to
feels like a no-brainer.
We got to up the ante is what you're telling me. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Next one. Would you cut off your own pinky finger to get the title? Because George Kittle, again, he said he would cut off his own pinky finger to win a Super Bowl.
Okay, see, now this is like, that's legit to me. This is now, I feel like he's really saying something here.
Yeah. All right, so you're not impressed by the first one. You're like, yeah, great. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, the first one, okay, yes, I'm willing to hurt someone else for my title. But now all of a sudden, it's my pinky. Do I want to be the 9-finger guy? And 4 on one hand. There was actually a kid in high school that had 4 fingers, and you couldn't really tell just the naked eye. But when you could tell Hagee is when you shook his hand. When you just tried to have a gentleman handshake.
Gotcha.
You could just feel there's not as much depth here.
Yeah.
I think I need my pinky, though. I hate to say that.
Okay.
But I kind of need that pinky.
Okay. By the way, for the record, I'm not saying ignore the law in general, just in this one hypothetical scenario.
Yes.
In your real life, please continue to obey the law and everything like that. All right. Because if you don't obey the law, Eric, consequences could be prison. George Kittle said he would go to prison for a year after winning the Super Bowl, as long as it wasn't San Quentin. So I'm going to give you the option. Would you spend a year in prison for that title if I would give you one veto of a prison?
Unbelievable. Man, I don't think I could spend like a week in prison.
Let alone a year?
Maybe like a white collar prison.
Ooh, it's not going to be that.
This is a violent prison.
I'm not saying worst of the worst, but it's not going to be white
It's not going to be white collar. Yeah, I mean, listen, George Kittle probably feels like he can stand up to some people at his size, his strength, right? His tenaciousness. Yeah. I don't have that type of professional hubris.
Okay. All right. So I'm
going to bow out. I'd actually rather lose my pinky than spend a year in prison. How about that?
All right. So the hierarchy goes, bite somebody's ear first, then lose your pinky. Lastly, go to prison, but you probably wouldn't do those last two.
That's right.
Okay. I feel like...
Or where are you at on this? You feel... How would you power rank that?
I think I'm with you. If it was somebody else, maybe. It could be different if you were on the team, though. I get it. Like if this was my team and I was on the team, that might be a different.
You'd be willing to do all of these.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But since I'm not and I'm just a fan, and we didn't get the World Series. I think I might pass.
That's the other thing is like we do have titles for all of our teams. It's not like we're just going on some drought here forever.
Right now, we bring to you Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you describe, without using any language that you might have used last night, can you describe the roller coaster of emotions that went into yesterday's game? Because it felt like you guys were about to lose a game that you had no business losing, and then I was kind of surprised that you ended up pulling out the win. It was amazing.
It really was. Crazy game, wasn't it? Latz, what he did, up 4-0, no hitter going, and base hit walk, and 3 batters later, and now we're losing 5-4. It's baseball, man. It happens quick, momentum there, and I don't think I've ever seen that. Now, I've actually seen 4 consecutive home runs, but not on 2 strikeouts. And so, anyway, that was quite a hit we took there. But what's important is how you deal with it, and, that dugout can get silent, but it wasn't, man. They came back, and, of course, Sam got us going. I'm talking about Haggerty and getting base there. We won that game with speed last night. They hit the long ball, but speed won it for us. 2 times scoring on contact plays from third, still in bases. It was just an exciting game. A great win for these guys. Especially that's an area we haven't been great at. That's coming back late in the ball game, but. Again, just getting whacked like we did in that 7th inning, and to get up and win that game, that was really a good one for us.
So, since you just mentioned him, I was hoping you could expand just a little bit. Just how important has Sam Haggerty been to this team? And I'm sure he's been on y'all's radar, but I bet for a lot of fans, that is not a name that people were thinking before the season even started. How big has he been for this team?
Wow, it's been a huge shot in the arm for us. Now, we know Sam probably, a lot better because we saw him in Seattle, and that's what he would do to us there. He's just he's a pesky hitter, but he's got some pop too. But on the bases, man, he's fearless, and so he's brought that to us. He just brought another dimension to this club. I know we've talked about slug so much, but. Speed's a big part of the game, especially when you're having trouble scoring runs. And, with, what he can do. Carter got a base hit. He knocked in the run, but the speed, he scored on that contact play. I don't know who else would have scored on that ball. And but that's what Sam has brought us. He's brought us versatility. He can play all 3 outfield positions. He can play second base. In a pinch, he could go on the left side of the infield. He can bunt. So no, he's exactly what this club needed.
Now it's weird that so many things happened in the game last night. We don't want to lose sight of the performance from Jacob Latz. What I was curious about is he was a minor league starter in 18, 19, 21, part of 22. Do you think he could be used as either a short-term or long-term starter for this team, especially with the news about Bradford?
Yeah, I think he could. I think he's got the stuff to do it. I've talked about, grading out the stuff. You're throwing 95 to 97, and then you got the good changeup and 2 breaking balls. And now the way he's locating, that works up here, believe me. And being left-handed, especially a lot of these lineups that, are left-handed strong. And so, we have some good options here. We've taken the hit with these starters, Bradford and Gray and Evo went on the IL and Malley now. So it shows you how important starter depth is. And so to have another option like that, sure, that's huge. And we need these young kids that, to step up, when you have injuries like this. I'm talking about, the Rockers and Lighters and now Latzy. They're nice pieces to have on the staff because of what they can do in the rotation.
When did you guys find out about Bradford's setback? And just because of the nature of arm injuries, are there any concerns that he could be out for 2026 as well?
Yeah. In fact, today, I can answer it better after the surgery that he's having today. Yeah, it was a few days ago where he felt, felt the elbow was, there's some pain in there, just didn't quite feel right. So, with the MRI, it showed that, this is what we need to do now. And so, yeah, you have to say that 26 is in jeopardy. But I can't say for sure until, we talk to Dr. Meister, who is performing the surgery. And I will say before this happened, he was throwing the ball very well in these live batting practices. He looked like he was on the way. But when you take that next step where you really ramp it up and now you're full speed, that's when you find out, and that's what happened with him.
Bruce Bochy with us here on The Fan. Boch, how do you handle and how do you approach after a game like that? Do you say anything to Chris Martin? How do you go about? He's obviously a vet, but something crazy like that happens. Do you stay away from him? Do you go give him a pat on the back? How do you approach that?
No, you're right. He's a vet. I'm not going to insult him by saying something to him. He's been around, and I'm sure he's had some rough outings like everybody. I don't know if that's ever happened to him, but I'll say this: he sat in the dugout and he watched the rest of the inning. And when Milner came in, he went up, shook his hand. That's who he is. He's a pro, and he knows this part of the game you got to deal with. And that's what separates the average guy from the good players, how they handle it. And that's why he's still pitching at his age, because it's obvious he's handled it well.
Were you as surprised as I was to see Seager steal second there in the ninth inning? I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, he's got the green light, so I'm not surprised. But no, but kidding, yeah. Especially as much as he was running that game.
Yeah.
Scoring twice. It was it's pretty cool to see it, though. I think he wanted to end that game earlier.
Yeah, he definitely did.
Now, going back just a little bit, there's something you said after Sunday's game, wrapping it up against the Pirates, and you said we just couldn't get that big hit. How many times does it feel like you've had to say that in the post game this season?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we have said a lot. It's an area that hasn't been our strength. We've gotten guys out on base, but our hitting with runners in scoring position, or even a productive out. That's where we're trying to get better at. I go back to that game. We had first and second, nobody out a couple times, and came up empty. And good teams, that's what they don't do. And we're hanging in there, but we're not where we should be because we're not getting that big hit. And all it takes is a gap or something. And you look at what Pittsburgh did in that game, that 5 runs. They get their hits and then they end up getting a double. And next thing you know, there's a big crooked number 5 up on the board, and that's been eluding us. And you're right, I have said a lot. And I apologize for having to say it all.
Yeah, I'm sure you would love to not have to say it either. Now, you mentioned earlier with a veteran like Chris Martin, you don't necessarily need to have like some of the discussions, some of the talks. What about somebody like Foscue when he comes up? Was there any discussion about last season's struggles? Because, even Foscue mentioned that the other day when he was coming up. I'm not saying it's weighing on his mind, but do you have any conversations about how to leave the past behind and all of that?
Well, I'll be honest. I hope he washed that off. I don't want to mention last year. That's like good, going back on look on an iPad, looking at your bat at bats. Why would you do that? Why even talk about it? It's over, and it's a new year, it's a new season, and that's how he has to look at it. So no, I didn't bring up last year. I'm hoping nobody else does, although I know he's probably read it a couple of times. But I just want, and I thought he got some good swings off. I did in this game. He just missed a home run, so he looked aggressive. He didn't look passive or nervous or anything. So I think he's put it behind him.
Is it is it fair to say it feels like his return is imminent? I don't know if it's going to happen Friday or if you could tell us about that, but outside of just wanting Eovaldi back, it feels like this is a moment where the team really needs him back. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. You always want your guys back, and I always say we need those guys, and we feed off them, and so I like where he's at, and we'll know exactly what the plan is after today, but you can expect to see him soon.
Okay. I love hearing that. This weekend, I was curious about this. I know he wasn't playing here when you were the manager, but Elvis Andrus is going into the Rangers Hall of Fame. Have you gotten to know him at all since you've been with the club, since obviously he plays a really important role in the history of this club?
Yeah. First of all, I appreciated watching him from the other side. His energy, you just love the way he's always smiling. He plays the game the way you want it. Want players to play. He enjoys it. He has a passion for it, and then getting to meet him and to spend some time with him this year, or even last couple of years occasionally. You feel it when he walks in the clubhouse. I see why he's so popular because he's just one of those guys that just loves being around baseball, and he cares about the players, and with his role now, I know he loves his Rangers, so I'm happy for him. That is well deserved because I know how important he was, to their success.
You could see that he's just a little bit of a troublemaker too, right? Though.
Yeah. I could see him being one of those guys that keep guys loose and, like I said, have fun, pulling pranks and things like that. You got to have those guys around.
Sure. Boj, are you having to get an IV after some of these games there in Baltimore? The humidity, just a sweat fest out there.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, it's hot. But the first day was the one I thought was really muggy and just stuffy. And but last night I didn't think it was that hot. But some other players, they said, "Well, yeah, it's 100 degrees or close to it. It's still hot." I asked Latz about it after the game. He said, "You know what? I didn't think it was that hot, and I didn't either." So, but maybe it takes a day to get used to it. But it's it hit us pretty hard the first day, and it showed with the way we swung the bats.
Do you make it a point to get some crab cakes when you're out there?
Yeah, I tell you what, this clubhouse guy does a great job. They bring in the crab here, and we get to have fun after the game, and have a beer and open up some crab. They bring crab cakes and oysters. It's quite a spread. It's impressive.
Are there any other places that you can think of off the top of your head that you're like, ooh, I know we need to win the game first, but I do like this city because of one particular food?
This is probably my favorite. I could do that for a couple hours. Open up some crab, crack some crab, and enjoy them. Some are really creative with with the spreads they put out. But I'll say Baltimore's my favorite.
It's all about dousing it in that butter too, right, Boj?
Yeah, I'm not a big butter guy with crab though.
Ooh.
I'm not. I think that's more of a lobster thing for me.
Okay, respect. How about popcorn? Are you butter popcorn guy at the movie theater?
Oh yeah. I do enjoy the butter on the popcorn. I don't go to the movie see the movie. I go for the popcorn.
Last thing I was curious about for today. Got DeGrom pitching tonight. I'm just curious if you can give us a breakdown of, besides just being healthy, what has worked so well for him really throughout the season?
Well, it's hard to, kind of talk about it without talking about his health, because
sure.
that's what it is. He's healthy, and you're seeing the guy that we signed. You're seeing one of the elite pitchers ever in the game as far as stuff and command and how competitive he is. And man, he was dealing with a lot before he had the surgery and trying to get through it. But now he's pain-free, and it's just free and easy. You just see a different look on him too. That's what I've enjoyed. And I've said this a lot. I'm a fan too. When he pitches, man, I just marvel at what he can do.
And with that competitiveness level, is it going to be tough at some point? Are you going to have to ramp him down for a couple starts just to watch the inning count, or is that to be determined?
Yeah, we've talked about this. CY, myself, Mike. What's the best way to cut back maybe some innings. But if you notice, he's not getting pushed. He hit a 101 game, but if we get a chance, we get him out of there. 6 is pretty much kind of been the average. So we're trying to limit his workload right now.
All right. Well, appreciate the time very much. Crazy game last night. Hope y'all get another win today.
Yeah, no, sounds good. It'd be nice, to get another series here, and as we head home. We're not going to get in about 3 in the morning, though. This night game's getting us.
Right.
But I guess it's better than playing the day game here, right?
Very true. Very true. Keep some of that sweat away. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, guys. Always good talking with you. Thanks.
There you go. Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, I know we were kind of joking about the later game versus the day game, but one of the things that he did mention, and we talked about it going into this, is winning these series. Clearly, Kansas City, worst case scenario, you got swept, but you did at least sweep Chicago. If you took 2 out of 3 from Pittsburgh, if you can take 2 out of 3 from Baltimore, especially considering how terrible that series started, hopefully you can carry that into Seattle, and then you get Baltimore back here and just keep racking up series victories as, who knows what a magical world it would be if we could talk about being above 500.
Yeah, that would be a special thing, Hagee. And as much as last night could have been what I believe to be potentially the knockout blow for the season, had they ended up losing that, maybe that's one of the games that we point to of like, hey, this is when the team sort of rallied and they found their pulse a little bit.
And I know you didn't particularly say that to Boch, but it kind of sounded like he might have thought that same thing.
Yes.
The way he was like, but hey, the ability to rally after you get punched in the face like that is absolutely a big deal. You know what? I want to reward our listeners because we already did one giveaway, but what happens if in the exact same segment we did another one?
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10 right now will win a 4-pack to go see AEW All in Texas, July 12th at Globe Life Field. You can buy tickets at AEWTix.com, or you can win a 4-pack right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. And coming up next, it's time for the Chi Block.
Yes, sir. I have fantastic TV and food news for you. Plus, we will honor Dickie Lovelady with a special top 10 list that might make Hagee uncomfortable. That's next here on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the Chi Block starring Eric Chiafalo.
877-881-1053. Where does Dickie Lovelady rank in the all-time top 10 of big league dudes named Dick? He is the newest New York Met. We will get to that here in a moment. We'll give you his backstory courtesy of the New York Mets broadcast. But first, a couple of really fascinating items. We start with Spotrac talking about Cooper Flagg. Have you seen this?
I have not.
If Cooper Flagg is a superstar, this is his financial path forward, okay? He's 18 years old.
Right.
So his rookie contract will go from 2025 to 2028. And that would be roughly $63 million.
Okay.
It's already pretty strong. If he never makes another dollar after that, he's going to be just fine.
But I know you're about to give us these preposterous numbers.
Then,
is he going to get to $1 billion?
In 2029, he will get the 30% Supermax extension. This, of course, if he's meeting the expectations. From 2029 to 2033, he will make $359 million.
That's nice. That's very nice.
Then, in 2034, if things are going swimmingly.
Okay, so let's think about this for 1 second. In 2034, when he's 27 years old.
That's right. He will have already made over $400 million, and then he will sign the 35% Supermax extendo.
Oh my God!
2034 to 2038, where he will be due $509 million. So by the time Cooper Flagg is 31 years old, he has a chance to make in just simply NBA salary $930 million.
And he'd be 31 or 32?
And he would be 31 years old with potentially, if he's like a Dirk-style type dude, with another like decade worth of basketball ahead of him.
All right.
That's unreal, dude.
Let's even say he's had some problems. He's been really good. Injury here and there. He can get the Kyrie 3-year, $119 million. Even at that point, that would put him above $1 billion. So there's a shot he could make strictly in salary $1 billion playing basketball.
Yes.
That's freaking insane.
That's
all
exactly right.
So let's all throw our sports prayers up right now that he is every bit as good as that and earns all of that money with the Mavericks.
We will be doing that together, but the 214 just wrote in, I'm going to laugh at Cooper Flagg when he gets fat. Now, here's the deal. I think he's fat proof. He just doesn't have...
You think he's Reggie?
I think he's got some Reggie in him, man.
And so, if you don't know what that means, Reggie has continually told me, I ain't never been fat, ever. And so I'm like always checking in, even now that he's Houston. Like we had a conversation 2 days ago. And when we were talking, I made sure to throw in, hey, did you get fat at all? And he goes, not once.
It's amazing, and I can prove that true because he was on the fan cam just the other day. And he looked like the same old slim and trim Reggie, despite the fact that every time I saw him, it was some level of chicken tenders or pizza.
Well, let's pump the brakes here, Mr. Food Trash Compactor. I look the way I think you should look. All right, that's what I'm gonna say. All right, with the food that you eat.
Yeah, I brought an apple today.
Okay, that's good.
I brought a cutie or whatever as well.
I will, as long as I live, I will never forget the chef coming out from the kitchen.
That's right.
At spring training because he wanted to meet you because he was in awe that you were able to take down the triple patty burger, and they bought you a dessert because they were like, first of all, I'm proud of you. Second of all, I know you can handle it. And so, yes, your metabolism works pretty quickly as well.
That was probably the highest honor of adulthood for me. And that all happened just because it was really out of spite because when we were at the airport leaving for Surprise this past year, I ordered a patty melt from, I don't even remember what restaurant, at Love Field.
Yeah.
And I asked the lady waitress, hey, how big is this burger? Should you, I think I might just get a second patty on this. She's like, no, honestly, a lot of people share this. This patty melt's pretty big.
You're furious about that.
When it came out and the meat on the patty melt was paper thin, I was beyond angry. And I said, this is not a mistake I'm going to make again, particularly on a trip where we're getting our meals per diemed.
Did you consider confronting that lady?
I did. I absolutely did. I was like, I'm not going to be a bleep hole right now. I'm just going to mental note it to myself. I'm not going to shortchange myself with the burger patties moving forward. So then when we got to the other place that we went to in Surprise, I was like, I'm going for it because I'm not making a mistake. And then I will say, when that burger came out, I was pretty shell-shocked at just
it was unbelievable how big it was.
Of that burger.
Yes.
Yeah, that was amazing. I appreciate that. Okay, you were looking at me the same way DJ Khaled was looking at Joey Jaws at the Fanatics Fan Fest.
I was in awe. There were two things from that dinner in particular that I took home and had to share with my wife straight away. Nice. First of all, your feat of eating.
Yeah.
And second of all, that Mike needed to call his wife to get the password for Netflix so he could start watching wrestling at the table. Those are the two things that I walked away with from that.
And that one was far more shocking than me taking down the burger. The fact that Mike has become a wrestling guy like that.
He loves wrestling.
Okay, were you a big Fear Factor guy? Joe Rogan, television.
I liked watching the show. What I could never do, though, is, interestingly enough, the eating challenges. There were other things about fear or pain that I was like, I think I could do that. I would be out every time of the eating challenge.
Dude, well, yeah, because it wasn't like something fun, like a giant burger.
Yeah,
it was like intestines of an animal, a snout from an animal.
Yeah, can you eat this jar of bull testicles? It was like they wouldn't even just eat one.
No.
And they're like, that's pretty good. And they're just like, no, we got a jar of them.
Yeah, exactly, dude. That really was insane. Fear Factor originally ran on NBC from 2001 to 2006, and that was for the grand prize, by the way, of $50,000. So, Hagee, when you do end up eating all of those jars of whatever animal testicles, you would get $50,000. I wonder. No, it doesn't. Not when we just gave you the Cooper Flagg context of where the inflation has taken us. I do wonder what the new iteration of Fear Factor is going to be from a payoff standpoint, because it looks like we have Jackass's own Johnny Knoxville. He is the champion of fearless entertainment.
Yeah.
He's a funny guy. He pushes the boundaries, and now he will be replacing Joe Rogan on what is going to be the new installment of Fear Factor.
Because Joe Rogan's too busy or too big now to need to do that, right?
Yeah, I would think Joe Rogan would be making like 5 times as much in order to do that show as the grand prize winner.
Just having a 3-hour conversation with somebody you've never heard of. Hey, look, I told you, when you told me to listen to one specific podcast of him, I got like sucked into this world based off of a conversation that they had. So I get it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was, I'm glad you listened to that podcast. That was a good one.
It was tremendous. Thank you for the recommendation.
Okay, so one more good news item before we get to the top 10 big league dicks of all time in honor of Dickie Lovelady of the Mets. Buffalo Wild Wings. You're familiar, aren't you, Hagee?
I am.
Especially during the football season.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo Wild Wings is launching bottomless appetizers for $9.99. Starting Friday? Yes.
If they're
Friday.
bottomless, does that mean you have to bring your own beer then?
Yes, I do think those are the rules.
Okay.
That's
what I've understood in society. If they're bottomless, you have to bring your own beer.
That's in the fine print there.
What do you think of the odds that you're going to bankrupt Buffalo Wild Wings?
I was going to say, dude, this is like this is a bad day to be a Buffalo Wild Wing appetizer if I'm stepping in that building. And a bad day to be the manager of that store. Because if they're being tried and true to as long as they're not giving me like false advertisement here, and it's just truly I can just run it up for $9.99. I can get fried pickles, I can get mod sticks, I can get the onion rings, I can get the chips and salsa, the queso. I mean, I could sit there. Like, is there a time limit on this? I don't know. I think you can order 2 at a time. That's like the only qualifier that I've seen. 2 at a time. That's fine.
I'll tell you the other qualifier. Because, like, I know Applebee's used to do something like this. Also, if you work in the restaurant industry or you manage a place like this, can you tell me the profit margins on this? Because, like, I want to know if those profit margins are like soda. When they're like, yeah, you can get whatever soda you want for, 42 cents. Because guess what? Costs 4 cents for us to make. And so I want to know those profit margins, but it'll be a smaller portion. So I believe they'll bring you the regular portion to start, and then those 2 follow-up plates will have what you want. It'll just be a smaller portion.
Okay.
But depending on how cool your waiter is, you can like go ahead and place the next order once you get that.
Yeah, because nobody's going to go in there and just take the complimentary 2 and then move on. Everyone's going to want to get and feel like they got the bang for their buck.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think it's an interesting ploy to get people in the building.
I like it.
I think a lot of people these days are down for just apps as a meal. So, how many people are actually going to order an entree? Because I don't see anything about having to order an entree in order to get the deal.
Were you that person or have you been that person? Because, look, we've established me and Bobby have like just the most rudimentary, elementary, bland taste buds.
Yeah.
And so I would definitely be the person at some restaurant that would get like mozzarella sticks or mozzarella sticks and wings or whatever, and that's my meal.
Right. Yeah.
You fall in that category at times?
Chicken wings for sure are a meal for me.
Okay.
Yes. Mozzarella sticks, not traditionally, but in a case like this, I will go spend $9.99 just out of principle.
Yeah.
And I'll just crush fried pickles and mozzarella sticks, and I'll call it dinner.
Okay.
All right.
I like it.
Let's get to a top 10 list. Shout out to the Willy Bully.
Ooh. Can I tell you one more sportsy thing?
Yes.
Okay. as predicted on this show numerous times, Dallas Wings versus the Indiana Fever is officially sold out. And remember, they moved this game to the AAC. I believe it's on Saturday. That game is officially sold out. And if you go on the secondary market there are some eye-popping prices for a WNBA game. So I think this just shows the appeal of maybe the WNBA in general, but especially Caitlin Clark and Paige Beckers, even though Caitlin Clark has really struggled as of late.
Yeah, these last few games, she has not really been herself. I almost think it's been since she got her eye poked and then got enforced to the hardwood. She got body checked.
Yeah.
She really doesn't seem like she's been the same since then.
Yeah, especially on the road.
What's going on, Miss Clark? All right, here we go. Let's start with the Mets broadcast giving us the backstory on the left-handed pitcher, Dickie Lovelady. He was signed to a 1-year major league contract. He has been active. This is them giving the Dickie backstory.
Okay, so there was a controversy yesterday. Maybe controversy is too strong a word, but a misunderstanding. All of Richard Lovelady's friends call him Dickie. Okay. So when the Mets signed him and brought him to the big leagues yesterday, he consulted with the media relations staff, and they asked him, do you want to be known as Richard or Dickie? Fly ball out to center off the bat of Albies, and McNeil runs it down. And so he said, well, everybody calls me Dickie. Call me Dickie. And so the Mets put out a press release saying they'd signed Dickie Lovelady. Right. And then there was a response online about the idea of Dickie Lovelady coming to the Mets. And Richard was not anticipating that kind of reaction. Really? So he went back to the media relations staff and said, you guys can call me Dickie, but for informational purposes, I'm still going to be Richard.
Uh-huh.
All right.
What a captivating back and forth. Even if you don't care about the game, I was in on that conversation.
Thank you. I knew you would be. So there it is. He's taken the baseball world by storm. Richard, a.k.a. Dickie Lovelady. So courtesy of one of my favorite sports bloggers, Mr. Stadhole, we present to you the top 10 baseball dick names of all time. We start at 10.
That makes sense.
Dick Hunt.
Oh, goodness.
Right fielder, second baseman, 5'9", 145 pounds.
Is it true he has a cousin named Mike?
Yes. They were both born in the 1800s.
Okay.
A lot of these dick baseball players are old school, man. Well,
that makes sense because they realize how juvenile our culture has become.
The dicks are a bit of a dying breed.
Yeah, they've adjusted.
So he, 5'9", $145, and he, let's see. Yeah, that's really all you need to know about this guy.
Is that because that's all you can find?
Yep. Number 9, Dick Hyde.
Okay, sure.
It's a shame that Hyde wasn't born earlier. Dick Hunt never had a chance to find him. Number 8, this is ridiculous. Dick Cox, a right fielder, 5'7", 158 pounds.
Okay.
He was born in 1966, Hagee. I know you were curious. He's a California guy.
And I know we got a boogie, but it's the same thing with the guy who runs the IOC, Dick Pound. Like, you have certain last names. You got to rule out some of these names.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, if your last name was Eric, hopefully they wouldn't name you Eric. So you'd be like, Eric. I never quite understand how that happened.
Coming in at number 7 on the greatest big league dicks of all time in honor of Dick E. Lovelady.
That feels wrong.
Dick Hoover comes in at number 7. We have a gentleman named Dick Such.
Oh.
Now, this is probably the biggest one on the list. 6'4", 190 pounds.
On the other side of it, I guess, did you know that there is a baseball player right now named Jesus Made?
I did not know that.
You're welcome.
Number 5, Dick Wants.
Come on.
Wants is actually with a Z.
But still.
Yeah.
You can't. No.
1940s when he was born.
Bad parenting. Okay, maybe that's before we fell into this trap.
At number 4, we have Johnny Dickshot, 6 feet, $195. He was born in 1910.
Was that Plaxico Burress?
That's who he was honoring that faithful night at the club. Number 3, we welcome in the newest Dick in baseball, Dickie Lovelady.
I like it. I mean, come on.
At 2, we have Dick Pole. He was 6'3", 200 pounds. He was stout.
Yeah.
And he was born in 1950. But number 1, the greatest Dick in baseball history, Mr. Dick Burns. 5'7", 140 pounds. He was born in 1863.
Okay.
I mean, that's his God-given name.
There's no way they were using that slang back then, right? They were too busy worried about the Civil War and stuff.
Yeah. Whose wasn't burning at that time?
Oh, man. You know what? You're joking about that, but it is shocking the amount of syphilis deaths there used to be.
Oh, no.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's Tom from My Buddy's an Idiot. Maybe you think that's what we were already doing. Also, we will check in with FC Dallas. All of that coming at you next right here on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaked me out a little bit.
Almost as many title defenses as arrests probably at this point. Let's do a little bit of My Buddy's an Idiot, 877-881-1053. And then in about 5 or 6 minutes, we'll talk with Siki Nasabaling, the midfielder from FC Dallas. But we need to start with John Jones. Now, we only briefly mentioned this the other day. John Jones, per Dana White, is in fact retired. Tom Aspinall, the new undisputed heavyweight champion. But there's been more information that came out about John Jones from an incident in February. We'll call it an incident. So the Albuquerque Police Department they were questioning a woman about a car crash, and she made lots of accusations about John Jones. And then the video comes out, and you do see that there seems to be a lot of supporting evidence for some of the claims that this woman made. And one of the things that John Jones says on the video, it appears as though it is a threat to the cop, because he's going on and on. Sounds like he's drunk. And at one point he says, "My brothers, they kill people for way less." And
it's quite the quote.
Yeah. And the cop says, "I got threatened over the phone." And so it's this whole thing, and it just doesn't look good. John Jones has had so many legal problems over the years. I hope that that's why he retired, to stay out of the spotlight and hopefully get his life together. It's just, I don't know. I feel like we've been through this several times. Look, we had John Jones on the show years ago, and he said something about like, "Oh, there's already so many people out there who hate me." And I go, "To be fair, you don't make it very easy at times, do you?" And he laughed and he goes, "Yeah, that's probably true."
Well, at least he has some level of self-awareness. It is crazy when it's just perpetual. Perpetual.
And it's a shame because he is unbelievable. Now, Ariel Helwani had a really spicy opinion the other day because somebody just said he's the GOAT of MMA. He's never actually lost a fight. Now, the one loss he has was a disqualification because he was mercilessly destroying somebody with what then was an illegal elbow. Now, he's had a couple of fights where maybe you thought the decision should have gone the other way, but it didn't.
Right.
And so he's great. But Ariel Helwani was like, if you've been stripped of your belt multiple times and suspended, he's like, "I'm sorry, I don't care how good you are. You're not the GOAT of the sport." And so there are a lot of people who are like, I don't take that into consideration, and that might be a discussion for another day. Like, how much is your GOAT status impacted by like outside of the sport aspects? And I think John Jones would be a perfect case for that. I think Jim Brown, before Tom Brady came along, that he would be another candidate for that. Now, I wanted to go to Steve Spurrier because yesterday we talked a lot about the potential for Arch Manning.
Yes, we did.
Did you see that Steve Spurrier needed to come in and drink his brand of haterade?
Yes, I did. The old ball coach.
He did. Quote, most people are picking Texas to win the SEC in football. They got Arch Manning already winning the Heisman, too. My question is, if he was this good, how come they let Quinn Ewers play all the time last year? What was he, a 7th-round pick?
That's
spicy.
Quinn Ewers takes a shot there for sure, catching strays.
Absolutely.
I get the general idea of, hey, we're really putting somebody up high on a pedestal here before we've really seen them do much in the way of producing at the level. But I think to make that as the argument, the Quinn Ewers thing, that was just all... That was set in stone. It almost felt like Arch and his family wanted that to be the case. They wanted him to just sort of marinate.
But if you're a Texas hater, you love Steve Spurrier today, right?
Oh, for sure.
You're like, good point, coach. But if you're a Texas fan or maybe even Texas adjacent, you're like, get over it, dude.
Yeah.
Like, why don't you just relax and let people be? It's the same thing about Cooper Flagg. Like, look, who knows what he'll turn out to be? Just the hype level and people that I trust, like LeBron and, well, when it comes to basketball thoughts, and Brian Scalabrine, I'm like, you know what? I'll listen to what your thoughts are. And, Jay Billis and all these other people who are like, he's going to be incredible. Watch. I will take those people's word for it. All right, let's go from that to the Nuggets. By the way, if you have anybody that you want to call out for being an idiot, please feel free. What is the president of the Nuggets doing?
Man, I guess he's trying to just club the fan base over the head with some level of reality and extreme fear. But there's no way he should have said what he said out loud.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it feels very real because he started off with the wrong person gets injured. Okay, well, Boston is literally in the middle of that right now.
Yeah.
And they might go even further tonight in the NBA draft. We'll see. And then obviously Indiana has concerns with Tyrese Halliburton, but he continues. The wrong person gets injured, and very quickly you're in a scenario that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trading number 15. That's Nikola Jokic. I mean, you didn't have to say that part out loud. And so we're very conscious of that, pushing forward and providing the resources we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? Not 100% sure. All right. Pause. That's probably not what you want to hear your team president say either, right?
No, nothing about what the Nuggets have said or done post-championship is what I would want if I was a Nuggets fan.
Right. And then he followed up, I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously going to be very aware of going forward. I get it. It's complicated. Much like the NFL salary cap is complicated at times. If your job is in that profession and you're like one of the main people in charge of it,
you figure it out, bro.
I would hope. Like if you went to the Cowboys capologist and he's like, sometimes I don't know, man. The system's really confusing and I don't totally get it. I'd be like, I could see that.
Yeah.
Secondly, probably more importantly, I'd be like, what? What do you mean you don't get it? That's your job.
It's the only reason you're here, pal. So I don't understand why you say this. I don't understand why you let the people know that you might have to do this. What was the point of even saying any of this?
Yeah.
And just completely saddening and frustrating your fan base.
Because it felt like a threat, right?
About a hypothetical potential hasn't happened yet injury to one player.
I mean, what player? It's not like the Nuggets have players who have injury histories like Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr. Oh. Right.
Dang.
I probably should have cut that word off somewhere different. I apologize for that.
Yeah, I saw
Michael Porter Jr. Yeah, probably that's the wrong spot to cut that word off. I do apologize for that. But, like, they have injury problems. So when you hear them go, well, the wrong person gets injured, then you're going to trade the best person in the league, the best player in the league, for a couple more years until Cooper Flagg. I'm just kidding. Relax, people.
If I'm on that team, I want to know, like, am I the right player to get injured or am I the wrong player to get injured?
And you know, if you're that player on the team, you're like, it makes no difference. I can get injured, and they're like, that's great. Like,
we're not going to have to trade the Joker because of this injury.
It really doesn't matter. Now, I might be in the wrong on this one. Am I an idiot for thinking Dominican prosecutors are an idiot for seeking a 5-year prison term against Wander Franco? Ooh. Now, this goes back, obviously, a really long time. Keep in mind, Franco stopped playing baseball in August of 2023. So it's been almost 2 years since he even stopped playing baseball. About 2 years before that, he signed his 11-year, $182 million contract. He is on the restrictive list after being put on administrative leave because he allegedly was having a relationship with a minor who at the time was 14. And so maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I need to just get over it and it doesn't actually involve me, but he's 23. So let's even go back 2 to 3 years ago. He's 20 or 21, hooking it up with a 14-year-old. I feel like we should all be able to come to the agreement that that's not okay, right?
Right, Hagee.
And I know the prosecutors are going to be like, we did come to that agreement. It's worth 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years.
That feels light.
That does feel light.
So I don't know if that's just the legal system, if I'm an idiot for that. By the way, as an aside to all of this, they are requesting that the minor's mother be sentenced to 10 years in prison because their argument is that she sexually trafficked her. So they're saying, like, she was the one who was facilitating that, and not just facilitating, but like maybe kind of forcing it.
Yeah, because after raiding the home of the girl's mom, the police said that they found $68,500 and a separate $35,000 that they allege was delivered by Franco.
Yeah. And like, it's tough because even his own attorneys, they're like, you know, is he the mastermind? Is he an accomplice? So it is weird to think that the person who like had this relationship might just be like, well, he's just an accomplice. It was really the mom who was the absolute worst of them all. I don't know if he got lied to about the age or whatever the case might be. So that's why it could be more complicated. Obviously, I have not seen all the documents, but just on the surface, it feels like a 21-year-old hooking up with a 14-year-old. We should probably be able to agree on as a society. Like,
I will say those 5 years for him in that prison are probably going to be pretty bad.
That's a great point. That is a very good point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what say we chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Got me?
Check. I'm still doing terrific.
Yeah, I'm doing terrific. Thanks for asking. How about you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very, very much. It's Cooper Flagg Day. Are you guys excited for the draft? This is the one pick the Mavericks have for now. Or are you like, no, I was excited like a month and a half ago. I'm.
Yeah. No, this is just a formality. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch and just soak it all in. The pageantry, as you know, you have won the night already.
For sure.
And that's been the case. But I am excited because there's a lot of player movement and rumors that come around.
All right. So let's start by talking about the #2 pick. So it's going to be Dylan Harper, one would assume, even with a trade. What do you think about the idea that the #2 pick would be the centerpiece of a deal that would bring Jaylen Brown to the Spurs?
Ooh. That would be a bit crushing, wouldn't it?
A little bit?
Jaylen Brown's
my God.
player. I don't think Jaylen Brown's going to drive you to a championship next year, though.
Okay.
So I would, as much as that would hurt, I would think, okay, San Antonio didn't get Giannis. Right?
True.
They got a player who maybe can be the best player in some games on a championship team, but I don't think he's an MVP candidate. What do you guys think?
Do you think, just quick side question before they answer that, do you think Wemby can be that player, or is the health stuff just too concerning?
I think he can,
Okay.
but I think he, as most big men are, that'll probably happen after age 25.
Okay.
Man, I mean, because the age factor was the first thing that I thought of. So, I mean, Jaylen Brown's just 2 years younger. I'm with you overall. Giannis is better. But I thought Jaylen Brown was the best player that Boston had during their championship run. I thought he was better than Tatum. So you have
a good
him.
defensive player.
And this would, they keep Castle? They just give up the #2 pick?
That's a good question, because I don't think it would be just for the #2 pick, although San Antonio's argument might be Boston. I know you're looking to shed even more salary. You gave him the most expensive contract in the history of basketball. Yeah. That's what we're doing. I'm not sure, because if it involves Castle as well, then maybe you start to change your perspective.
Yeah, I'd be concerned. That has trouble written all over it. That's a hell of a duo right there, Jaylen Brown and Wemby.
Well, and then it's really a trio with De'Aaron Fox. Like those three guys right there, you feel like immediately, assuming Wemby's health, can start competing day one in the Western Conference. Amazing. If it's keeping the #2 pick, then it's still thinking about the Spurs a few years from now being somebody to really have to, be a force to be reckoned with. But
that's win right now.
With Jaylen Brown, all of a sudden you become an immediate win now team.
Are you fascinated at all by Oklahoma City? They have picks 15 and 24, and there's been rumblings that they want to make a move up to try to take a big swing player, like a Giannis from years ago that you're like, I mean, it's going to take a minute, but we're just fine right now.
I don't think anybody wants to trade with that guy.
I can see that.
I would not pick up the phone.
See that.
You know what? It's like, it's Oklahoma City on the line. No, don't leave it. No,
just hang up.
Just let it ring. Let it ring. I ain't talking to Sam Presti today. Don't feel good about this. We're going to get worked. We're going to give up something we don't want to give up.
He's the new Danny Ainge.
Yeah,
I can see that.
There's general managers, like we said. We talk about this a lot. There's six teams that get it, and the rest don't. Give me the teams that don't get it. I don't want to talk to the six that understand it.
Okay, go ahead.
I think the thing with Sam Presti is I want to talk to him a lot. I want to hire him as my next GM.
Yeah.
Well, if you're already a GM, you don't want Sam Presti come rolling into your backyard.
No, I'm calling him as
that
the
means
owner.
you're out.
That means you're doing commentary on ESPN with Windhorst.
If I'm the owner, I'm talking to my GM. I'm like, hey, call up Sam Presti and set up a call with us. I want to pick his brain about some trades. But seriously, he has done such a good job of foreseeing all of this. I think he's the guy. I think the main thing right now is just to pay attention closely to how he's maneuvering.
Okay.
Which is, hey, we need more young, great players because we got to pay the ones we got right now, and we can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay. And stay competitive. So, this is always having to look 3-4 years ahead. Like, where is our next wave of cheaper labor coming from?
The other team I'm really fascinated by is Brooklyn. So Brooklyn has 5 picks in the first round. No team in the history of the NBA has ever made 5 selections in the first round. So there's rumblings, of course, that they want to move up because even though they have 5 selections, their highest one is 8. So
yeah, we want to package these.
Yeah,
things.
so maybe they're going to be looking to move.
I would. I mean, you need an impact player. You need your next franchise star, and it doesn't matter if you have 5 first-round picks and you hit on like 5 fringe starters and maybe a couple of decent players.
Yeah.
Like, you got to go, and this draft is just top-heavy. I'd be thinking about our guy at Lake Highlands there, UT.
Yeah, Trey Johnson.
Yeah.
So when we first moved into the top 4, and I know that was happening like right when you guys were finishing up the show, that's immediately what I thought. I was like, ooh, maybe we could get Trey Johnson because I didn't think we'd elevate all the way to number 1. Do you guys anticipate the Mavs, or do you hope the Mavs would do anything else, whether that's to make a swing at like a Walter Clayton Jr. or anything like that in the first round?
That's what you do then, right? In Brooklyn, the team to call?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, let's throw chum in the water right now. Hey, what do you want for 22?
Yeah.
What do you want for 26? Give me an idea what you want for these picks right now, and we'll work this thing out.
What if the thing they want is some combination of P.J. Washington?
Well, I mean, when you're talking P.J. Washington, that better be a pick inside the top 10, maybe top 7, top 8.
Okay.
I just think he is an elite role player.
You feel the same way about Gafford? Would he be at the same?
I mean, to a lesser extent. If in a role player on a 1 to 10, P.J. Washington's a 9. I think Gafford's around a 7.
So Brooklyn would give you 8 for that guy, for P.J. Washington?
I think at least.
See, I don't think they would, and I thought that was your point, is you're like, well, I'm not settling for anything less than 8. If they do,
how about 19?
No,
Can we get this guy at 19?
They gave up 6 for Gerald Wallace a decade ago.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe,
I don't know that
maybe
Brooklyn's very good at this either.
Maybe they're one of the 6 that don't get it, and they got all those picks. And I think I'd get on the phone. Maybe have like a draft day scenario here where you got a guy, general manager, that's down there panicking. Sonny, what's going on? What's going on, Sonny?
The thing about picking the 20s in the NBA, though, is it's probably a guy that can't help you immediately. And I need to be making trades for guys that are going to step in and be rotation players at least.
And I think that's a fair point because whether it's Clayton, if you like Igor Demon.
Hey, tell me how good this Clayton kid is from Florida.
He gives me Brunson vibes.
Okay, and that's the thing.
All right, now we're talking. Let's go.
And I think he can run the point some. Like, I know you're just trying to bide your time until Kyrie goes, and he's kind of like a combo guard as well, but he can run the point some. I think the Brunson comparison is really apt because he proved that he's a winner who could lead his team at the college level. I know that doesn't always translate, but that is a very fascinating vibe because there just seems to be the thought, much like Brunson before him, the kid's a winner and he'll figure out a way to make it matter for your team.
And then in the fourth quarter, man, he just took over in the tournament for Florida. Like that Tech game, they're not winning if it's not for him just saying, you know what, guys, I'm just going to go ahead and take this thing over. His shot making, the three-point ability, he does have some elements where I'm like, dude, you might be able to get a steal if you take this guy late.
But traditionally, I understand your point. The 20s are not, even the teens are not.
You got me interested in this guy, though.
Yeah.
If you're saying Brunson-like, let's go.
He's small. I mean, he's 6'2", 199. It's not.
But he plays
I know you don't like your smaller guards, Gavin, but this guy,
he's a gamer.
He is.
What about our guy from Israel, Saraf?
Ooh,
don't look at me.
I was going to say Igor Demon is the other name that I've heard.
He's a big dude. Saraf.
Yeah. See, Saraf is like, I'm hearing this guy's 6'6", and he's got like a high basketball IQ, can run the point. I'm hearing that about
U18 Euro champ, won MVP there.
Oh,
Lord knows we like that route.
Handle, pace, footwork, passing gives him. potential as a ball handler.
Man, we need to get on that phone and start making some trades here.
Especially to Brooklyn. They got plenty of
Brooklyn has got plenty of opportunities to trade and just kind of fool them a little bit, you know?
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. We are fired up about drafting Cooper Flagg tonight. We're going to talk with ESPN's National Recruiting Director, Paul Biancardi, at 3.
Ooh, I like
Pure
it.
Gold as always. Did I say that?
Yes, you
Thanks for
did.
asking.
It's going to be double as good. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Flaggy goodness, Hagee.
You better not hear that on Friday.
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair, okay?
sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Let's get locked and loaded for 3 hours of sports. Rangers baseball's coming up at 5 o'clock. It's a Cooper Flag Wednesday here, MFFLs. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion.
On the phone right now with the Brooklyn Nets, trying to get some trades done. You guys got me interested in trading with the Nets.
Let's do it. Let's trade. I like wheeling and dealing this time of year.
The big moves are going to happen to make this basketball team better. I cannot wait to see how this unfolds here, not only tonight, but into next week, as well as we get to the start of the new league year and free agency. Will be rocking and rolling. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Wolchuk is here. Chief did a hell of a job once again with Hagee.
Hell of a job.
Salute to Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Please like the video. Okay, please like, sub, maybe hit the bell button so you never miss when we go live or upload some new content. As Marcus Semien told us yesterday, all it was going to take was Semien and Seager getting going at the same time. Yeah. Happened a little bit last night. Plus Latz taking the no-hitter into the 7th.
That's huge.
He was absolutely brilliant. And when we asked CY, is this guy a starter? I think this Bradford news, Jacob Latz is going to be a starter for this Texas.
Paint the picture on Jacob Latz for us. Where's he been? How's he so good?
Well, so he's been a bullpen guy. And he did a good job. Like, he's one of those guys that you could extend out and he can give you some long relief. Let's say your starter has to get pulled in like the 2nd or 3rd inning. Jacob Latz could come in there and then get you into the 7th or the 8th, right? So you don't end up having to really just extend your bullpen. But Latz is one of these dudes we've seen. You go into a bullpen game, next thing you know, this guy's able to go 3 to 5 innings for you. Last night, a career-high 6 innings, and he had a no-hitter, as you just mentioned. So it was unfortunate. His line ends up getting kind of skewed based on, Chris Martin takes over for him, and then you get dong, 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 3 straight home runs. He never allowed more than 1. What are the odds of this? Which was unfortunate. Blink of the eye, bam, here come the O's. They're in the lead, but I thought last night the resiliency that they showed, it would have been very easy to hang your head and say it's not our year. You're up 4-0. Latz is throwing a no-no. Here comes Baltimore on the road. Next thing you know, you're down 5-4. They're able to rally back. Sam Haggerty was awesome. Career-high 3 stolen bases. Evan Carter with a tremendous slide there to be able to get home for the winning run. And then the job that Jacob Latz did was truly exceptional. Yeah. So, I'm excited about Latz moving forward, man. He's been an absolute gem so far.
Latz is the guy that he's kind of like in like the movie industry. He's the stunt man. Like, everybody else is, the actors are all kind of playing their parts and then like, okay, it's time to crash the car into the wall. Get the stunt man. And he's that guy. I mean, Woolie's right. He doesn't have a role other than trying to eat innings. He's usually in the game when it's out of hand. He's having to make these bullpen starts now, but and that's helped him along. But he was a guy that just kind of soldiered along. He was never pitching in high leverage spots. They never wanted him to have to do that.
Well, he hadn't been good until this year.
No, I mean but there's been times where like the Rangers have been down 6-7 runs, and the final is they lose by 6 or 7 runs. He comes in. And he doesn't give up any more runs is what he does. And I just
so he proved himself in that role. And
he
now
has.
In times of need, you need to start. Do you think he sticks as a starter?
I think he could. I mean, look, it's on to him, and CY said he didn't want to, put him in a box basically of what he is going to do. But right now,
they didn't have him in a box. I mean, he was in the box of break glass in case of emergency guy.
Yeah.
He was like, hey, all hell's breaking loose right now. We need somebody to go out there and pitch 4 2/3 innings. That's what this guy did.
Yeah,
but without any fanfare at all.
He was a reliever, and now I think you are probably looking at him as a guy that can start.
Guy's slow pitching though.
Yeah,
he
but
takes
so is Bradford.
forever.
Yeah.
God.
Oh, he just doesn't move quickly.
Jeez, it's hard to watch.
Not only did you have the great question for Latz about for CY yesterday about Latz that was very timely, but also asking him about small ball. And then the way they scored 3 of their runs with Haggerty swiping 2 bags and getting home on the sac fly. Yeah. They're running the bases. They're scoring on infield outs.
Sack fly.
That's how they got that win last night.
No doubt.
6-5. It was really weird to watch Chris Martin be so good for 3 weeks and really a lot of the year, and then have that happen. That was bizarre.
It was. That's the volatility of a bullpen, right? Like things are just humming along, and the next thing you know, man, you can really just get off the tracks. But I think this is how this team's got to win. Like, the power just has not been there, and hopefully at some point it clicks into form. But until then, you got to do everything you can to just go ahead and get some runners across. And they've got some guys that can run the bases and steal bags. And last night they were able to showcase that.
214 says, I feel like Latz could be a starter and have Gray go to the bullpen. Yeah, I think you have options right now. It's going to be really interesting. He is 29 years old. And sometimes guys figure it out late. 214 says, Gavin looks like he's staring down hardcore onto that box score, LOL. I usually only do that when Jack Leiter's pitching because it's too frustrating to watch. But no, I was looking at Jacob Latt's Baseball Savant page. Pitching run value, fastball run value. This is all in the upper 25-30% of the league. The expected ERA is in the top third of the league, and then you get to chase percentage and whiff percentage, 76 and 88 percentile. So I wanted to see how he was doing. Like, his walks aren't good, but there is a lot of good stuff going on in here.
Yeah, he is you bring him in, and when things are going bad, and he just kind of goes out there and does his job, and without any fanfare. So nice to see him have some success last night, and maybe he will be a guy that can step in, because he's shown he's been able to step in before, but now maybe in some more high leverage situations.
It was all hands on deck last night. They needed everything, and you had Tony Beasley getting the job done with aggression on the base paths. You had Evan Carter getting home there on the challenge in the 10th to win it. Osuna with the sack fly. So a lot of good stuff was happening, but it almost got ripped from us with the 5-run 7th. It's like, holy crap, that was going to be too gut-wrenching to possibly tolerate. But tonight it's going to be DeGrom against Brandon Young. And this is good, Wolchuk. Brandon Young has a 2.19 whip. That's walks and hits per innings pitched. Every time dude goes out for an inning, at least 2 guys are getting on base by average. So that's something. Has a 1-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, ERA at 6.2. Like, this is only because he's in an organization. He's up in the big league, so I hope he's enjoying it and saves his money, because he's not going to be around for long. Okay, NBA Draft Wednesday, Cooper Flagg night. But the reporting is also around what the Mavs could do next. Shams Charania reporting earlier that he feels like it's between D'Angelo Russell and Malcolm Brogdon. I know last night the report also included Dennis Schroeder and Chris Paul. I've heard hot and cold things on Chris Paul, that he wanted to stay in L.A., and then a few days later he was again the favorite to be a Mav. But, I don't know. If it was my preference, I would take Chris Paul. I think there's a lot of intrigue in Malcolm Brogdon as well, but he's just hurt so dang much. Like, he's hurt more than AD. So I don't know how you could go saddle up to some Malcolm Brogdon and watch him get hurt in the first week of the season and have nobody at point guard. But the other thing I would add to this is it's not just about adding one of these, like, point guards way past their prime or whatever, or D'Angelo Russell never really had a prime. It's that you need multiples. We need to do some damage in free agency and a trade. So that's one of the reasons I think this thing is going to get really exciting. But I think they need to sign Paul and then trade for a better combo guard who's going to bring you some size and a little bit more scoring. New Balance capitalizing with a Flag Day T-shirt. You want this?
I'd be in on this.
It's a nice looking T-shirt.
Hell
isn't
yeah,
it?
it is.
Sure.
It's $75.
Oh,
see, $75 for a shirt though. That's a little bit above my price range.
That's like Gucci.
$75 for a shirt.
That's like Louis Vuitton T-shirt.
Like you're
paying for the logo for an LSU National Championship baseball shirt the other day. That's 44? Kind of 44,
and that feels reasonable. Like in times of inflation, I just spilled Diet Coke all over my sweatshirt.
You're right.
But in times of inflation, 44 is kind of like on the edge of, wow, that's a lot of money for a T-shirt.
Well, it was 38, and then the shipping thing gets you every time. They try and make you feel like you're going to get it for free on the shipping, and then you didn't spend enough with them.
Oh, you need to spend like an extra $6 or something.
I was trying to look for a hat or something to go along with it just to get the free shipping.
I think New Balance's marketing plan is, let's just charge a buttload of money for it, and maybe they'll think that makes it premium.
Because nobody knows what a buttload of money is.
We've been charging $20 all these years. Let's try charging them a lot. Maybe that'll go the other way. But yes, I think it is quite interesting that $75 for a New Balance sports T-shirt is where we're at right now. Do you guys have friends that you knew were in one station of life and now you check in with them like post-COVID through inflation and they're down bad? Is that happening to you guys in your social lives?
Not.
Like, I think the standard of living is coming down.
Yeah, I've definitely got a couple. Like, one guy's kind of moving out to the boonies right now. And he's literally...
Costs too much to be in the city.
Yeah,
what am I going to do? Am I going to go...
Off-gridding.
Yeah, we're going off-grid?
Mm-hmm.
That can be a way to do it. You know, I think you get multiple bonuses there. Kyrie Irving set to sign a 3-year deal for $119 million. Congrats to the Mavs and Kyrie for getting this thing agreed to. Guess it was never really in question that he was going to stay.
Was Shams just like trying to get us offsides yesterday with his report of like, well, they're coming in under 40? I'm like, there's no way they're about to fumble Kyrie Irving right now, right? But I can't really put anything past this front office.
I think Shams was fishing a little bit.
I think I'm starting to not trust Shams.
Oh,
really?
Really?
I don't think Shams is as good as Woj was. I felt like I was always sure when Woj reported something.
Are you feeling like that Shams is a 2 out of 5 kind of a guy?
This is more speculation than reporting. There's two different Shams.
But yes, exactly. I don't like the speculative Shams. I want the reporting Shams.
Do you think he's under a lot of pressure?
He probably is, because I bet ESPN's paying him a ton of money.
Yeah.
But I don't.
That would be a miserable job.
They've done this with Wendy too. Like, Wendy's now kind of being hot take guy.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I need you. Like,
that
just,
ship sailed.
Shams,
yeah.
I'm coming to you for reliable information. Yeah. I don't need you to cause us a heart attack that Kyrie might be leaving.
Yes.
Okay? Give us the details. Give us the facts. If we got issues, let me know. If there's not really anything, I don't want the clickbait from you, Shams.
That would have been wild if Kyrie Irving had left and everything changes. But now I think it's another opportunity to salute all parties involved for doing a very great deal. I think for Kyrie, I think you end up taking $2 million less than what you would have got last year, but you add 2 to the deal. You come into under $40 million, 39.3 in each season. And that gives the Mavs a tremendous amount of flexibility. Like, when Kyrie is playing at the top of his game, he gives you, I don't know what you call that, top 25, top 30 player in the game. And at $40 million, that's now approaching half of what the top of the market is. So what you can do with that, difference of $20 to $30 million, I don't know. If you wanted to really push it and hit free agency, I think Kyrie could extract a lot more money out of it. But that's not what he's in it for now. I think what he's in it for is to try to help this team become incredible while he also gets to, enjoy an incredible amount of revenue.
Do you feel like that he feels a sense of loyalty that the way the Mavs took him on with all his problems? Do you think he feels like that, man, they didn't have to do this for me?
I think he just feels the appreciation and the love. I don't know if he looked at what he did as anything that was a problem.
But it does seem like
he doesn't look at it that way, but everybody else in the NBA did.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. And it's worked out well, right? Like, he's found a home here. He loves it here. It also makes me, the angle that I took from this was it made me feel better about Jason Kidd being here.
Yeah.
I wonder if Kyrie is as willing to do that if Kidd's not here, assuming that relationship is as important as we think it is, right? Maybe it's not. But we've always heard that Kyrie and Kidd was really the only person that can make that work, and really it's proven to work.
I think there's some stress between the GM and the coach.
It kind of sounds like that.
I really do.
Well, I think that's the most important thing as we look beyond this draft. Like, how much can fans trust Nico? Mm-hmm. Do you think he's going to do a good job? Is he pushing out people because of ego, or is he pushing out people to move this organization into a better place? We're about to find out. It's clear that the Luka trade was a massive mistake, and we're going to do a piece coming up a little bit later on, I think at 2:40, on how the casino arena deal fell apart so much 6 weeks after the Luka trade. You sent me that link last night. That's awesome content.
Okay,
we're going to do that coming up at 2:40.
I should have said that to you earlier. My apologies.
So, there's no way I would give Dumont and Harrison a chance to continue this, but they are, and they have to believe that they can somehow see this through and make a positive out of it. But right now, I would just be terrified to let Nico remain in charge to the extent that he is. As a fan, I think that explains why today isn't more unbridled excitement. It's because you don't know exactly how this thing is going to play out in the coming days and years. The Hawks, Celtics, and Nets have agreed to a 3-team deal Tuesday that saw Kristaps Porzingis and a second-round pick to the Hawks. Terrence Mann, Atlanta's 22 pick, headed to the Nets. Some other players moving around a little bit there, but Yeah, Porzingis. Man. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think that legacy is now? Just hurt player? But I was reading like some breakdowns of it, like Atlanta gets a major upgrade to their front court. No, they don't. I think he's the most overrated player of his era, Porzingis.
It's hard to argue. I mean, he was big at times for Boston last year, but yeah,
he was big for Dallas at times.
It just was
at times
few and far between, right?
Yeah,
and
it really was.
Even last year, he plays 42 games.
Yeah.
It's just the guy. I think he's 66, 72 games his rookie year is the most he's ever played.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're looking at like 43, 50, 57. So
he just couldn't get stronger quick enough. Like you talk about,
he never was going to get strong.
You talk about the tight end on the Cowboys with
Brevin Spann-Ford.
Not Fan, yeah, Sport. It's like the ball's coming. Move your hands quickly and snag it. Sorry, I'm not built like that. I have other tools that allow me to play on a field with great athletes, but that doesn't actually describe me. And I think Porzingis could never really, like, as a rookie, we thought, wow, he's 20 years old, 7'3". Wait till his body fills out and he gets strong he gets more athletic. But he was just so oozy. I think that's the way I would describe his game. It was kind of an ooze. Okay, we got the top 10 coming up, and then the G Bag of the Day championship as well on the other side, and we're back here with more sports on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk.
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Somebody just tweeted me, at Gavin Dawson, says the last 6 years, the cost of living has gone up on average $15,000 a year for in America. That's like $1,300 a month that you would have to be making more around basically pre-COVID. So that is definitely felt, and just kind of goes to that segment we were just talking about back there. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day champion. Then we're going to get to Woolchuck's Top 10. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Lucius.
Here it is. Real fast, real sweet. G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. We haven't done one for like 2-3 days now.
Yeah. He's the longest running one-time champion we've ever had.
Right, exactly. But we replay it here at 2:20-ish. At Lucky Lucius P, if you see anything floating out there. It's a church combo pack as a winner. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. This is a midweek service day right here. Let's see here. All right. Saved, sanctified, and filled with the holy pause is what I titled this one.
Good. Come on, do me a favor. Look at a neighbor and say, neighbor.
Neighbor.
Have you tasted him this week? Come on. That was the wrong neighbor.
That was the wrong neighbor.
He's wild for starting that sentence off with good.
Wow.
And there's
a church.
Man, come on. I don't know. I need more context to that situation right there.
Yeah. Wrong neighbor, wrong question, maybe, sir.
What's going on, dog? And this one right here, why are you pranking the church, man?
I'm praying this morning for Sister Mary Flanagan and also Brother Harry Dick Jones.
Harry Dick Jones. Brothers, you ever heard of the Low Country in South Carolina?
Actually, I have some really good cookbooks from the Low Country. Low Country Boil is pretty awesome.
It's a nice little vibe out there, man.
Very good vibe.
People use their boats to travel around.
Yes.
There's a spot called Dirty Dick's Crab House.
Oh. That sounds like a place. Yeah.
Dirty Dick.
Yeah.
And their big sign says, I got my crabs from Dirty Dick's.
Yeah.
They're kind of crappy.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And I need to get a T-shirt from that place.
$16 a pound. It says you can get pounded for $16 is what the sign says.
Wow. Leaning into the bid.
Yeah.
Quite a weekend down there.
Oh,
I want to open up a liquor store across the street in that same name. Dirty Dick's. Use that brand. Liquor stores.
I love it.
I'm going to leave it at that.
That's a cash cow right there.
There was a loose, I don't know, you might get ran the dump button here, but in Beaver Creek, Colorado, they have a liquor store named Beaver Liquor.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Beaver Liquor.
There we go.
Yeah.
LIQUOR.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, the liquor store.
Thank you, guys.
Shop there many a day.
It's time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 2:20.
Woo! All right. In honor of the NBA draft, we've got the top 10 draft classes of all time. 877-881-1053.
Wow.
What is the best draft class of all time? Before we get into that, during the morning show on Wednesdays, they do the Wheel Spin Wednesday. And today, they landed on Dear Choppy. And Choppy was asked about, from a listener, his wife is frustrated that he's a bad listener. And look, this is something I can relate with, because there are times I'll be zoning out. I don't even know my wife is talking to me. And then the next thing I know, I turn and she is staring as if she could kill me, if eyes could kill. And she asked, what did I just say?
Yeah.
No idea. So here was Choppy's advice for such a problem.
Like Sarah says, I don't listen ever.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to come up with, here you go. Go get your hearing checked.
Oh.
And get and you're going to have to maybe say, I might need a hearing aid. Get a fake hearing aid. Commit to the bit.
No, okay, here's what you need
Commit
to do.
to the bit.
Until she adjusts and feels like she's heard too, 214, you should probably, when you're in groups with other people, when someone else talks to you, you don't react right away.
It's a great
And then they got to and they're like, what? They're like, I literally didn't hear you.
Yeah. Or just keep turning the TV up to an abnormally loud volume.
Yep.
Abnormally loud volume, and
Keep
then
having to say, I need the subtitles.
I can't put subtitles on. Yeah, do something. You're going to have to run some misdirection there on her.
Sounds promising. I like a hilarious bit,
Yeah.
I find it funny though. This applies to all of us.
It does.
Why are you still trying to change us? We don't want to listen to you. Why are you talking? Why? How about why are you always talking? Not why am I got stuff going on here. You want to stop me and pull me over here for 10 minutes to talk about something? What's going on?
Look at this thing I've seen here. Look at this. Look.
No, I'm busy.
Look at this.
Or
I've got a lawn to mow and a garage to clean.
room.
What are we doing?
It's like, come on.
Let me tell you how to get around all this.
Yes, please.
Well, hey, Brian,
I'm divorced twice.
Yeah. Give that disclaimer, bro.
I'm divorced twice, so don't listen to me. Yeah, don't listen to
notes
mine.
over here.
But no, the way you do get around it is take her on a walk.
Oh, is this
Go
working?
walk. Go walk. Go walk for an hour and let her talk the whole hour. And you go, yeah. Oh, she's a friend of yours? And by the time it's over, it's like she's talked out.
Nice.
She's completely said everything she needs to say.
The same way I treat my pit bull before I go to work. Make sure all that energy's ran out so we'll come back to
But that's what I'm saying.
pillows in the living room.
Just
Then have a snack ready when you get back to the
go
house.
on a walk.
Maybe take some squishy toys out
for like
there.
an hour. I swear, it's just you get
belly.
You get that. They'll start and like, well, so and so. Oh, really? Yeah, so and so. Yeah. Well, I remember that. Okay, and then by the time it's over, it's like, hey, well, that's a good walk. You get exercise, and they've all talked out, and then you don't have to deal with it when you go in the house.
It must be very frustrating for women because they're so social. They're so good at talking. They're so good at acting concerned and, putting up this whole deal. And they just want us to do the same thing back. Sorry, we're not that
so
fake.
many details in the story that you lose track of the story.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
Dude, it gets
Get them
me every
out there.
time.
Yeah, and you got to fall back. You got to know who Samantha was from whatever department at her job from a 4-month ago story.
But that's what
and
I'm
if you
saying.
don't, now we talking about why I don't remember.
And I can remember bits.
Yeah.
And
I
then
can't
you
remember
You
the whole
don't
thing.
really care.
And then you
You remember stuff you care about. You know what kind of carburetor that car needs, don't you?
Yeah, you just give it the Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember.
You can remember the Cowboys score from 2004, but you can't remember what we're supposed to do tomorrow?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's how I'm wired. I can't help this. I know I've got flaws. I did like that Choppy gave tremendous advice, but did not say actually try and listening. That was not one of the things. Like, just listen.
Choppy just got married.
Just
too,
work
right?
on it. Just work on listening.
Oh, wow.
It's hard.
But it's the whole men are from Mars, women are from Venus thing. There's no fixing it, right?
There's no fixing
and
it.
I resent the fact that the problem's put on us for not wanting to talk, right? It's just our natural place. Why are you trying to make me less of a man? You should be proud that I don't want to talk. That's masculinity.
Nobody wants to talk.
Do you guys ever sit down at dinner and talk?
Yes.
If we're out.
Yes.
If we're out?
Yeah, I might shoot the crap with you. That type of talking.
But like at home?
Discuss things on deeper levels. No.
Like you don't sit down at dinner and just talk?
Sometimes I kind of enjoy sitting in silence.
Yeah.
And why is that frowned upon? Why is that a problem? It's not a.
Have you guys ever used this line like,
nice.
I talk all day? Like, have you ever played that card? Like, hey, babe, I talk all day.
I try that sometimes, but she listens to the show. She's like, no, you don't.
I heard your little segment.
No, you don't.
Man.
But guys don't like to talk. You can be a police officer and almost been hit by a car that day, chase somebody down in a high speed, whatever situation, and get home and your lady asks you, how was your day? And you be like, no, it was cool.
Uh-huh.
It was all right. It was great.
Because we know people don't really care that much.
How was the show?
No,
It was good. It was a show.
Yeah.
It was a show.
It's good.
And if you show any vulnerability or weakness, she's going to look down on you for that.
Yes.
So maybe you're like Tony Soprano and you have a therapist. Maybe you got one buddy who, can open up and talk with you, but that's it, maybe. Probably not even your dad.
I feel like
No.
Probably not even your dad.
Did you know different generation, bro.
Oh, man. Shout out to Carl from the
What do you mean you're sad? What does that mean?
Buck up, little guy. Yeah.
Want to go fishing?
Carl, happy birthday, as he texted in from the 214. It is his birthday. All right,
Happy birthday.
Let's get into the list. Top 10 draft classes of all time. Maybe this one's got a chance to be a legendary one. I sure hope at least the number one overall pick is with Cooper Flagg. But
yeah,
we take a trip down memory lane. The honorable mentions for the best draft classes in the history of the association. 2008. Derrick Rose, Russell Westbrook, Kevin Love, Brooke Lopez, Aaron Gordon, and then you had a couple of misses here with Serge
Aaron
Ibaka.
Gordon was 2008?
2000, dude, we got to go back to 2008. I mean, this draft also had Roy Hibbert, who had a pretty good run for a little bit. Goran Dragic, the Dragon. It's had some pretty good names out of here. But yeah, we're going back to 2008 for Aaron Gordon. You thought he was older or younger?
I thought he was younger.
Yeah.
I mean, he still got bounce.
2012. NBA draft. This was AD. The Anthony Davis draft. Dame was in this draft. Draymond, Bradley Beal, who is also on the trade market here from the Suns. Chris Middleton, Texas A&M stand-up. Harrison Barnes, former Maverick, on here as well. Evan Fournier, don't Google his name. Terrence Ross, Jay Crowder, Andre Drummond. Remember, honestly, I think that the previous 2008 was better than this one. I think they kind of misordered that. Wonder how many they end up misordering.
Sure.
We can watchdog this, Brian. Watchdog it.
I'm watchdogging it.
That 972 did not like the advice. Y'all, this is terrible advice. They're not talking about not talking more. They're talking about not listening. Y'all aren't listening. That's the point.
You don't want us to talk. You just want to talk at us.
Yes.
It's not a conversation.
We missed the point a
It's
lot.
you unloading.
You're not even listening to. I'm not. Yeah, you can't even tell I'm not listening to you. You don't care.
You don't
Just
care.
giving it to me, bro. Blah 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 blah. Just day dumping on me.
Yeah.
Nobody wants a day dump.
Nobody wants a day dump.
No.
Get rid of that in the morning so I can move around throughout the day.
Yeah. 1987 NBA draft, number 10. This is pretty loaded. David Robinson.
The Admiral.
Reggie Miller. Scottie Pippen.
This is a pretty good draft.
Horace Grant. Oh, the goggles.
Yeah.
Mark Jackson was in this class. Reggie Lewis. Muggsy Bogues
These
was in
dudes
this
are all
draft.
my age now.
Kenny Smith. It's a pretty damn good draft there in 87.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Reggie Lewis.
1985 NBA draft. Comes in at number 9.
85?
85.
Wow, back-to-back years. So 85, 86?
85, 87.
87.
2 years
okay.
apart, but the talent was immense. Karl Malone in this 85 class. Patrick Ewing.
Could have been a Mav.
Detlef Schrempf. That's who the Mavs took in that one. Yeah, you're right. Chris Mullen was in this. Charles Oakley.
St. John's.
Joe Dumars was part of this class. Manute Bol was actually in this draft. Gerald Wilkins. Terry Porter was in this class as well. So 85
Wisconsin
also.
Stevens Point there. Terry Porter.
Pretty strong.
The power forward.
How'd you remember that one?
He was a trailblazer.
Oh,
damn right he was.
Should have known.
98 NBA draft is the number 8 best class of all time. This is Dirk.
Yeah, baby.
Paul Pierce. Vince Carter, Vinsanity.
Wow. Longevity talking here.
How about Rashard Lewis, man?
Really good player.
I remember Rashard Lewis for that awesome Orlando Magic team. I think they ended up losing in the finals in 05.
Turkoglu and some other guys. Really good player. Gosh. I think he might have been ahead of his time because he was like 6'10" and could play small forward, power forward, and shoot threes like crazy.
Yeah, he was. He was like a combo, like a 3 or a 2. Anton Jameson was in this. Mike Bibby. Larry Hughes.
Was he Arizona? Mike Bibby, Arizona?
Yeah.
Upset. Sorry about that.
Antoine Jameson, UNC.
Number 7, the 18 NBA draft. This was Luka. Trae Young, DeAndre Ayton, Jaren Jackson Jr. Of course, you did have Shea. Shea and Luka are really moving the heavyweight for this one. Mikal Bridges, Colin Sexton, Wendell Carter Jr. I don't know if you can pop this one ahead of some of the ones we already mentioned. I mean, I do think Luka and SGA have a shot to get it, but like you're putting this over a draft in 85 that had Karl Malone, Patrick Ewing, Charles Oakley. That 87 one's the one that's way too low here. We should flip that. 87, David Robinson, Reggie Miller, Scottie Pippen.
Yeah.
Like those 3, I think we should probably be popping ahead of this 2018 class right now.
Absolutely. Those are legit legends of the game, Hall of Famers. And, I think Luka and Shea are really good, and they hold their own. But those classes had 3 guys at least.
6 is 14, the 14 NBA draft. This was Nikola Jokic when he was taken in the second round and a Taco Bell commercial was going on. You also had Joel Embiid, Andrew Wiggins. I mean, that was kind of a bust there. Zach LaVine, Jordan Clarkson, Julius Randle. These guys have carved out nice careers for themselves. Bogdan Bogdanovic.
One really great player.
Yeah, Dinwiddie. Like it is. It's a lot of role players. Your Marcus Smart was in this class. Shout out to Flower Mound Marcus.
Yeah.
5 is the 2011 draft. This is Kyrie and Clay and Kawhi and Jimmy Butler, Kemba, Tobias Harris, Isaiah Thomas, Nikola Vucevic. That's pretty loaded, right? Tristan Thompson, who's an NBA champion. Chandler Parsons was in this class as well in 11. So, I mean, those top 4 right there with Kyrie, Clay, Kawhi, and Jimmy, I get it. That's pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, it's a great class.
2009 draft is number 4. Steph, James Harden, Blake Griffin. Those are the top 3. DeMar DeRozan in here. Drew Holiday was in here.
Don't hurt him.
Jeff Teague. Pat Bev, Danny Green, a couple NBA champs. Number 3 is the 03 class, which I've heard argued should be number 1. You got LeBron, Wade, Bosh, Melo.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty damn stacked.
Not better than the 96 one.
Number 2 is 96.
Okay.
The 96 NBA draft.
There you go.
Kobe, Ray Allen, Steve Nash, Allen Iverson, Peja Stojakovic,
Jermaine O'Neal.
96 was just a fly year. If you just look at everything that went down in 96, it was just a fly year.
Marcus Camby.
Superb.
The jerseys just seemed better, like the Memphis Grizzlies, those old, like turquoise-looking unis. The Raptors uniforms used to be really good. The T-Wolves is like the pick that they've got of these guys. Yeah.
By the way, I think Jermaine O'Neal's son, Jermaine O'Neal Jr., SMU next year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't he have the daughter that was the volleyball outside?
Yeah.
The spiker gal on the outside. I think she was Texas national champ.
This class is pretty damn good. Number 1, though, best NBA draft class of all time, 84. MJ, John Stockton, Charles Barkley, and Hakeem Olajuwon ended up being the stars from that one. And then you mix in a Sam Perkins. Yep, Sam Bowie.
I ball for real. Y'all are Sam Bowie.
Michael Cage was in this. Vern Fleming.
Yeah, 4 Hall of Famers, 3 MVPs.
Woo,
Michael Cage was unguardable.
So hopefully Cooper Flagg ends up making this one of the best ever and just wins all the championships, all the MVPs, and becomes a top 5 player in the history of basketball.
Okay, what's next for the Mavs after tonight? They'll draft Cooper Flagg. Paul Biancardi, National Recruiting Director for ESPN, is coming up at 3 o'clock, and we'll continue the sports with you coming up next, The Nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ all the time.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
What?
Nutmeg Melvin?
Pre-curb?
No.
No.
You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
What was that one called?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and talking about what comes next for the Mavs. What's next for the Rangers will start to unfold here in about 3 hours. We'll be in the first inning. Rangers and Orioles in Baltimore. They got it done last night. An incredible win, 6-5. After the wheels came off totally in the 7th, they get it done. They push it to extras, and Evan Cart came across for the win. He had 2 hits. So did Seager. I think there was one other player with multiple hits, actually, as well. But the big story was Jacob Latz. So we're looking forward to talking with Sandler about this and more a little bit later on here as we head towards the pregame, which is coming up at 5 o'clock here on the home of the Rangers. I think, first of all, what's next is finding out if Jason Kidd is going to be the head coach. And I think it's interesting if Dudley's leaving and Sweeney's leaving.
Yeah.
And Jason Kidd doesn't have an extension if he's going into lame duck year. Is this a thing like, if you want to keep me, then give me an extension? And if you don't, then let me go to New York?
Has he already been extended?
He was extended last year after the finals run.
Okay, that maybe that they were. I guess what we're talking about here, Dawson, too, is he going to get another extension on top of the extension he already had?
Yeah.
So that's where I think that.
Some sort of raise.
See, that's where I think that in talking to people in the organization about this, they were thinking that this is where maybe that Jason was going to try and talk himself into taking that Knicks job or trying to get out to get the Knicks job. And there was, that Nico was willing to let it happen because he didn't want Jason to get more years than him and more money. And he was worried about that. He was going to let him pursue that if he wanted to do that.
Is he back in that mindset now of worried about Jason Kidd getting an extension? Because that's something that I'd heard is that Kidd wants more years.
Yeah, Kidd wants more years.
But he just got an extension last year, as you reminded me.
Right.
So that, I don't know how that all makes sense.
I think if that maybe I think Nico's camp or Nico worries that if Kidd does get more years, more money, then that'll put him as the top dog in the organization, which will then kind of put Nico aside, maybe on some decisions and things like that. That maybe Dumont will say, okay, well, hey, I'm gonna rely on the head coach here, and I'm not going to listen to my general manager much anymore. That's what I think that Nico was worried about. I think that's why this thing went back and forth. The whole thing with Sean Sweeney is fascinating too, by the way. Because to me that was one of those things where clearly San Antonio came in there and they offered him more money. It's really kind of a lateral position, but he is associate head coach, but he was really like the associate head coach with the Mavs.
Yeah.
But the Mavs did absolutely nothing to keep him here. He was like, man, I was just talking to some folks in the organization. I'm like, how do you guys just let Sweeney walk? And they're like, well, we didn't make any kind of offer. We just didn't do anything to try and
so strange.
That the Spurs really kind of blew us away with an offer here that we didn't even try to match.
So if you're not trying to keep Jason Kidd's coaching staff,
you're trying.
Your assistants are leaving. You're trying to send Jason Kidd a message. You're really not wanted here.
You might be sabotaging Jason Kidd, is what you might be doing.
Which is messed up and just goes to show that you have a dysfunctional organization right now, right?
Yes, I would believe so. Now, sometimes you could come into a perfect family operation as a drill instructor type of leader, and nobody wants to mess with you there. You've got to turn over the entire culture and bring in all of your guys, and maybe you could install something greater. But it's unsettling. It really is, and I hope Dumont has good reason to be standing by Nico. Next question here: what's next after you draft Flagg? Will Cooper Flagg start? Lively AD or Gafford AD or, I don't know, AD PJ? I guess AD PJ works because then you got Flagg at 3. You need a point guard, I think. But, right now at 2 guard, is it Najee Marshall? Is it Caleb Martin? Are you running the young guy out there at point guard? Who's the guy? Jaden Hardy. What are you doing now in your backcourt, and how certain are you that Flagg's going to be a starter?
I do think that's why, listening to the fellows over at DLLS, Flagg could be the 2 for them because he's got that versatility. He could really play 2 through 4, and he did run some point as well at Duke. So I think it might
that would be awesome if he can be point guard or 2 guard. If he can do a lot of ball handling at the pro level immediately, that would be massive.
Right, but that's something that when you talk to people in the organization, when they all of a sudden the pick fell into their lap, they weren't really sure of that. They weren't really sure about him as a ball handler. That's something that I guess maybe through a combine, and maybe
he'll have to prove that
personal
to them
workouts and stuff like that. But there's a lot of things you could say about Cooper Flagg that the people in the Mavs are saying. The basketball IQ and all that, all the various things. How competitive he is, but it wasn't about ball handling. That wasn't one of those traits where all of a sudden you were like. They were saying, because usually when you and I talk about players, we can name off 3 quick traits about a player that can kind of describe him. I don't think ball handling was one of the ones that came right off the lips of Mavs people.
Right, so his ability to just break down a defense with his handling, that's something that he's going to need to improve on. But his ability to just bring the ball up the floor and then set up an offense and facilitate, he did show the ability to do that at Duke. And I think that's with his basketball IQ, hopefully he can develop over time when it comes to improving some of the handles. But if you're looking for a spot to put him, Najee's come off the bench in his career. He's comfortable with that. Caleb Martin, I don't know if he's going to be on this roster to start the season. That seems like a piece that they could try and move as well. But, if you're looking for where you're going to put him, I think the 2 right now makes sense unless you want to move stuff around and make him a 3.
Yeah, 2 might make sense, or going small with AD at center I think makes a lot of sense because I want Washington and Flagg on the court together at the same time. Texas Monthly has a story how a Vegas billionaire's plan to bring casinos to Texas went bust 6 weeks after the trade in Irving, trying to get it set up, to allow the citizens to vote on allowing destination resorts with gambling on the ballot. And we talked about it at the time, but this story really went behind the scenes on just how big of a fail that was and where it goes from here. The Adelsons brought in some massive heavy hitters to try to get Texas to consider legalized wagering.
Yeah.
Including the guy who ran the GOP in Harris County, Andy Aboud. They have more powerful Republicans than anybody else that's tried to get gambling legalized in Texas over the years. Lobbyists that had done tremendous work, not only in Nevada, but in Washington, D.C. as well on federal legislation. And, this guy, Aboud, made a 2-hour speech, had some great ammunition. He said that in Texas, we're the largest illegal gaming market in the world, $53 billion in illicit gambling every year. Texans are playing slots on video terminals and convenience stores and placing illegal bets on sports on their phones. This unregulated market yields no revenue for the state and preys upon the vulnerable. So, I've been pro sports gambling my entire life, and when Andy Aboud's, reeling that out there, I'm like, yeah, amen. Who can have an issue with this? But the story continues. Moreover, Texas losing $5 billion a year to casinos in neighboring states. And unlike the owners of those tacky joints in Louisiana and Oklahoma, Sands builds the finest destination resorts on the planet, pointing to the $8 billion expansion of Marina Bay Sands in Singapore. Very, very VIP. And then, it starts to get combative as the citizens who had gathered in Irving, I guess that was mid-April at this point, started pointing out, well, you own casinos. This is your business. Of course, you would only say good stuff about it. He said, yeah, but, we have casinos, but you know what? You have 65,000 illegal slot machines in Texas today that nobody is doing anything about. And the crowd didn't want to hear anything about that. Yeah. Asked why Sands had hired so many lobbyists in Austin, Aboud replied that it was important to be transparent. We have as many people as we can to answer as many different questions as possible. And they point out for years that many have tried to get gambling legalized, like the horse track, but nobody has tried with the amount of resources the Adelsons did.
Yeah.
And what's really interesting about that is, it shows how important this is, Brian.
It is.
And I wonder if the Luka trade made it that much more difficult. Immediately after the draft, we thought, how much money could this have cost the Adelson family? Could this impact their ability to get approval for casinos? And I don't know. I don't know if it did. But you read farther down in this story, they think Texas is the greatest opportunity for hospitality and casinos in the entire world. They think it's like $50 billion a year, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the number, and the Adelsons were going to bring that with the first casino inside Texas, you could say Dumont and Nico might have cost them what? $250 billion over a 20-year period? It's somewhere in that neighborhood. And I just don't know how you could continue, to have that man in charge, Dumont in charge, if that's the case.
Well, that's what they say, blood thicker than...
yeah, I guess.
But,
Dude married in, though.
He married
in.
This
reminds me of that show Succession. I know we brought it up a couple of times, but it's like, what's the old man do? He puts his kids or cousins in charge of the biggest industries around the world. Like, go run Europe. The guy's a complete train wreck.
Yeah.
Go run TV news. The guy doesn't have any sort of expertise at all. But if you're in the billionaire family, you're asking, Dad, come on, let me do something big. Let me do something special. Or dad's daughter, your wife, is saying, Dad, let my husband do something important. Because none of those guys want to be what they really are, which is Nepo babies. They were just born into generational wealth, and now they want to feel important. Oh, I'm not a Nepo baby. I'm good at this. So they wrangle control away from people who have committed their lives and climbed the leadership totem pole to the top, to put in people who are just complete dumpster fires. And that's what we're still recovering from. The good news, I think, in sports is this happens quite often. There are a number of owners that say, hey, same thing happened to me when I first bought the team. Got too involved, trusted some people, sucked. Here's how you get on track. Yeah. And hopefully by the time, Nico's done with whatever he's going to do, Dumont has that sort of light bulb moment. Paul Biancardi is the National Recruiting Director for ESPN, and he joins us next on The Fan.
All right, let's talk.
Basketball, Paul Biancardi has agreed to join us here. It's a draft night in the world of sports, and we're looking forward to the acquisition of Cooper Flagg at 877-881-1053. If you have thoughts on that or anything else, don't be shy. Jump in here on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Just go ahead and leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous here in the G-Bag Nation. It's an exciting day once again for Rangers and their fans. After getting the win last night in Baltimore in exciting fashion, 6-5, they're back at it tonight, and flipping Jacob deGrom is on the hill. So that's going to be an awful lot of fun, and hopefully they can get one of these games going where they don't have to score a lot of runs, although it'd be pretty awesome if they could. Okay, let me jump into this segment right here. We'll talk a little bit more basketball with you. Kyrie Irving signing 3 years, $119 million. The talk on MFFL Twitter is actually, this is Nico saying, I'm the one in charge, right? Oh, Kyrie, you're going to opt out and you want $120 million for 3 years? Let's do 119. Is there a big difference in that $600,000 a year? No. But is it Nico wanting to create this, Nico world out of the Mavericks? I think that would be the thought. I think that's what people are wondering right now. But it's freaking awesome that Cooper Flagg is joining the team tonight. And other than that, we actually have, some local guys. Of course, Trey Johnson, Lake Highlands, UT. And then VJ Edgecombe at Baylor, Liam McNeely, Richardson Pierce, and John Paul in Plano, I think, before he went to the big academy a spot that he had. But it's going to be a big night, not only for the Mavs and Cooper Flagg, but for a number of people and families with Texas ties. As Paul Biancardi from ESPN joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
Man, we're doing so good. As you can imagine, just an unbelievable lead up for Mavs and their fans. We were just talking. Can you help us out with this? Does Cooper Flagg start year one? What position would he most likely play here for our Mavs?
Yes, he'll start year one with a veteran team. With Kyrie Irving out, I think he won't see time as a point guard, but he'll see time heavily as a playmaker. I think the Mavs have to get someone in free agency to fill in that spot. But yes, I think he should start. I think he will start. Mentally, he can do it. Physically, he can do it. Not the strongest guy in the world. Most kids are not out of college. But the game, the approach, the athleticism is all ready for the NBA.
How does his game and the polish compare as far as being in position, not turning it over? And what are the differences at his age? Okay, I'm up there, Paul. Okay, so I was an adult when Kobe and KG and Jermaine O'Neal and that last wave of high schoolers came in, and I just felt like they were significantly less prepared. Flagg's at 18, but he's got the year of college. What do you think?
No, he's prepared. Look, he's been preparing for this moment his whole life. He was the number one player on my rankings board in the ESPN 100. You don't get to be number one just on talent alone. Like, his athleticism is built in. And his IQ for the game is what keeps him on the court, along with his scoring ability. He can score the ball in the post, mid-range, and from three, gets to the free throw line because he's very aggressive. But it's his playmaking and his defense that you guys are going to be so impressed with. Like, his shot blocking ability on the weak side is real, and his playmaking ability, if he had the choice to make a three-point shot or an assist, I think Cooper Flagg would want to make the assist. So he brings versatility to the game. A mature attitude is what's going to keep him on the court and make him improve. He's special because he's different. Like, a lot of number one guys are entitled. Cooper Flagg has no entitlement in his body. He's a humble superstar, and he's only concerned about winning. And when I say superstar, he makes winning plays to help you win. As he gets older, stronger, and understands the NBA game even faster, his shooting is going to get better. It already has. I wouldn't count on him making threes, but I wouldn't leave him alone if I was the opposition. And a great finisher in transition. Look, he doesn't have any weaknesses. He just needs things he has to improve on.
So what are the areas that you think he needs to improve upon most? And we were just having that conversation with Kyrie out for as long as he's going to be next year. Like, is Cooper Flagg a guy that you think could carry the point responsibility for the Mavs?
I think he can help them, yes, without question. Again, I think you have to get somebody in free agency to be a true point guard, and then Cooper Flagg can play off of him. But look, he played the point guard this year at Duke. I mean, top 5 team in the country, Final Four team. Everybody was coming at him from a defensive perspective. He played pick and roll so well with Kaman Malawach and Kon Knipple. So can he handle it? Probably not right away very well, but I think Jason Kidd is going to quickly see that Cooper Flagg can pick things up from a IQ standpoint, and he's so unselfish. He's such an accurate passer. He's such a willing passer that he can absolutely plug himself into a playmaking reserve backup type of point guard until Kyrie comes back. And then when Kyrie comes back, Cooper Flagg can play wherever he wants, more of a small forward type of player. What does he have to work on? One-on-one defense. Definitely has to work on that at the pro level. And his outside shooting has to be more consistent. Again, I wouldn't leave him open, but he's going to struggle early behind the arc.
So having recruited for as long as you have, I think as listeners and fans are always looking for like a comp. Is there anybody that you've ever recruited that you think is comparable to Cooper Flagg?
I've been asked that question so many times, and he truly is a unique comp. He's a little bit of different guys, if you will. Defensively, he has that Scottie Pippen in him as he gets older, like the ability to deny the wing, not let his man catch the ball, lock a guy up defensively, shot blocking prowess from the weak side. He has the intangibles on defense, great anticipation like Scottie did. Now, I'm not saying he's Scottie Pippen-like, but he's Scottie Pippen-like defensively, and I think that's where he's going to shine. Offensively, I mean, you can go a lot of different places. I like to go back to, you said you were old, right?
Oh, I am. Yeah, my partner over there, he's about 20 years younger than me, though.
Okay, well, you'll know the name Lamar Odom.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know Lamar Odom. Yeah. He was a Mav.
Yeah, and I mean, Lamar had massive skills at 6'9". Handle, and Cooper can handle it. That's what's impressive. And he can really pass it, play make, and he can score. And that's what he is on offense, Lamar Odom type, Scottie Pippen-like on the defensive end.
Do you think it's a shock to his system that he's going to end up with the Dallas Mavericks? Do you think he went into this thinking he was going to be somewhere else, and then surprisingly he ends up in Dallas?
Well, traditionally, if you look at the number one picks, right, they went to the worst teams over history. So he probably thought he was going to go to a franchise and have to rebuild it. Mentally, he grew up a Celtics fan up in Maine.
Mm-hmm.
And so when he watched the NBA draft over the years, he said, usually the number one pick or number two pick goes to teams that, traditionally are at the bottom, have to work their way up. So he's very fortunate in that respect that Dallas, is a playoff team when healthy, a team that can contend for the Western Conference Finals. And Cooper adds an intensity level, an energy level, a joyfulness to that roster.
It's Paul Biancardi, National Recruiting Director for ESPN. You think rookie year, he's a guy in the playoffs that you'd see coaches trusting next spring?
I'm sorry, say that again?
As a rookie, do you think he'll be a guy that the coaches would trust next spring when we get to the playoffs if they're in?
Yes, he's a trustworthy guy because he tries to make the right decision. He doesn't play with blinders on. He has great peripheral vision on defense, passing vision on offense. Look, guys, Cooper Flagg wants to do one thing, whether it's a pickup game, an ACC game, or an NBA game, and that's win. That's all he cares about. So if he has to make the hustle play, if he has to make the block shot, grab a rebound in traffic, make the assist or the free throws, whatever it is to help his team win, that's where his focus is. So I think the trust is going to be earned, fairly quickly by Jason Kidd.
If the Mavs weren't done after Flagg and wanted to trade back into the first round late, who are the guys that you would want to look at if you were looking at the backcourt and finding that guy who could run some point for you?
I think Walter Clayton Jr. could do that. I mean, he's a scoring guard out of Florida, won the national championship, most outstanding player. He has a battle-testedness about him, a grit, a toughness, unwavering confidence, and you need these type of traits. Look at OKC in Indiana. They didn't have a lot of stars, but they had great role players with great traits. I think Walter Clayton Jr. could be that.
Hell yes, Paul. We mentioned that earlier during Crosstalk. I was like, I think Walter Clayton Jr. gives me a little Jalen Brunson vibes. Is that crazy?
No, it's not crazy at all. Dylan Harper gives me Jalen Brunson vibes. When Dylan Harper, was in high school, in the middle of a broadcast, I called him a bigger, stronger Jalen Brunson. 6'6" lefty, 220 pounds, compact, tight, strong, mid-range shot, excellent in pick and roll, probably one of the best coming into the draft. But Walter Clayton Jr., I could see a little bit of Brunson because of the mental toughness factor.
So you mentioned Dylan Harper. Who else in this class? Like, how special can this draft class be with Trey Johnson out of Texas, VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor? We got a lot of Texas kids in this that I know a lot of fans across the country are excited about.
Yeah, I think the top of this draft is one of the best that I've seen in the last decade. Now, Cooper makes it one of the best. But Dylan Harper, NBA is very high on him. He's going to be a long-term pro, has the goods to be an all-star. And then VJ Edgecombe played at Baylor, definitely all-star material if he hits. Ace Bailey, I know there's a lot of controversy on where Ace wants to play. But, again, if he hits, Ace Bailey is maybe the most talented guy in this draft. Then Trey Johnson, he's the best bucket. He's a professional scoring guard from Texas who played at Texas at 6'6" with a 6'10" wingspan. I love his footwork, and I love his shot creativity. So this draft is really strong at the top. Every draft has value throughout and into the second round.
Hey, Paul, my background is as an NFL scout. For 13 years I did this. So draft night's always fun to be a part of. Who is the player, though, that you might be terrified that somebody might take in the first round?
Terrified?
Terrified. And I mean that in a way of like, man, I think he's got this ability, but I'm scared to death that he might not work out.
Boomer
for me.
bust like?
Yeah, boomer bust like guy.
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't want you to hammer kids. I'm not interested in getting that. No, I'm not afraid to hammer anybody. I'm a coach, so right. You're an NFL guy. That's what we do.
Absolutely, yeah. There are players. When we talk about NFL draft, I go on record and say, man, I would not touch this kid, and I don't mean any disrespect, but I don't know. Is it that way in the NBA when you look at things like that?
Yeah, there's guys that are high risk, high reward. I mean, those guys are usually at the top of the draft. Guys that you would look at in the first round that you say, you know what, I don't know if he's going to pan out based on his ability. I would have to say, honestly, two things. One, the international kids, I don't know that well. And I don't trust a lot of the international kids unless they've been really well groomed to play in the NBA. Now, they've been stars in our league, but a lot of those guys don't last long because they can't handle the physicality and so forth. So you may want to look for an international player not to make it after he gets drafted in the first round.
Paul, when I watch Trey Johnson play, I'm a huge fan. It's exciting. I don't know if there's enough discipline in that game to have him hit his potential. What do you think?
Discipline is probably something he lacks, but love of the game and competitiveness will override that. He loves to be in the gym. He loves to score. He needs to learn how to play with 4 other players.
Yeah.
At Texas, he could be the guy. They needed him to be that guy. In the NBA, he's got about 0.5 to 1 second to either score or move the ball, and he's not a ball mover. So, look, every player needs to be coached. Yeah. You're not getting a finished product. I don't care if it's Cooper Flagg. So you have to coach something in these guys. And with Trey Johnson, you have to coach his defense, the ability to want to play defense, and make sure he gives you the effort on defense. And then on the offensive end, he's just got to understand a good shot versus his shot, and then moving the basketball to keep offense flowing. All things that NBA coaches should be able to do.
I love it. Paul, thanks for being so generous with your time. I do have one more question if you got time. How about what would you do if you're the Mavs looking at how many forwards you have with Flagg in there? Obviously, you don't want veterans who are pressing you for minutes, and you have to develop your young player. But I mean, there's like 6 or 7 NBA rotational forwards in here.
Yeah, you got 2 centers too, right? You got Gafford and Lively.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got P.J. Washington too, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's up to Nico Harrison to decide, which one to move.
Good problem to have.
To get a point guard. You got to move what you have the most of to get a point guard. That's what you have to do. But look, I was really big on Derek Lively in high school. I had him as the number 1 player. Obviously, he's playing to his potential. He's been great for the Mavs.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis was the number 1 pick. You guys have 3 former ESPN number 1 prospects. So you're going to have a good season when healthy.
I love it, Paul. Enjoy the draft, and thank you so much for your insights. We'll catch up with you soon.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Salute. Paul Biancardi, National Recruiting Director for ESPN. You are quite welcome, sir. It's time to hit the C note. We'll dial up the Cowboys news of the evening and look at the top headlines next, The Fan.
Your proud home of the Cowboys.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for the C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. If you're watching the webcam, you just saw one of the few people here at CBS or Odyssey Intercom Dallas that's been here longer than me, the great Rick Lou. You know, maneuvering about, always making sure our computers and IT and everything's good.
He helped me with my phone the other day.
Yeah, he's amazing.
I broke down, got a new phone, and we have to have that thing to get into the internet. So he helped me out.
Oh, yes, the password.
The password thing is kind of.
It's always tricky. You got to have somebody around like Rick.
He is. I felt bad to interrupt him during lunch.
I
knocked on his door. He's like, "Who is it?" Brian Broaddus. He opened the door. What do you need, Brian? I'm like, "What do you need?" Phone. He goes, "Okay, I'll take care of it." Next thing I know, I got an email, like in between bites of the sandwich. Send me an email to get it fixed.
It is weird how tricky our internet can be, because I don't think anything's changed about it in a long, long time. But it can be weird. It can be very temperamental. It might be the most temperamental internet.
I'll tell you what's hard to do nowadays is remembering passwords and things.
Yeah.
When you're trying to like change carriers and doing this and that and the other. I mean, I had a situation where with AT&T, I got AT&T phone when I was working with the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
So everything was set up like Brian Broaddus at DallasCowboys.net kind of thing. So all my passwords, everything. And like, so now with the new business we're starting, I had to make some adjustments to our telephone services and things. And I was like, I couldn't remember the damn password, the username.
Yeah.
And so I was on the phone last night for like an hour trying to kind of get that. And it
miserable. I hate that.
It was just, I go, please just.
I'll put something off like that for years.
I had this call. I did this last night. It was, I thought about hanging up. I just thought about hanging up because I was struggling with communication, if you understand. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like on the other end, communication with me.
Yeah. Having to repeat things multiple times.
Yeah, and not get it right and all that. And I'm like, okay, it's BK. That's like, so I was just trying to kind of talk through and I got to the point where I'm like, I'm just going to give up. And then I thought, if I give up, I might have to go through this all again. So I got to bear down. I stuck it out. Yeah.
Nice job.
Stuck it out. Yeah.
Well, I got some C-Note here for you. We got a couple of audio cuts. Okay. Every day at this time, Cowboys News of the Evening. Awesome story from Todd Haley, former Cowboys wide receiver coach. He was on with the podcast there with Clark. Who's that name? Ryan Clark?
Ryan Clark.
Yes. Yeah. Or Kevin Clark. I'm sorry.
Kevin Clark.
Yeah, Kevin Clark, the writer. Okay. Not Ryan Clark, the broadcaster, former player.
Yeah, they brought him on that show, that Tim Kalashaw's show. What was that called? What was that show called? They just went off the air.
Around the Horn?
Around the Horn.
Yeah.
They brought him on late in the game. He started just mopping up.
He was good. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's as good of a podcaster as he was a debater on Around the Horn, but here he was with Todd Haley talking about an interesting interaction between Dan Campbell and Bill Parcells back in 2006.
We were struggling. I think we had a big game against the Giants, obviously a big rival. It was in New York on national television. It was going to be a night game. I think it's the game Tony Romo actually might have got into the lineup after Drew Bledsoe. But practice on a Wednesday was going bad. And you could see Coach Parcells getting heated up. He was not happy with the way anything was going. There was no energy, and I see him call Dan over to his side and say a couple words to him, and Dan runs back into the huddle, and Parcells, with his arms crossed like he always did, walked over to me and he said, "Watch this, Todd." A fight ensued on the next play, and Dan Campbell was in the middle of it. So, as coaches, you got to do whatever you have to do to get things going in the right direction, and he knew that Dan was his man to get in there and stir it up and get that, and it worked. All of a sudden, practice, everybody's hooping and hollering, excited, and good things happened from there.
I love that. He was his enforcer. Do you remember who the fight was against, or was it just everybody?
Just there, mix it up, get something going.
Yeah. Oh my God. I love that. The enforcer role.
Okay, horrible job by Clark here at the end of the cut, calling him the enforcer. That's not what Campbell was doing.
Enforcer role.
Campbell was instigating. Campbell was stirring the pot because the energy was stale and bad, and we're getting ready for the Giants. I need guys fired up. Yeah. And that fight will get you fired up.
Absolutely.
Fight's going to be
change
the
the
highlight
mojo.
of your week all of a sudden. This is kind of fun. Who's fighting next, boys? Let's do this.
I loved it.
I think the great coaches know you got to be able to press them buttons, Brian. Now, I know you don't like Parcells, but
No. I don't have a problem with Bill Parcells. I think it's unfortunate. The thing that makes me mad about Bill is he quit 2 years after he got rid of me.
Yeah.
I needed him to stay in the league longer. Like, he gets rid of me and then he gets rid of himself.
Yeah.
I needed him to stay longer.
Yeah, if you're gonna
don't
fire me, come on.
Don't be a wuss and like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to coach. I don't know. Don't
got to fire you while I'm deciding.
If you're gonna
leave,
quit before you get rid of me.
Okay, up next here in some Cowboys audio gold in the C note. Cowherd, speaking of wuss.
Oh, Cowturd.
Cowturd says Cowboys are going to be looking for another head coach next season. Here we go.
Surprise moves. Number one, this is the least surprising of any I've done in the last 2 days. Brian Schottenheimer is a one and done. Jerry will know by Thanksgiving he made a huge mistake. Forget the fact that Philadelphia and Washington will probably both blow them out in division twice. We've got a lot of one and dones happening now. David Culley, Steve Wilkes, Urban Meyer, Nathaniel Hackett, Antonio Pierce, Jared Mayo. People liked Antonio Pierce. I mean, the Raiders played a lot of people tough, including the Chiefs. One and done happens all the time now. And as the NFC, there was about a 3-year window to make hay in the NFC where it was kind of soft. As John's pointed out, the coaching and the NFC are no longer soft. And I think Dallas is going to be humiliated on a lot of Sundays. That's my first surprise.
Wow, I think that is hot taking. Maybe that's bold prediction time. I think
it's good June radio right there, man.
That is?
Yeah. It's good June radio. That's what you want to do. You want to just in June, you just want to stir things up.
Spice it up.
Yeah, when nobody's really kind of like everybody's taking a break, everybody's supposed to be on vacation and all that.
Get after
just
it.
kind of go after it a little bit.
Yeah, I've been going after the Dak haters. You got to have these fastballs that you can go to spice up the conversation a little bit. I just think it's horrible by Cowherd. Shotty's got a 4-year deal.
Sure.
Jerry ain't firing him.
No. Yeah.
At least until 3 years are done, maybe 3.5.
Yeah, look, he's got us talking about it. That's the idea right there.
No,
he's absolutely wrong.
That's what he does. Yes, on
but
his
that's
show.
what I'm saying. But you have to come up with June content,
right?
I've worked with people before, not in this station here, but other stations and stuff that I've done work with.
Randy.
Yeah, Randy would say something he would absolutely not believe a word he would say. But he knew. But he knew it would. He knew for 4 hours everybody in Dallas would be talking about it, to the point where Stephen Jones would have to make a release that, like, no, we're not doing that. Randy would go, watch this,
you idiot.
Watch this. I'm about to stir it up. and he would. Dez Bryant is a malcontent. He needs to be traded now. And next thing you know, man, the phone lines would light up. He'd take calls all day. Ian Fitzsimmons, you don't know what you're talking about. Matt Mosley, don't tell me that. And then the end of the day, you would go like, Randy, you do not believe a word you just said. He goes,
give me a beer.
That's radio. That's radio, son.
You're damn right.
I miss Randy so much. I saw him at my first training camp covering the Cowboys, and I think it's been 10 years now since he retired?
I tell you what,
Maybe
him
more.
and John Lund are the reason why I got into this thing. Yeah.
But you're right. That take's not good.
It's not a good take, but it's a June take.
Yeah, but for us to like sit here and now react to it, it's like Jerry's not
mission accomplished.
He's not firing a coach after 1 year. He's never done it in the history of him owning the Cowboys.
The other thing about Cowturd and the Cowboys is that this isn't herd country at all. No. I mean, he is college football, I think more West Coast and East Coast than Midwest or the South.
Pac-12er.
But did he ever have a radio station here? Has his radio show ever been covered in DFW? So I think
was he ESPN Dallas?
He might have just been
before he went to Fox.
Yeah.
So it might have just been on the
20 years ago for a couple of years.
There's also a reason, unfortunately, ESPN Dallas isn't here anymore, and maybe people just didn't want to listen to him.
I mean, did ESPN Dallas run him though? Did they run that show that early?
I think
they did switch to national, so they might have.
I was with ESPN Dallas in 2007, so I don't know. I mean,
they had a hell of a run. I mean, you had a good lineup there for a while.
903 says Gak was wonderful. The name Gak always threw me off, but I did enjoy that show quite a bit. More Warren Sharp data for you boys.
Oh, hey, Warren.
I went after him a little bit here in my latest YouTube video. How about wow? If you want to subscribe on YouTube right now, how about wow? All one word. or you just look up my name. But this Warren Sharp data is actually a really good sign. Rate of running backs being stuffed for no gain in short yardage. Okay, rate of running backs being stuffed for no gain in short yardage. Cowboys were 5th best in the NFL at avoiding that last year. That was with Rico. Better than Philly by 3%.
That's impressive.
Okay, the worst teams in the league, Miami and New England, were stuffed for no gain 44% of the time. The average is in the very high 20s. The Cowboys were sitting there at 20%. So, I think the running success rate, good stuff from last year. Now they just need more explosives and take a couple of those babies to the house. But I do think it speaks to the power the Cowboys had on the inside even last year, Brian. Isn't that what that is?
Yeah, a lot of it had to do with the running. Yeah, they got better when they got, believe it or not, getting Zach Martin out of the lineup.
Yeah,
it kind of helped them a little bit because they were able to
have mobile bodies
to get movement. Yeah.
Pro Football Focus ranked all the running back rooms though. Where do you think they put the Cowboys?
28th,
32nd.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, is that fair?
Gosh.
Probably kind of is, isn't it?
I think there's a lot of folks that if they have questions,
2 washed up and a 5th rounder.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of questions with folks about this group. I really do.
Yeah, it does.
You got to prove everybody wrong.
They do.
They just do. You can't just sit there and say, "Oh, just because they've added 2 new coaches and a right guard that everything's going to be, all roses." But you have to prove to me that you got a coach that's willing to call it. Coaches are willing to teach it, and then the personnel being able to execute it. Coaches talk about running the football and stopping the run every year at this time. Every year. Go out there and show me, like we were talking about, teams that offensive identities. Arizona, team that runs ball well needs to work on pass. Okay, I'm encouraged. Their coach is over here now. He's going to try and help you run the ball. But don't be the lip service guy. Don't be the guy that's going to sit there and talk about, we just got to run the ball better, and then don't run the ball better.
These guys better be able to do it, or I need a late summer thing or a trade.
Or Colin Cowherd might be right if they don't get things going running the ball.
There's a lot of looking at this list, they probably are the worst right now. Yeah. There's a lot of other rooms that are better. I will say I just don't want griping from those out there that think like you can find any running back anywhere. It doesn't matter. If you think this offensive line is going to be good.
You're taking a shot at Eric
on his day off.
Bit, yeah. I know Eric. Eric, it's more of the first round.
I love thing. Eric, and I love his takes. I think they're really good. But I'm a running back. I love running backs. I do. I think you have to have them. I think you have to have them.
A difference-making running back.
2 corners and a running back made a difference for a Super Bowl team last year.
They did. I think the whole hate running back deal and their dime a dozen. And look, Isaiah Pacheco was awesome for a year. In the 7th round that you got him.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he disappears at games. There's a reason he was a 7th round pick. You can find a guy that'll be productive. Is he a difference maker? So the Cowboys have taken the opposite approach now, where they're not paying Ezekiel Elliott. They're not giving Tony Pollard $10 million a year for a franchise tag, and they've got one of the least expensive running back rooms in the NFL. Hopefully it works out. If it doesn't, I don't want to hear those people saying, well, if we mention a running back in the top 2 rounds, complaining about that.
In the 15 years I've covered them, they've only had 2 good ones, and it was when they spent premium assets. I do not trust them at all to find replacement level running backs scraping the barrel. We're heading for Darren McFadden, Joseph Randall times is what I'm thinking. And I just hope the passing game is so good that it gives whoever's running it easy looks, or maybe the Cowboys actually decide to go finish this roster. That's one of the questions I cannot wait to ask Jerry and Steven. Why not spend $5 million on a runner, $5 million on a safety, and like $8 million on a corner? That's $18 million of payroll, and try to actually go win it. Especially seeing what Philly has done, and I can't wait to see how they squirm. I'm gonna pin them down on that one, get some answers here in Oxnard. Brian, you know what I'm talking about. Where are you going with Krusty's Corner next?
I'll tell you what, man. I've got a question that we have not talked about all year about this Cowboys. We'll do that next.
I love talking about stress-free auto care. Man, I just actually went and had lunch with my guy George earlier today. He's awesome. He's a big-time Tolo, and he's over at Stress-Free Auto Care giving you the real deal. If you're looking for somebody trustworthy to work on your vehicle, I know it's difficult, but Stress-Free Auto, they're going to take the stress out of it. They're 30% less than the dealership. They offer a price match guarantee, and they're going to keep you updated in real time with digital inspections. If something happens, you got to leave your car there for a little bit, they're going to give you a ride home.
for absolutely no charge. They'll figure out a Lyft, an Uber, whatever it takes. They're going to make sure you're absolutely taken care of. You end up needing to leave your car in the shop for multiple days. You go ahead, you need a rental, they'll take care of that for you too. They're all about customer service. They're all about pleasing you. And right now they're offering a $99 AC recharge to keep you cool through the month of June. So go check them out right now at stressfree.com/Tolo. That's stressfree.com/Tolo.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, all the takeaways will be huge.
puzzle, call 800-LAW-OFFICE, 800-LAW-OFFICE, or thetexasattorney.com.
No Cowboys offseason here at the Fan. Our insiders are at the start daily, grinding to bring you the latest Cowboys news. When you hear it on the Fan, know that we are DFW's only radio station telling you what we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant as well for being along with us today. I don't have any stories about elevator trips or anything like that.
Son of a bee.
Were you worried about that?
I was hoping we'd get a follow-up.
No, I did have the experience I said earlier with AT&T.
That's right.
You know, and that's my fault. That's my fault for being a customer. Like, the Cowboys had a great deal, like, you know, AT&T sponsors, so we got to get a great deal, but I set up all my stuff, and I didn't remember all that. You ever have that happen where you just don't remember?
Yes, all the time. And I'm terrified now because my usernames and passwords are spread out across multiple Google accounts.
Yeah.
So they'll remember your username and passwords, but sometimes they don't know if I'm in the right Google account to have it be remembered. And it is it's terrifying, Brian. And it's getting worse because I have to keep adding more services.
Yeah, I'm to the point now because of the things we're doing with Crown Global Media, and I'm just trying to. You know, I'm trying to get things set up, and I'm like, okay, well, I have to set it up here, and I have to. Oh, you have to, you know, for your phone service, you have to do this. Oh, what's your AT&T? And I'm like, I set that thing up like 2011. Crap. You know, I mean, can you give me a hint?
Do you even have access to that email anymore?
Oh, no, I don't.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem.
That's what I was trying to explain. I go, I'm trying to change my password and everything, but you're sending it to
an old email,
and they're like, well, you know, we have to, and then they make you jump through these security hoops. I appreciate the fact they're making me jump through hoops, but I mean, it's like it took an hour just to change my email.
It's all got to be streamlined, I think, under the same Google account. It'll save all your passwords for you, and you can log in on mobile across multiple devices. You'll be good to go.
I'm learning. I'm really trying hard. I swear I'm trying to be better about this technology stuff, you know. All right, listen, last night, Vach and I were doing our little show, and I asked Vach a question about what player that we're expecting to be really good for the Cowboys turns out not very good.
I saw your guys' thumbnail on this. Yeah. I was intrigued.
See, and this is where, because I did this, Zach. I went with like, boy, I'm really expecting Cooper Beebe to be good. Mm-hmm. But what if he's not? What if he doesn't have? I'm just saying.
What if he pulls an Evan Carter?
Yeah,
why would you put this out there?
No,
Brian?
no, but it's okay. Here we are having June conversations, you know?
Yeah.
But you're trying to make your thing. This is what Vach hit me with last night. He goes, what if George Pickens is as good as advertised?
Well, he wasn't going to say Tyler Booker.
No, I mean,
But what if Tyler Booker is a rookie and he ends up following the path of these other Alabama linemen that, quite frankly, have not been very good first-round picks?
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
But it could.
But you know what? We've the whole time we've been doing this, the George Pickens conversation, it's been about, you know, it's about catching and deep ball threat and bad ball catcher, and everything about it has been so positive. But what if George Pickens isn't that good?
It'll be a reflection on Dak.
What if it's a situation where, like, Pittsburgh once again moved on from a guy,
right? And their history of doing so has been, everyone that's left has not been good.
20% drop off every time for a
they know when to get rid of a wide receiver.
But this is different because their quarterbacks have been so bad, and this guy has produced and like led the NFL in yards per completion. You know, I don't think there's any way he's bad unless Dak just won't throw it to him enough. And part of throwing it to him is the art and the trust of, I don't know, but I think he can get it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I think the quarterbacks that he had, particularly Russell Wilson, were willing to do that for him. And I don't know. Dak is so see open, throw open that maybe the fit isn't perfect like it was at the end of Dez's career.
Man, I it's also how are they going to use George Pickens?
Sure.
Like there's so much unknown with this offense. Again, like I don't know what type of offense this is going to be.
Right.
Maybe it ends up being very similar to what we've seen because Shoddy was here. They're saying a lot of things. They want to do condensed formation,
motion,
and tempo. Right? They're using all the buzzwords that we like to hear.
Right.
But does that end up being something that we see on a game day?
Yeah.
I've got total PTSD from that not happening in the past. So, yeah, there is a fair question of how does George Pickens fit in, especially with a guy like CeeDee Lamb, who you know is going to need to get his targets.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of teams that probably wanted nothing to do with George Pickens.
Right.
Because there are maturity issues there. I don't think it was necessarily teammate stuff, but you can't be showing up late
I talked to people
flights.
at Pittsburgh, and they were not.
Yeah.
And I think you did the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I didn't hear anything bad about the human being. It was just like, you can't accountability, reliability,
right,
which is important to be a pro in the league.
Right.
So maybe he just matures and grows through there. I think Pickens is good. Obviously, Beebe going into year 2. I mean, none of these I would necessarily have concerns of, but those are fair questions.
Bland? What about Bland?
Well, I was going to say Kyrie Elam.
Okay.
Kyrie Elam's kind of been the darling of the offseason thus far.
But we don't. Our expectations of Elam are not high.
I think they've risen though. I think they started really low, and now people are like,
the media access
we're excited about Kyrie Elam.
The media access has helped, but guys that we haven't talked about that we just pencil them in as being, hey, don't worry about this guy.
Yeah.
Don't worry about this guy. And that's why I brought up Beebe. And there's some people in the comments I was reading this morning were like, man, there's nothing that Beebe's done to make me feel like that he's going to go backwards here. But if you also look at Pro Football Focus, like Dallas, like they play, like Pro Football Focus has got the Eagles and they've got the Giants up there as like 2 of the 3 best defensive lines. That's 4 games right there. Then you got Denver like at 8. I mean, there's like these defensive lines that you're going to have to play. And it might not just be Cooper Beebe. It might be the whole damn offensive line.
Which would be, this team's not going to be any good if that's the case.
See, that's what I'm saying, though. But if you really want to be good on offense, Cooper Beebe can't be bad. He can't take a step back.
Yeah, and I don't believe that he will. That's what I'm saying.
How
I feel about him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's the whole point of the discussion.
Yeah,
if he is, then you're feeling like, oh, let me ask you this question.
Hold on, I got 5 guys for you, Brian.
Okay,
and we'll get to your next question.
Okay,
Dante Fowler's one of them because he had the big year in Washington. I don't think he can do that again. I think Dak is one of them. We're expecting 2023 Dak, but maybe we get 2024 Dak again.
I'm buying in. I'm buying in, and that's the thing about it, and that's. Yeah, if Dak's bad, then we're going to be talking about the draft in November.
The quarterback we saw last year wasn't good. They were 3-5, and he wasn't playing well.
I think Miles Sanders, there's a chance he's totally washed up, and I think Sanborn and Murray might be pretty disappointing.
The linebackers are interesting because I like Kenneth Murray. There is a chance Kenneth Murray is just not any good.
See,
and
that's
he's a starter right now.
I saw again Pro Football Focus. They throw the Dallas linebackers down there at 28th.
Yeah, because there's a lot of unknown right there.
Yeah. Dallas, I think they got the defensive line, by the way, at 12. When you start to talk about the rankings of where they feel like the Cowboys defensive line falls. But let me ask you this, and it's going to circle back with Pickens, because I think there's been a lot of positivity about Pickens, and I'm cool with that because I think Pickens is a damn good player. If it doesn't work out, where do the Cowboys? How does this affect the front office? How does this affect the front office if they use resources, a 3rd-round pick on a guy, and then it just kind of doesn't work? Is it the same as when Trey Lance?
They'll start to get a reputation for being a horrible trading team, which is bad because if you're going to be one of the lowest spenders in free agency and not trade well, then I think it's a significant shot. Like, I think there's a number of things the Cowboys front office does well.
Mm-hmm.
They messed up a couple of drafts. And if these trades go bad, then I think it's just another reason to believe that, you have one of the worst GMs in football.
I don't think anything changes for them because they don't change, really.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, again, this was
even if listen, we all hope it works.
They got to go find a quarterback if this doesn't work, Brian. If you can't make it work with Pickens and Lamb,
that's fair assessments. That's fair assessments. I'm just in that mode right now where the whole time I've just assumed that Pickens is going to be, Pickens be fine. Don't worry about Pickens. Don't worry, Dak Pickens. I'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
We haven't seen him.
Yeah.
We were excited about Brandon Cooks, and then they did not use Brandon Cooks the right way.
My biggest concern with Dak and Pickens is that it's so good that they don't run enough. We're checking out of runs to go to more passes, and then you're not balanced. You don't get a running game good enough to stand up in January. I mean, we keep showing up with 3.2 yards per attempt in our run game and giving up 150 yards on the ground and expecting to win in the postseason. So, I think the looks are going to be so great. If it's not working, it's because you're letting them play clog and cover and not running the ball well enough to get them out of it.
Yeah, a lot. I think there's a lot on Schottenheimer, man.
Yeah.
A lot on Schottenheimer that way. Yeah.
We got 2 down. One more to go. Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Looking forward to that. What'd you call it? Crown Global Media?
Crown Global Media.
Crown Global.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw your Twitter avatar changed.
Oh, yeah. We got a lot going on.
When's that starting?
We're the launch should be at the 1st of September.
Let's go.
What we're looking at right now.
Okay, Jared Sandler said to join us.
It was the 1st of September.
What day will I remember?
That would be a jam. Okay, we'll get the latest on the Mavs and Cooper coming up at 4:20, but Sands is with us next year. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat about Perma-Pure Foundation Repair before we do anything else, though. These guys are the pros that I trust. Pros in real estate, construction, and home repair. They trust Perma-Pure Foundation Repair as well. And you should. If you do see any cracks in your bricks, sticky doors, uneven floors, that's a sign that your foundation might have some issues. Perma-Pure Foundation Repair can do the job right, and they do it at a competitive price.
Products? I gotta remember that.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. What a night to be a sports fan, as Cooper Flagg will join the Dallas Mavericks in just a few short hours. And then we'll be on to free agency next week and talking about how the Mavericks plan to put this championship team around Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis, and Cooper Flagg and go take down those Oklahoma City Thunder. Jared Sandler joins us now with the Rangers pregame coming up in 1 hour. It's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Good evening, Jared. How the heck are you? Oh, we're going to get to Jared here in just a minute. He is a busy man, and probably a lot of good vibes going around after last night's game. Just the Jacob Latz taking the no into the 7th inning, and then Evan Carter scoring the way that he did. I would hope that would be a fun game to be a part of.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably pretty stressful. Like, I was driving around. I had wife had the pregnancy craving for some Payway last night.
Payway.
So I leave, and I'm in the car, and I got to listen to Jared's call of all 3 home runs. And you could tell, like, the first one was kind of like, oh, God. The second one, he was definitely bummed.
Yeah.
It did not take long to realize this is gone.
Yeah.
I just, by the tone of his voice, I realized as soon as the crack of the bat happened,
you could hear it.
I could hear it. This is not a good one.
I learned that listening to the College World Series on radio.
Yeah.
You can tell by that when it hits the aluminum bat, if it's like a rocket.
Just the sound of it.
Yeah. You just know.
You can tell. But I'm sure the vibes are. I mean, you got a chance to win another series tonight. This is a big one. And it's DeGrom night. DeGrom's on the bump. So let's party. He's got to keep his streak alive.
And this pitcher that Orioles are throwing out there today, I mean, this is one of the absolute worst lines I've ever seen in all my years covering sport. As Jared Sandler joins us now here on The Fan. And a good evening, Jared. Oh, still no Jared. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought when he put down that phone, Jared was good to go. But he's
I'll tell
not
you
good
what,
to go.
man.
He's not interested in
baseball. They always talk about what August is the dog days of summer. Is that what they say? Last night, every one of those players, like the humidity and the heat at that place, like every uniform was just like anybody that was diving and it was just mud. Like these uniforms were just sweating.
It looked brutal. And
it's like just the humidity and stuff like that. But that's baseball, man. But that's what's cool about these games, though. When you see the kind of a tough, grimy game. That's what that was last night.
Yeah.
I guess it was like the third time they've played in 100-degree temperature since 2020. Like, it doesn't happen to them very often.
No.
But game time temperature sitting in triple digits last night.
Haggerty was standing at third, and it was like, and
you could tell for him.
He was just like drenched.
Yeah. Okay.
And then Young, when they're all shaking hands, I'm like, God, look at these uniforms, man.
they went through it.
So they were all just Seager. All of them were just muddied up.
I think there is quite a bit of excitement, though, that Latz did what he did, and he's been a really good long reliever. Wolchuk brilliantly asked CY on Monday, what do you guys have in mind as far as a role? And CY said they're not going to limit him. So the start came, and next thing you know, he's into the 7th inning, and he's unhittable. Then he walked a guy and gave up a hit, and Chris Martin comes in there and nearly ruined the night. But that right there, that's one of the things I'm looking forward to talking with Jared about. Like, what could Latz be capable of at this point? Like, how uncommon is it that a 29-year-old who's been a career, 6th starter at best starts to figure it out, and in the next year takes a big step? Is it maybe like a Nelly Cruz situation of a pitcher? It's pretty rare.
It's a Kevin Costner movie. He's pitching for the Tigers, and he's talking to himself on the mound. Oh, one more, man. My arm feels terrible. You could do it, Ace. Get him out. Go get him, Ace.
But I wanted to bring up this topic with you guys as the Rangers, are sitting in this middle of the second season now. We're halfway through. Maybe you don't think this is appropriate at all, but do you think it's possible the Rangers are kind of stuck where they would actually like to see what it would be like to change the manager? Like, if it's any other manager.
Oh, man. Okay. I shouldn't have just said no, but
just think about it. I initially thought about it and said no, and then I was like, well, wait. If he's not a Hall of Famer, if you hadn't won the World Series, he's gone right now, isn't he? And maybe, just maybe, what this team needs.
Gone on his own or gone by way of the general manager?
Yeah, he'd been let go.
Oh,
if they hadn't won the World Series after last year and then this year, with all the expectations and all the money that was spent.
I think he's on that mode of like, he's going to go on his own terms.
Absolutely. And I think CY and the organization should let him go on his own terms. And that's why I kind of set it up like, do you think they're stuck? Like thinking, dude, is what this team needs Skip Shoemaker right now? More young energy instead of grandfatherly wisdom. The grandfatherly wisdom was great when you'd been terrible for 8 years and you needed somebody to just kind of set you up and be professional. But now maybe you need an energy shift.
I'll give him some credit for the pitching staff. How about that? I don't think you have a really good pitching staff if it's not for him.
Absolutely,
I think his eye on pitching and the type of the how he uses these guys and this team they throw bullpen games and go get wins. And it doesn't happen all the time, but
the record was not very good up until these last few.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though.
I mean, he might be the best manager, right? And when you get to the playoffs, he is going to give you an edge, not only in matchups but in psychology and the pressure of that. He's the GOAT.
Listen, another thing, Dawson, when he was experimenting with the lineup like constantly. He stood up there and he was like, "We're not hitting. We're not hitting." And he didn't make any excuses for it. He goes, "Oh, we've got to find a way to get." And he was shuffling the lineup. He was moving guys up and down. He was bringing in young players. I mean, to me, he was trying. I'm not to that point. I'm not to that point. I appreciate the question, but I'm not to that point of me personally of wanting to see Skip Shoemaker.
What if you were the GM in there? What if you're working in this Rangers front office? Would you be like, man, wouldn't it be kind of interesting to see if Boch would take a 2-week absence?
No, I'd be damn grateful that I actually hired somebody that's smarter than me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can see, right, how this thing plays out and what happens next year.
I mean, I understand your question, man. Yeah. I mean, and it's June radio, and I think it's cool.
I think the reality
I really do. I love June radio. I really do.
We just wait for July.
Oh, July gets.
I can't wait for July.
We get closer to football, and you got to lock in.
A little freaky.
Yeah, into June, you're gonna just kind of throw things out there and just get people off side.
It's more the reality that I just did not want to believe was even possible. That you just had a lightning in a bottle magical run in 2023.
You were talking yourself into this of getting rid of Bochy.
No, I'm not into the Boch thing. I mean, I think that the athletics survey spoke for itself, where he was undeniably the number one manager that like everybody wanted to play for. Like, I don't think it's a Boch thing. I think it is a player thing. I think we got to wonder, was 2023 the best season Josh Young's ever going to have? Yeah. Was that 2-month stretch the best Evan Carter we're ever going to see? That version of Jonah Heim, did he just have a career year, and this dude is just never going to get back there?
Houston didn't have any lefty pitchers. Like, hey, our Evan Carter doesn't have to sit at all against you guys.
Like the text that we got and the pushback from some fans that were like, it was lightning in a bottle, it was a fluke, it was a magic carpet ride, we loved it, but in reality, this team is what it is, and it is not a playoff team. It's an average sub-500 team, which is really what they've proven outside of that amazing run and a great 2 months to start that season. That might be what this baseball team is, and I haven't wanted to believe that.
Come on, man. We watched these guys hit this summer. The one thing we were so encouraged by was the hitting.
Yeah, and we've seen them now hit for how many games? And they're 39 and 41.
They haven't. That's the problem.
Well,
that's the problem.
Pitching's part of this as well. I mean,
they've gone up against some pitchers though that I thought, okay, this is a night to get out of it, and thank God finally they started to hit off Charlie Morton in the 5th inning. But it's still like I can't even. All the things that I wanted to fall back on, it's just, is that true, or am I just trying to talk myself into it? You know?
Yeah. No, I'm in the same exact place with you.
It's tough,
and we're in the weeks in the next couple of months that are really going to decide that and give it finality. And if all you got was one great World Series run, it's definitely worth it.
Absolutely,
we'll be enjoying that for decades to come. 858 says, "Really, Gavin? It's Bochy's fault our guys can't hit." No, nothing is Bochy's fault. You know, it's just sometimes a different great manager is what is needed to take you out. Like at one point, Joe Torre wasn't the right guy for the Yankees. You know, at one point, Bill Belichick wasn't the right guy for the Patriots anymore. You know, and
because he made a lot of bad decisions. He made a lot of bad decisions.
We saw it from 06 to 07. Parcells leaves. They needed a change. That team was beat down and worn down. In no world is Wade Phillips a better head coach than Bill Parcells.
Hell no.
But Wade, for just that 1 year in 2007, they needed a refreshing voice. And they ended up having an awesome season where the number one seed in the NFC.
Yeah, and Boch is great at letting you relax. Sometimes the pendulum's got to swing for motivation and stuff. Rookie Chase Burns became the first starting pitcher in the expansion era. I don't even know what the expansion era is. I guess since they increased in the 90s.
In Major League Baseball?
In the 90s, like with the Marlins?
No, the expansion era, would that be in the 60s? Would that
They
be
just added more teams?
Thanks,
Yeah.
Krusty.
Yeah.
So he retired the first 5 batters he faced via strikeout in his major league debut. Nobody's done that, I guess, since the 60s.
Yeah.
Was not able to carry the momentum for the rest of the game, but the Cincinnati Reds right-hander, second overall pick in last July's draft, he's pulling a Bangford here, allowed 3 runs over 5 innings in a 5-4 win over the Yankees, but he struck out the first 5 batters before Jazz Chisholm single, gave up 6 hits, struck out 8. 7th Cincinnati started to have at least that many in his first career start. So they're saying this guy might be the real deal and another young, exciting player there for the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah.
The Dallas Wings showing progress, guys.
Oh.
Beat the Dream.
What?
Yeah, very nice win.
I did not check that score last night.
It was the Wings' first win over a top club in the league, with this one in particular featuring Brittany Griner, Ryan Howard, the Rookie of the Year, and Alicia Gray. Like, this is a really good team here, this Dream.
Oh, so
And
the Dream went on a back-to-back where they were...
I don't know what it was. Maybe it was a back-to-back. Maybe their best player was hurt, but now...
Hey, man, I hope for the Wings. We need to go out there and see them play sometime.
We absolutely do.
Yeah.
Especially while you can still get tickets for cheap, but they have won 3 of 4 after starting 1-11.
1969, the expansion era, what are we looking at over there? Did you look it up?
It was 61. They went from 16 to 30 teams.
Okay.
So, yeah, just
61.
adding teams.
Okay, 61.
They went from how many to how many?
16 to 30.
Wow, they almost doubled the league in 1961. Did not know that. That's interesting. Okay. For the Wings, Enrique Ogunbowale led the way with 21 points. She also
that was confident.
4 assists. I've been working on it. 2 steals. Paige Beckers had 12, 5 boards, 4 assists. But a big turning point, guys, for our Wings. Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Lee Uru just traded for this gal, and she went toe-to-toe with Brittany Griner, ends up with 10 points and 15 rebounds. So you just got her like 2 nights ago.
Yeah.
She steps in here, locks down Griner, 10 and 15, and now you got a post. Now you got some rim protection and rebounding. I think this might be the turning point for the Dallas Wings. You guys into it?
I'm into it.
I'm into it. I didn't even check the score, though. I'm sorry.
Last year, Caitlin Clark's fever also started terribly, then got really hot, made the playoffs. So maybe this is what it is. Just takes a little bit getting a feel
Watch
for it.
Dawson. He's going to go after their coach. That they need a younger change.
They just need a new voice in the room.
voice in the room.
Well, for a couple of years. Maybe next June.
Hey, just give it another year.
Skip Shoemaker go over there and coach the Wings.
We'll wait till July. That's July right
Skip
now.
was Big League Manager of the Year in 23.
No, Skip
right?
Schumacher is a badass, and he's really, really coveted.
Yeah.
I think the cool thing here, just to tie a ribbon on that, I don't mean to blame Boch for anything. I think he's great, and in the right situation, there's nobody else that I would rather want. But for a team that had won it, and it's starting to look like they got a malaise about them, they can't snap out of it. I'm just wondering, and the perfect thing here is we won't have to do this again next year, because if they don't win, Boch ain't coming back.
He won't come back.
Probably steps away.
I mean, how do you move on from a guy that won you your first World Series? If Boch didn't want to leave, I'd probably leave him at that post till he's 90 years old if you wanted to.
When they put the statue out in front next to the Nolan Ryan one, I'm going to go out there and make sure it's up.
You'll kiss it.
Yeah, all right.
Couple of segments to go. We have
We'll bring back Woody.
Some more reaction and anticipation of NBA draft night tonight, including Brian Scalabrine on Cooper Flagg, the projection he makes, and more coming up next year on The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing with you, though, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle right
Uber Eats has Lola Bee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. Have you ever seen it before? Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Have some Wyatt Langford news. We'll get Brian Scalabrini's Cooper Flagg prediction. What do you have Cooper Flagg going to be drafted here? What is it, about 3 hours from now? Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved ones injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Last night, the duck egg cracked. And we're like, sweet, baby duck's going to come out. And then we're looking up. It's going to take a while to dry. Then it's going to get up and start walking around. Then we got stuff to do. But Abby just texted me at the break. She said, I don't think it's going to hatch. This liquid coming out means it's probably infected. Oh. Yeah. And we don't have any experience. But we found a duck egg on the pool patio.
It's been a while, right?
Yeah, about 3 weeks ago. Yeah. And so we got an incubator for it. We were planning on having a baby duck, and then going with some plans from there to find a duck family we could drop it off with or whatever. And I was so excited last night because I'm like, holy cow! Some point in the next 48 hours or so, we're gonna have baby duck magic happening here, and the miracle of life was going to be on full display. But apparently we've been tripped up. Maybe too much humidity, which shouldn't be a problem. We've had it inside in the incubator thing, but maybe, I don't know, maybe something had happened before. So that's a little bit of a anticlimactic. I'll update you if anything else happens, but I'm pretty bummed about it.
I saw a viral video today. Some lady.
Yeah, good effort on your family to try and get that done.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, 3 weeks. That's far.
I was hoping this would work out, but this lady found what looked like a baby kitten. And then she ends up rescuing it. She's bottle feeding it. She's washing it, goes ahead and gets all the shots. It grows up. It's a Black Panther.
Sweet.
And now she's got a train, like a house cat that's a black panther.
That's awesome.
Like a full grown,
dude.
I don't know if I could ever trust it, you know? Like, I don't even want to trust a Rottweiler. If I go over to my buddy's house,
you ever see
the claws on that thing were insane. Yeah,
Siegfried
insane.
Roy out there in Vegas, you know, and those things.
A lot of those stories.
Those tigers, like one night they all decided we're not doing this
But
anymore.
you're right. Like,
we are not doing this anymore.
As connected as you would be to that panther, I probably would also look to take it.
You always see the people who raised a chimpanzee or like a gorilla, and then they go back and
or a lion. The lion one's my
favorite. An elephant comes up and
they remember it.
Yeah, they remember. Like they hear the voice and they kind of remember.
I saw this one the other night, and maybe it's a lie. You never know some of these things that go viral, but
true.
Like lion comes to visit the water buffalo that fed it, that adopted it when it was a stranded cub. You know, and these things, but some of them are true. And you know, I think a lot of people have positive experiences. Like there's more tigers in captivity living in people's houses in America than there are in the wild.
That's
so
wild.
there actually are a lot of these that you know essentially like cats. You know, just big cats.
They're big cats.
But
those claws are real.
I mean, when every now and then you're playing with a cat and it grabs you, and you can feel like if that was 250 or 300 pounds of animal, you could quickly just end.
But you got to kind of move on from that, right? Don't you kind of like
if I had kids? I would. I would probably take it somewhere where it's safe, like a shelter.
You're not going to keep a. You're not going to keep a
black panther. No.
It's not going to get that far, right? It's not going to get that far. This is one of these animal protection rescue peoples that have a thing, and they created a story online to get us hooked to it
because they have like a big forest in their backyard.
Yeah,
and it's playing out there with them.
Oh
yeah, they gassing us, bro.
I have seen one cool dude. He's got a panther and a Rottweiler, and they go out and play with each other.
That's freaking awesome.
It is cool.
I love that.
Yeah, but I think if I had one, I think I'd probably keep it for 2 or 3 weeks, and then I'd take it out to Wiley at that big cat sanctuary.
Yeah,
just kind of be like,
is there
hey,
enough room for that? They have big.
They have, yeah, they have
room for that.
They have room and stuff. I wouldn't want to
put
trust
him in a zoo. I'd put him like where he can run around. And
stuff. Take him to a rescue, a sanctuary somewhere. I just wouldn't want anybody to get hurt. Could you imagine if that got out and hurt the neighbor?
No,
I mean, not only would you be done. Financially ruined, but the guilt.
Well, you got to prove it came from my house.
That cat ain't mine.
Oh my God! Did y'all see
that?
yeah. Wild cobra on the loose.
As the ring cam has the panther jumping over the fence.
As I'm throwing away all merch and burning it in the backyard.
I was chasing him. I saw that son of a gun back there. I told him to get my cats.
There's this in their garage. They have this meat locker. Open it up, all this food and stuff in there for the big cat.
So we got Langford's side tightness. Is he going to play tonight? Is he out for sure?
No, he's out of the lineup. Jeff Wilson's tweet said that, in his opinion, it seems like they're less concerned about this than they were with Jake Berger, but he's going to be evaluated. They're going to do some testing done when they get home from Baltimore. So the off day tomorrow, they'll get some more time to figure out exactly how bad this could be with the side tightness for Wyatt Langford. But no, not in the lineup tonight.
Have some fun Cooper Flagg topics for you, Brian.
Well, real quick, Wolchuk, you said the chicken strips aren't any good at your place? At Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A?
Yeah.
No, the chicken strips are good at Chick-fil-A.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying, man, they're not good. They look
they're
good.
solid.
Sorry about that, Dawson. They just look good on
Chick-fil-A's got good strips.
I
don't know if it's the best,
I got distracted.
They got some pretty good strips.
We're good.
We're having a contest about this. When were we talking about?
I think Whataburger is bringing chicken strips on Friday.
For Eric and them.
I think Eric and Jacob Ray are going to
maybe have a contest?
Have a chicken off.
Okay.
I think, I hate to bring this up, and I'm not typically a big consumer at the Golden Arches, but I think they're working some bold, like crispy chicken strips that might be in the conversation. I know that that might sound crazy.
I thought they had little squares.
I know, but I saw them on the board yesterday as I walked through.
Lucius
I tried them before.
Yeah.
Dipping sauce?
I'm going to let him go ahead and go through his whole situation.
I thought they looked good.
They do look incredible.
Okay.
Oh, I'm reading
Some
Lucius
of those
right
hot
now.
wings at 7-Eleven, they look insane. Look how crispy that damn thing is.
Man, that looks
$4 for $10. Let me get that joint.
They cracked the code.
Yeah.
How can they afford to sell food this good for so cheap?
25 cents a piece?
All right. Note to self, listen to Lucius more often.
You got a date with the
You should try it. It might be good to you.
Yeah.
I could have caught it on a weird day.
I mean, they are fast food chicken strips, right? Yeah. So we'll see.
I'm sorry,
I'm going to give them a shot. I'm going to give them a shot. This might be the first dinner I've eaten at McDonald's in over a decade. I'm a big fan of their breakfast. Here's Brian Scalabrine.
Boy, your system's going to love that.
the breakfast.
Cooper Flagg.
LeBron James. He's just not an F1 racer. LeBron is 260 fast, 440, head above the rim. Cooper Flagg's not a bad athlete. He's a good athlete. He's a great athlete. LeBron's a super athlete, but they process the same. I know it's unfair, but I'll eventually be right. People will know. Like 3 years from now, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, Scal said it." If he has the same longevity, that's. I'm just giving you a comparison of what he could be. But you can't look at 50,000 points and championships and any of that stuff. There's some variable to that. But LeBron has scored 50,000 points, doesn't have a go-to shot. I'm not sure he has a go-to shot. He's just a basketball player that makes things happen. LeBron's a freak of nature defensively. He's a freak of nature defensively. LeBron can run point. He can run point. 6'8" point guard. Like he trends like that more than a shooting guard or a Kawhi Leonard or anything like that. And it's just, he doesn't want to say it, but that's what it's going to be.
Wow, that's tough. Scal says Flagg the next LeBron. Are you buying it?
I mean, I'm buying it. I'm hoping. I'm praying.
Welcome to June Radio.
Please, let's go. Mavs are about to draft the next LeBron James tonight, boys. It's possible he does have a rare skill set. Physically, he does not have the size profile, in my opinion, quite as LeBron does. Maybe he can grow into that. Like, LeBron is strong as hell. Like, LeBron wanted to take it to the rack. It's like, get the hell out of the way. Here's a freight train coming downhill at you.
And he was still the fastest guy in the league in his late 30s.
Yes. I don't know that Cooper Flagg has the genetic lottery quite like LeBron James does, but there are a lot of elements that, defensively, both awesome, right? The ability to kind of play all positions. Both have that. But I did like the confidence there from Scal. Like, I'm going to be right. 3 years from now, we're all going to look back and be like, yeah, Scal was right. He said that.
I think whatever the case, whatever style of play that he is, I think he's more of a Kevin Garnett than a point guards type. But at 18 years old, this thing could go anywhere, over the next 4 to 5 years. Did the Mavs lose God Shamgod? Because I know he is one of the assistant coaches that for like 20 years has been responsible for some of the best player development that this league has seen. He's been a terrific Mavs assistant for a long time, and I knew there were rumors he could leave. I think that would be a blow to Cooper Flagg's development, but from what I understand, his work ethic, his intangibles are second to none, so whoever his coach is, I'm sure he's going to put in enough work.
I think after the first year, whatever he's deficient at, that we kind of see in these games, that he will come back the following year and he'll have that.
He seems like a tireless worker.
Yeah.
We had Paul Biancardi on about an hour and a half ago, and he's just sold that he's going to be amazing right out of the box.
Oh, wow.
At 18 years old, it's like, hey, rookie of the year, capable of being a starter. I think
this team,
even to like make the starting five on this team is an accomplishment because of how many good players they have.
Yeah,
when you look at small forward and power forward, I guess if you can play two guard, there's more opportunity there for you.
Yeah, Shamgod is leaving. I didn't know that, bro. Until you said that.
Yeah, Orlando. Let's look
crap.
Man.
So he's going to work with Jamal Mosley, Luka's former favorite assistant coach that the Mavs ran off like 2 years ago.
Dudley might be out too.
Yeah,
Jared Dudley's gone for sure. Dudley and Sweeney are gone for sure, and maybe Shamgod. So that is the backstory. The great news: Cooper Flagg's going to play for a lot of different coaches. He's going to play for a lot of different front offices. Maybe Jason Kidd's not even going to make it to the start of the year. I don't know how long Nico's going to make it. But
Nico's getting rid of everybody that can maybe cause him problems.
My theory is anybody loyal to Luka. Anybody that's still dragging your lower lip around because we don't have Luka Doncic, that's the energy I want out. If you're not with us, you're against us type of deal. His friend and high school teammate talking about the work that Cooper Flagg put in a lot of these stories. This is I forget his first name. His last name's Townsend. From the 7th grade to 8th grade, that summer in between.
They're interviewing him right now.
Are they?
Yeah, they're just interviewing the kids. Marty Smith from ESPN was just interviewing the kids. He's in Newport, Maine for this draft.
Yeah, so they're from up there in Newport, Maine, and the story goes the summer between 7th and 8th grade year, Cooper Flagg wasn't around the buddies as much, and when they go over to his house, he was doing insane box jumps in his house and working out like constantly. And so he comes back the next year in 8th grade, and he's on another level. And then in 9th grade, they win the state championship. Cooper and his twin brother, is it Ace Flagg, who's not nearly as good. I think he's like a D2 player up there in Maine.
That kind of stinks to be that guy.
That would be weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how did this happen?
He's like the Danny DeVito version of the Twins.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Did I just not work out hard enough?
How is my twin a bodybuilder?
Dawson Townsend is this guy's
Dawson
name.
Townsend? Okay, yeah, there it
Dawson
is.
Townsend, yeah.
He said he was scoring 20 points in dunks alone in his 8th grade year, but the common theme that runs through this is the level of commitment with the work effort and the ethic, and at that age, a tremendous opportunity for to separate yourself. And I don't know, it's the whole nature versus nurture thing. But after the 9th grade year, they win the state title. He then transfers to the academy in Florida to get ready with the understanding like nobody really took offense to Cooper Flagg leaving because they understood what the situation was. And then when he committed to Duke, they started running all the Duke games on radio in Newport, Maine, and it was getting like all the business done.
Yeah, he talks about his mom's influence of him, and his mom always said this. She said, when you're the best player in the gym, you need to find another gym.
Oh yeah.
That's how he lives his basketball life.
That's probably why he's 7th grade and he's playing against seniors that are about to be D1.
His mom was
recruits.
a big influence on him about his attitude, about playing basketball. Yeah.
Yeah, that's huge. I think getting kids at a young age to commit, like he was doing plyometrics and box jumps, and I think that's just one of the best things that any young athlete could do, especially if you want to explode more. But getting into this mindset of, I wasn't born to play sports. What happens is I bust my ass all off season, and then I'm good at sports. And if you can just have that light bulb come on, it sets people up to learn the real life lesson from sport, because only one guy gets to be Cooper Flagg. There's millions and millions of kids dreaming to. But in the process of trying, can they learn whatever I give 110% of myself to, I'm going to be a lot better at in 3 to 4 months from now. And if you can get that lesson home, then you've set your kids up for a tremendous amount of success. Where are we going next, Wolchuk?
All right, let's go around the bases, shall we? We do have Jose Trevino epically trolling the New York Yankees, and we'll get you set for this Rangers finale in the rubber game. That's next here in the nation.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. I like what the 469 is saying here. Flagg needs to start on the bench, spare minutes from AD, then PJ and Flagg can run together. AD and Lively don't need to spend more than 25 minutes in a game. I like that. I think they have depth, and
it's a basketball fan right there now.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ways to do it. I'm looking at Caleb Martin, Klay Thompson, Max Christie. Those are the guys to go. And we can make our best players play less minutes per game. Hopefully that works out, or maybe they play less overall games and get more rest in between. ACC Network's Joel Corey joins us tomorrow. I'm sorry, Joel Berry tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
I kept thinking Joel Corey too, though. Like that's why every time I've had to look it up because I always just want to say Joel Corey.
Joel Corey going to talk about these NBA contracts.
He will, dude. Joel knows NFL contracts better than anybody I've ever seen. And Tim Cato's going to join us at 4 o'clock tomorrow to talk about what's next for the Mavs.
It's in Seattle, Dawson. That recognize that rain peltering down like that.
June rain. I say if you're going to visit the Northwest, you better do it in the month of August, because if not, you
time to go.
Hey, I want to say this. Speaking of Seattle, Cal Raleigh, is in the conversation for the absolute best player in the game. That's with all consideration for Shohei Ohtani. He's clearly the AL MVP right now, Wolchuk.
It's hard to push back on that outside of Judge, but Cal Raleigh has been on. I mean, yesterday, he's had 17 homers in the last 30 games. The dude's been unbelievable. So he is. I mean, right now, he's absolutely in the conversation for MVP.
Well, I mean, he just got paid, and he's having his best year.
Yeah.
But he is not only the Gold Glove winner at catcher.
Yeah.
He's the Platinum Glove winner, which is the best defensive player.
Good. Yep, Seattle found them one.
Yeah.
They sure did. They really, really did. And in fact, MLB.com just put out like teams that they think are going to surge in the second half of the season. The Mariners are one. The Mariners are on this list. They say the surprising thing about the M's is that they flipped what we usually expect from them. Their offense, thanks largely to the supersonic season of Cal Raleigh, has been their strength. In addition to Raleigh, it's J.P. Crawford, Randy Arozarena, and Jorge Polanco. They've been stalwarts in the lineup. The rotation has been held back due to injury with guys like Logan Gilbert and George Kirby, but they're expected to get those guys back. So they think they can ascend in the second half. The Rangers also are one of the 4 teams that they think are going to have a much better second half. They should have a better record. They've outscored their opponents, something they've done despite injuries to Corey Seager and miserable starts from Adolis Garcia and Marcus Semien. Those 3 are starting to come along, as will some of the younger players like Josh Young and Evan Carter. The rotation's been fantastic. The Rangers have the sort of thunderous talent they can get on a run. They've been a bit snake-bitten so far, but it can turn around in the second half, and look out. Writes MLB.com.
Last time that a catcher won the MVP in the American League.
Was it Pudge?
Joe Mauer.
Nope. Joe Mauer, 2009.
Nice pull. There we go, baby.
Dawson. All right, in the National League, this is a team in the NL West.
Dodgers. Piazza.
Okay.
Posey?
No. Buster Posey.
Oh, Buster Posey.
Yeah, Buster Posey in 2012 was the last catcher, since to win the MVP, and then Joe Mauer in 2009.
Man. Hey.
In the American League.
Cal's got a shot.
Yeah,
Cal's got a shot. I mean,
I
Judge has his. Let's give it to Cal.
I thought it was Johnny Bench, to be honest with you.
Johnny Bench?
No, it was before Buster Posey in the National League. It was Johnny Bench in 72. Yeah.
Johnny.
Yeah, I don't think that Judge has a better case right now, because I think Raleigh has more home runs.
That's a good question. I did not look at the home run leader. He might have surpassed Aaron Judge. Judge was on a crazy tear the first half of the season. And then really the last 3 weeks, Cal Raleigh's just been absolutely dynamite, so he might have ended up surpassing Judge. Brian, if you can check on that. I want to stick with catchers, though. Our former catcher, Jose Trevino, who Rangers, he moved on. He went to the Yankees. He's now since been traded from the Yankees to the Reds. That happened in December. Well, yeah, Yankees and Reds, they're playing.
And, this is on the Yes Network. This is in Cincinnati. Jose Trevino's he's had a fun bit, just kind of trolling and making fun of his old teammates by using his old teammates' walk-up music. Here's the Yes Network.
Here in this series with Jose Trevino facing his former mates. This was yesterday, his first at-bat against the Yankees. Listen in. That's Aaron Judge's warm-up song. It's Hello by the late, great Pop Smoke. And then tonight, going up for his first at-bat against Carlos Rodon, look at the side-eye. Rooster by Alice in Chains.
He said no way.
Gotcha, bitch. It's such a good bit, right? I mean, he just trolls your team. I mean, you know all their walk-up songs. You probably are having fun with it. And Trevi was always just a clubhouse bestie to everyone. Like, he's an awesome, awesome dude.
Raleigh has 27, Judge 26.
Ooh, that's going to be I hope that they
we got an update here. We got 32-28. The Aaron
What?
Yeah, the Aaron Judge lead though.
Oh wait, we're way behind. What's
big
Chat
on
GBT doing to me here, Dawson?
They're not good at updated stats.
You need to find the strength
You
and
don't think
weakness
so?
there with their runs.
Yeah, there's strengths and
I mean,
weaknesses
hey,
to that.
what am I doing?
RBIs, Cal Raleigh's in the lead. Hits, Judge is in the lead, but Raleigh's got homers.
That's embarrassing right
and
there. What I just
Judge
did.
has the
I'll shut up now.
the overall average, but this is going to be a fun back and forth between these two.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
excited.
you're right. I was trying to find defensive runs saved because if you go to wins against replacement right now, which is a better way of capturing who's the more dangerous offensive hitter, it's Judge at 6.1, Raleigh at 5.4. I mean, Judge is hitting 364.
Yeah, he was on pace to average 400 on the season for a while. I think he simmered down though over the last maybe week or two. But hey, what Cal Raleigh's doing deserves all the praise in the world.
Jeez.
Now, you guys thought, and quite frankly, I did too, because I thought the story was too good to be true. The Dick Lovelady story with the Mets, that reliever changing his name. Well, we got clarification
Dickey?
on this.
He's known as Dickey now, right?
Thank you, Lucius. This is the Mets broadcast, just kind of giving us the inside information on Dickey.
Okay, so there was a controversy yesterday. Maybe controversy is too strong a word, but a misunderstanding. All of Richard Lovelady's friends call him Dickey. Okay. So when the Mets signed him and brought him to the big leagues yesterday, he consulted with the media relations staff, and they asked him, do you want to be known as Richard or Dickey? Fly ball out to center off the bat of Albies, and McNeil runs it down. And so he said,
amazing.
Everybody calls me Dickey. Call me Dickey. And so the Mets put out a press release saying they'd signed Dickey Lovelady. And then there was a response online about the idea of Dickey Lovelady coming to the Mets. And Richard was not anticipating that kind of reaction. Really? So he went back to the media relations staff and said, you guys can call me Dickey, but for informational purposes, I'm still going to be Richard.
So there's the facts from Richard to Dickey Lovelady.
It's hard.
It sure
So
is.
it was kind of a prank that got a little leg to it.
Yeah, he was just kind of telling everybody, hey, you can call me
got
Dickey.
a little leg, too.
Just a little leg. Just a little bit. Absolutely.
Clean it on up, buddy.
It's worked out well for the Dickey family and the love ladies out there.
See you going out strong there.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Last story here around the bases. This one was sad, but we had yesterday between the White Sox and the Diamondbacks some fan trolling that went a little bit too far.
Oh my goodness! I felt so bad for this guy.
You guys, so Ketel Marte.
Yeah.
So he lost his mother, and there was a fan in the stands that was trolling him about his mom, and he noticeably was, it got to him. Like he was seen in the dugout, tearing up.
I have a long track record of getting on men who lose it for a sustained period of time. I have no problem with emoting, right? It's natural, it's human, but you got to be able to suck it up after a few seconds in that situation. That's the whole pass.
Gosh, I'm so happy that you just said that, because I brought this because I know how you feel about it. And I wanted to just kind of get your opinion, and I put it up, and you just spiked the hell out of that thing.
I mean, it's something that I think is your number one fear in life as you start to come of age and realize what mortality is, and to have to go through that. And then I was glad to see Major League Baseball move to
banned him. Yep, they banned the fan. So that fan's no longer welcome. And it also, it was like a tragic accident. It was a car accident. That's how he lost his mother. So, afterwards, everybody was talking about it. I know their manager, Tori Lavula, also had comments. And, it's just, There's certain lines. Just leave families out of it in general. Like, I'm all for trolling. It's fine.
Yeah.
It can be fun, and especially heckling at a baseball game. But leave the personal shots at home. We don't need that.
Yeah, I think that's got to be one of those things where just a really, inconsiderate person is thinking it's funny. I imagine somewhere around the age of 21 to 22, doesn't have a lot of drinking and public experience.
Yeah, probably.
And hopefully they're feeling intense shame about what they did, and that's an example to not do that again. All righty, what a night of sports we have coming up here for you. Rangers looking for another series victory here. I think that would make it 4 out of the last 5. And the Mavericks are about to draft Cooper Flagg. So I hope everybody gets the most out of what's in store for this evening, not only here on your home of the Rangers, but tomorrow morning with Sean and RJ talking about this and enjoying all the developments with Cooper Flagg. Tomorrow we're going to have Tim Cato on at 4:00 from All City to talk about what the Mavs are going to do next. For Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control, just went 3 flawless. That's radio hosting, producing, and engineering. For Carter Freeman coordinating your video, you can watch us every day at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And, of course, Woolchuck. Send Chief some love. He'll be back with the KNC Masterpiece tomorrow, working with Heggie for a couple of more days. And for Broadus, I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation. At East.